Give me 5 kilograms of food, and I am willing to marry you, just to bury my father. The woman knelt in front of me, begging desperately. The ancient streets around me were in ruins, and I realized that I, Lin Yi, who had never been in love, had traveled through time. What kind of absurd world is this? 5 kilograms of grain can marry a wife? I can't even believe that corn, something that has no value in modern times, has become hard currency here. I, who originally had nothing, could become the master of everything in this strange world with the power of corn. However, things were much more complicated than I imagined. Hi everyone, thanks for watching. Don't forget to subscribe to the channel. And if you like this story, please let me know in the comment section. I will update the next part. Uncle, please buy me. Only 5 kilograms. I am willing to be a slave or a wife, just to bury my father. I stood on an unfamiliar street, looking at the woman kneeling at my feet, and was a little confused for a moment. Is this time travel? The ancient street scenes around me, the dilapidated city gates, and the woman's pleading eyes made me understand the current situation. 5 kilograms of grain to marry a wife? What a ridiculous price. For a bachelor of more than 30 years, this is undoubtedly a huge temptation. Before I traveled through time, I had no house or car, and it was impossible for me to get married, so I just went back to the countryside to live my life. I didn't expect that on the first day I returned home, I would travel through time to another world. It seems that the management game I played was the cause of the trouble, but now it seems that I can't go back. Thinking of this, I felt a little excited. After all, I have read too many time travel novels, and I have long wanted to change the way I live. Please, even 3 pounds of food will do. The woman was afraid that I would not agree, so she kowtowed until her forehead turned blue. Don't worry, girl. I will help you with your father's matter. I nodded. I was shocked by her price, not because it was expensive, but because it was too cheap. But the problem was that I had nothing, so where would I get the food? As I was thinking, the warehouse interface in the game suddenly appeared in my mind. It was empty, with only a few dozen bags of corn cobs just harvested from the fields. This thing actually traveled with me too. 5 kilograms of grain you mentioned. Go and choose a coffin for your father. I took out the corn cobs from the warehouse, and I immediately felt confident. The woman kowtowed excitedly and then took me to the coffin shop. After bargaining, I exchanged 5 caddies of corn for the cheapest coffin and used a few more corns to ask someone to help bury her father. Although this world has never seen corn, in the years of famine, food is life. I know that food is hard currency now. After the burial, I asked the woman on the way, Xiao, do you really want to follow me? Master, you are my benefactor, and I can't repay you even if I work like a slave. Xiao said firmly. Okay, you will be mine from now on. I nodded, but I couldn't help but feel happy in my heart. This was her own choice. After entering the city, I looked around the world carefully. Dilapidated streets, ragged refugees, pale and skinny pedestrians. Everything seemed dilapidated. Xiao told me that this is Lanyan County, which is a relatively good place because it is close to Kyoto. In recent years, there have been continuous wars and famines, and starving people are everywhere. I felt even more fortunate after hearing this. There were still more than 2,000 kilograms of corn in the warehouse, which was enough to make me a landlord. Xiao, where can I buy a house here? I decided to find a place to stay first. Master, if you want to buy a house, you need to find a broker. There's a brokerage just in front. Xiao replied. With the help of my broker, I spent 500 kilograms of corn to buy a large house with a front yard, a back garden, and dozens of rooms. Although it was a bit old, it was completely enough for me to live in. Looking at the title deed in my hand, and then at this house that belongs to me, I couldn't help laughing. This is life. On Earth, I couldn't afford to buy a house even after working for more than 10 years. But here I can pay the full amount at once. Xiao, clean up the house and wash up. I'm going to buy some things. I said to her. I understand, Master. Xiao lowered her head with a hint of shyness on her face. I didn't think much about it and turned around and walked out the door. I walked aimlessly on the street, strolling and shopping. The shadow of famine loomed over this place, and the business of the shops along the street was almost hopeless. It was a miracle that the shops were still open. I chatted casually with the shop owners, and my understanding of the world gradually deepened. An hour later, I returned home with 2 skinny black dogs. Fortunately, the county town was not big and I did not take the wrong road. I stored all the things I bought in the game warehouse. This function is really convenient. When I got back to the house, I shouted into the house, Xiao, I'm back. Inside the house, A thin but delicate little beauty ran out. I rubbed my eyes and could hardly recognize her. Was this the woman with the sour smell and unkempt hair? Xiaoxiang pursed her lips shyly and nodded. Damn, I found a treasure. Before I could finish my exclamation, she said softly, Master, are you tired? Let me help you wash up. Ah, okay. Oh, by the way, move the things into the house first. These 2 sets of clothes are for you, I said as I handed them over, and Xiaoxiang's eyes suddenly turned red. She hugged the clothes tightly and said gratefully, Thank you, sir. You are so kind to me. She hadn't worn new clothes for many years, and even felt that she was blessed after selling herself. It's just 2 pieces of clothing. What are you thanking me for? I couldn't help but look at her a few more times. She was pretty and a little fragile, which actually made me feel moved. Xiaoxiang was a little scared by being stared at and whispered, Master, don't look at me like that. I was much calmer, holding her little hand and tentatively said, Xiaoxiang, you are so beautiful. Her body trembled slightly, but she didn't break free. She just looked nervous. I pulled her into the house and motioned for her to change into new clothes. When she came out after changing, my eyes lit up. Although it was just an ordinary coarse cloth, her delicate appearance matched the clothes and looked particularly charming. Her figure was not bad either, although a little thin, but I thought that as long as she ate well, she would be able to grow up quickly. Xiaoxiang, you look really good in this dress. I smiled and praised her. She was so moved that she almost cried. Thank you, Master. You are so kind. Silly girl, I want to treat you well. No one can stop me. I gently scratched her nose and said with a smile, Turn around so I can take a good look. She blushed but still turned around obediently. Although I have little experience looking at her, I feel that she is indeed a good girl to raise. Xiaoxiang, my tone softened, but she lowered her head and whispered, If you want, I'm yours anytime. These words made my whole body burn with excitement. I hugged her tightly, and the passion in my heart was completely ignited. Finally, the bachelor who had been single for more than 30 years became a real man. Afterwards, Xiaoxiang supported her tired body and said, Master, I'll go boil some water to help you wash. But I hugged her into my arms and said, Take a break first. You must be tired just now. At this moment, there was a loud knock on the door, accompanied by the sound of a dog barking. Xiaoxiang's face turned pale in an instant, and her body trembled slightly. I quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid, I'll go take a look. I quickly put on my clothes and walked towards the door. Before I reached the door, it was kicked open. A group of hooligans followed a one-eyed man and barged in. I asked coldly, What are you doing? This is my home. Get out now. A scoundrel pointed at me and shouted, Boss, he was the one who bought that girl. The one-eyed man sneered and said, Hand her over and I'll let you go, or don't blame us for being rude. I sneered in my heart, knowing that these people were coming for Xiaoxiang. Although I didn't want to cause trouble, Xiaoxiang was mine now, and I couldn't hand her over. The person is not here. You are in the wrong place. I rejected him coldly. The one-eyed man slammed the table and said, Brothers, search. Anyone who dares to stop us will be beaten to death. I took out the axe I had just bought from the warehouse and shouted in a cold voice, Whoever dares to move a step, come and see. The 2 big black dogs also barked at them, and the scene became tense for a while. The hooligans rushed over waving sticks. I fought back with my knife, and the black dog bit me fiercely. After a fierce fight, the ground was full of wailing hooligans. The one-eyed man's face turned blue, and he fled in panic, holding his waist and leading his men. Peace returned to the house, but Xiaoxiang cried and said, Master, it's all my fault. I've caused you trouble. I reached out and gently held her little face, smiling and comforting her. Silly girl. How can I blame you? Don't cry. It's all over. Xiaoxiang shook her head but could not stop crying. These people are local tyrants, doing all kinds of bad things. Many girls who fled here were deceived by them and sent to brothels. She whispered about her experience. A few days ago, they targeted me. Fortunately, an official from the capital came to the rescue, and I escaped. She pursed her lips and continued, Later, I took the initiative to ask you to buy me. Her voice was so low that it was almost inaudible. This way I can buy a coffin for my father and also find a backer for myself. Those people will not let me go. Hearing this, I smiled. You are smart, but you chose the right person. Then, besides being strong and muscular, is he also very strong and powerful? I asked jokingly. Xiaoxiang lowered her head shyly and said, You are so powerful. I am almost falling apart. Her words made me laugh out loud. Don't worry. Follow me in the future. You will have food and drink, and no one will dare to bully you. I patted her shoulder and said seriously, silly girl, how can you be blamed for this? It's this cannibalistic world that is wrong. As it was getting dark, I lit the lamp and said to Xiaoxiang with a smile, okay, don't think too much. Let's cook first. I'll go clean up the room. Now I have really become a landlord, with dozens of rooms to choose from. After laying out the new bedding I just bought, I also changed into clothes from this world. I felt much more comfortable wearing the cloth clothes that followed the local customs. I casually threw 2 steamed buns to the 2 big black dogs, and they wagged their tails excitedly. By the time Xiaoxiang finished cooking, it was already completely dark. I took her to dinner and was about to review my homework when a countdown suddenly popped up in my mind. I stopped immediately. Xiaoxiang, you can take a rest after you finish cleaning up. I need to practice martial arts, so don't disturb me. After saying that, I hurried back to the bedroom, tied the 2 dogs at the door, and then the countdown ended, and everything in front of my eyes suddenly went dark. When I opened my eyes again, I was actually back in the fields of Xiaohua village, exactly where I was before I traveled through time. It was quiet all around, and the day had just dawned. I looked down at myself, my mind full of confusion. Is this a dream? I quickly took out my phone, opened the game, and clicked send, but nothing happened. My heart sank. Is this really a dream? But this dream was too real. Suddenly I thought, oh, corn. I quickly opened the game warehouse and saw that the corn harvested in the field was still there, but the quantity was much less. These were exactly the expenses I spent on shopping and buying a house in the other world. This is not a dream. This is real. I couldn't help but jump up with joy. After the excitement, I started to think about it. It was obviously impossible to sustain a long-term life in the other world with just the little land at home, so I had to think of a long-term plan. As for the rules of crossing the 2 worlds, I also figured out a rough idea. You can stay in the alien world for 12 hours each time, and then you can travel again after 12 hours. This is equivalent to the cooldown time of game skills. In this way, you can rest on Earth during the day and enjoy the alien world at night. When I checked the warehouse, I found a time prop tied to the warehouse. This thing can speed up or slow down the flow of time by 10 minutes. It is a prop for ripening in the minigame, but it seems more interesting in reality. I suddenly had an idea and tried to use time acceleration on myself. The result shocked me. In just a few seconds, I was standing on the edge of the cliff without realizing it, and I almost missed a step. I stumbled back, my heart pounding. What the hell? What happened? During the acceleration, just now, I walked nearly 1,000 meters, but my consciousness only felt that I had taken a few steps. This made me realize that this prop has great potential. If time is slowed down, the effect should be similar to slow motion. I started to experiment with great interest, and after a few hours, I completely mastered the use of the time prop and could freely control its range of influence. For example, if I use the slow time skill on an enemy, their movements will become slow, but I will not be affected at all and can easily see through all attacks. This almost makes me reach the state of only speed cannot be broken. After the experiment, I used time acceleration to pick corn in the field. These corns are my capital in the other world, and half of them are still unpicked. After turning on the acceleration, the efficiency has indeed increased several times. Hey, Lenny, you're so diligent today? The villagers passing by teased. I smiled and perfunctorily passed by, but I already had a bigger plan in my mind. Crossing these 2 worlds is my chance to turn things around. The day passed quickly. Not only did I finish my work on Earth, but I also had a good sleep and was full of energy. When it was getting dark, I couldn't wait to lock the door, go back to the bedroom, click on the teleport button, and the next second I appeared in the bedroom of the other world. Master, are you awake? Xiaoxiang's voice came from outside the door. Yes, I answered, messed up the bedding, pretended to be asleep, and when I opened the door, I saw 2 big black dogs squatting at the door, wagging their tails. I fed them some food yesterday, and they became unusually close to me. Dogs are the best at reading people's expressions, and they know that I can keep them from starving. Xiaoxiang, did you miss me last night? When she came into the room with water, I hugged her and carried her directly to the bed. Afterwards, I lay there panting with satisfaction, looking at Xiaoxiang, who was sweating profusely, and felt that this journey was worth it. After getting up, I took Xiaoxiang to the soup kitchen at the city gate to recruit some people to work. Seeing the refugees languishing at the foot of the wall, I shouted, "Who is willing to help me work? 2 steamed buns a day, limited to 10 people." As soon as he finished speaking, a group of people surrounded him like crazy, shouting, Uncle, I have strength. I can work. The scene was in chaos. I stood on the table and shouted, "Everyone line up. Anyone who shouts again will be disqualified." Only then did they quiet down. I picked out 10 strong-looking people and took them home. At this time, a woman in tight clothes suddenly stopped me, calling herself Yi Shaodai, whose father was a bodyguard and whose family had fled here due to famine. She asked to be a guard in my house, saying that she was strong and good at martial arts and could deal with ordinary thieves. If you are really capable, then prove it to me. If you are lying, I won't keep you as an idler. I looked at her calmly. Yi Shaodai didn't say much and directly performed a set of punches in public. Her movements were neat and powerful, which attracted cheers from the refugees watching. Then she picked up a few bricks and stacked them up, and then split the top brick in half with one hand on the spot. Good skills. I nodded with satisfaction. You are qualified to stay with this ability. From today on, you are a member of the Lin family. In years of famine, being able to have meals is already the greatest reward. Thank you, Master Lin. Yi Shaodai clasped her fists in gratitude, but asked hesitantly, Master Lin, can I bring my mother with me? I can eat less. Okay, but you have to beat me first. I said deliberately, wanting to see her reaction. Yi Shaodai was stunned. It was obvious that I didn't know martial arts, but she didn't dare to attack me casually, for fear of hurting me and causing trouble. Her mother's wish made her feel very embarrassed. I could see her tangle, so I smiled and said, Don't worry, there's no need to really fight. I believe you. Bring your mother over tomorrow, and we won't be separated as a family. Yi Shaodai heaved a sigh of relief and thanked me again with gratitude. Looking at her determined eyes, I secretly decided that this bodyguard was trustworthy. I never thought Yi Shaodai would think so complicated. Of course, his purpose was not just to compete. He wanted to use this opportunity to show his strength to everyone and to deter those villains. What? You don't dare? I looked at Yi Shaodai and asked half-jokingly. She bit her lip and hesitated for a while. Master Lin, you're not kidding, right? Of course not. As long as you beat me, you and your mother can come to my house to have a full meal and don't have to suffer anymore. I said with a smile, with a hint of certainty in my tone. Okay, then I'll offend you. Yi Shaodai agreed firmly. Seeing that she was about to take action, I made a Tai Chi starter pose, which seemed casual, but it surprised her. A trace of doubt flashed in her eyes. Could this posture be a hidden master? But as soon as this thought came to her mind, Yi Shaodai no longer hesitated, and her attack was as swift as the wind. Good timing, I shouted, and quietly used the time prop. Yi Xiaodia's movements were slowed down countless times in my eyes. I blocked her lightly, then took a step closer and grabbed her neck directly. Miss Yi, you lose, I said with a smile, but Yi Xiaodia's eyes widened as if she saw a ghost. How could it be? So fast. I didn't even react. The people around were in an uproar, whispering to each other. Master Lin is so powerful. His moves are so fast that I can't even see his movements clearly. I didn't expect Master Lin to be such a master. Listening to these discussions, I knew that my goal had been achieved, so I waved my hand and called everyone. Go back and do what you need to do. As I turned around, I said to Yi Shaodai, Miss Yi, don't be stunned. Hurry up and bring your mother to catch up. Seeing that she was standing there without moving, Xiaoxiang came over and whispered, Don't worry about it. This is what our grandfather meant. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaodai hesitated for a moment, then pulled her mother and followed us. After returning home, I asked Xiaoxiang to distribute some steamed buns to everyone, and then arrange them to work in the back garden. Although these steamed buns were mixed with bran and grains, the taste was not very good, but compared with those watery porridges, they were still many times better. Yi Shaodai stood in front of me and said hesitantly, Master Lin. I took out 2 white flour buns and handed them to her. Go to the backyard and watch them work to see who is lazy and who is diligent. As for your mother, I will let Xiaoxiang arrange it. Thank you, Master Lin. Yi Xiaodia's eyes flashed with complex emotions, but she still obeyed the order and left. Before leaving, she briefly explained a few words to her mother, and then she carefully carried out my instructions. I turned around and told Xiaoxiang, arrange a room for them and their daughter, and ask Ye's mother to help take care of the kitchen. Yi Shaodai is a talented person. We need to win her over. After settling my family affairs, I went out again. This time, I was looking for business opportunities. I was walking aimlessly on the street and saw a pawn shop. I had an idea and walked in. Sir, what do you want to pawn? The waiter asked, with a somewhat inquiring look in his eyes. He probably thought that I was no different from those poor people who were trying to exchange for food. I smiled and shook my head. I'm not here to pawn anything. I just want to collect some things. The guy was stunned, with a look of surprise in his eyes. Collecting things? He repeated in a low voice. I explained, I just bought a house and want to buy some decorations. If there are any good ones, I will exchange them with food. Hearing the word food, the waiter's eyes suddenly lit up. Please wait a moment. I'll go call the shopkeeper. After a while, the shopkeeper came out with a smile and invited me to the back hall and served me tea. Mr. Lin, do you want to exchange food for ornaments? The shopkeeper asked politely. I nodded. Yes. I wonder if your store has anything worth seeing. The shopkeeper smiled and patted his chest. We have a head office in the capital, and we have a rich supply of goods. As long as you can provide enough food, even if it is the treasure of the princes and nobles, we can get it. I smiled and introduced myself. My last name is Lin. I just bought a property in the north city of Lanyan County yesterday. The shopkeeper is well informed and should know who I am. The shopkeeper suddenly showed a look of sudden enlightenment. So it's Mr. Lin who bought the house with 500 kilograms of grain. I've heard a lot about you. I nodded with satisfaction. Since you know, then stop talking nonsense and let me see the things. He asked in a flattering tone, Master Lin, are you exchanging corn for it? I answered casually, of course, but it's not much food. It's mainly for some decorations. The shopkeeper smiled and immediately took out a few treasures. The most eye-catching one was a white jade Buddha statue, crystal clear and exquisitely carved. Although I didn't understand much, I could tell that it was definitely a good thing. Boss, how much do I want to exchange for this jade Buddha? I asked. He raised a finger, and I thought 1,000 kilograms of corn is reasonable, but he smiled and said, Master Lin, this jade Buddha will cost 100 kilograms of corn. 100 kilograms? I was shocked. Then I thought food is more valuable than anything else now, so this price is not outrageous. The shopkeeper continued to sell. Master Lin, this jade Buddha is made of the finest white jade. In good years, it was worth at least 100 taels of silver. How about taking it for 80 kilograms of corn now? I nodded. Okay, let's count it as 80 kilograms, and I'll make friends with you. Then he pushed over the blue and white porcelain vases and Wang Wali tables and chairs. I was secretly happy in my heart, thinking this deal was really a good deal. I exchanged 500 kilograms of corn for more than a dozen good things from Fuyuan Pawn Shop. Shopkeeper Chen warmly saw me to the door. He also whispered to me, as long as we have food, we can also get things from the palace. I was secretly shocked. This Fuyuan Pawn Shop has a strong background. I agreed on the surface, but I was a little more cautious in my heart. Outside the pawn shop, the street was still desolate, with ragged, pale-faced refugees and vagrants everywhere, and the county government officials occasionally patrolled and barely maintained order. When I passed by a brothel, a girl greeted me warmly. I smiled and said perfunctorily, maybe another time. In fact, I knew in my heart that I had a beautiful maid like Xiaoxiang at home, so there was no need for me to go out and spend money to have fun. Not far away, I saw a medicine shop, and suddenly an idea came to me. The medicinal materials of this era are genuine and of good value, especially the precious medicinal materials such as ginseng and Ganoderma lucidum, which can be sold at sky-high prices when brought back to Earth. If I could get a wild ginseng that was 200 to 300 years old, not to mention millions, tens of millions would not be a dream. I entered the herbal medicine shop and asked the waiter about wild ginseng that was over 100 years old. The waiter said that a 100-year-old ginseng was 20 taels of silver, a 200-year-old one was 50 taels, and their treasure was a 300-year-old wild ginseng. But it was not for sale. I tried to propose exchanging grain for old ginseng, but the shopkeeper offered 5,000 kilograms of good rice or 20,000 kilograms of inferior rice, which was a price far beyond my expectations. I had no choice but to give up the idea of exchanging for old ginseng, but the prices of Lingji, Panax noto ginseng, Dendrobium candidum, and agarwood were fair. I exchanged 500 kilograms of corn for 100 kilograms of each. I have to check the specific value of these things later, but my intuition tells me that this deal is definitely worthwhile. After I put the herbs and the cart sent by the store into the warehouse, I started to solve the problem of the one-eyed dragon. This group of scoundrels bullied people by taking advantage of their power, and the people hated them to the core. Based on the discussions of people on the street, I soon found out where they were staying, a hidden brothel with a secret door. After activating the time prop, I quietly avoided the crowd and rushed to the secret door. As soon as I approached, I heard screams coming from the house. Those rascals who were bitten by the dog were in great pain. I pulled out my axe and quickly killed the one-eyed man and his men. I was a little hesitant at first, but when I thought about how they usually bullied the common people, I felt relieved. Within a few minutes, I killed all the ruffians, threw their bodies into the warehouse, and looted the gold and silver valuables in the house, even the small items outside the door. As for the women in the secret door, I just knocked them out and didn't hurt them. After dealing with this group of people, I returned to the street and pushed the cart sent by the pharmacy back home. In the afternoon, the pawn shop and the pharmacy delivered the goods as agreed, and I delivered the grain, and the two transactions were successfully completed. After the trouble with the one-eyed dragon was solved, I finally breathed a sigh of relief. I also had a large number of medicinal herbs and gold and silver on hand, and my mood immediately improved a lot. In the backyard, the 10 temporary workers I hired were busy weeding. The garden was half done, and the weeds were piled aside, which could be used as firewood after drying. I ate sunflower seeds, watched them work, and thought about future plans. At this moment, Yi Shout-Eye suddenly appeared from behind. "Master!" I laughed and teased her. "You had well, I didn't even notice it just now." "You're kidding." Yi Shout-Eye lowered her head and replied, "Don't call me grandpa all the time, call me brother. I treat you as a good sister, and you treat me as a good brother. How about that?" "Shout-Eye dare not." She seemed a little reserved. "Just call me if I ask you to. If you have any problems in the future, I will protect you," I said with a big laugh. Yi Shout-Eye pondered for a while and finally nodded in agreement. I smiled and took out a handful of spiced melon seeds from my pocket, stuffed them in her hand, and whispered, "How is it? Is there anyone cheating?" Yi Shout-Eye glanced at the backyard and whispered, "Yes, the one by the wall." I nodded. "Please remember that those who are sneaky will be sent away at night, and those who work hard will stay, okay? In addition, you will arrange the defense of the house. Is that okay?" "No problem." Yi Shout-Eye nodded seriously. I smiled and patted her shoulder. "From now on, the safety of the house will be in your hands." She paused, blushed slightly, and whispered, "Thank you for your trust, good brother." "Haha, you're welcome." I waved my hand. "From now on, if I eat, you and your daughter will eat. By the way, I sleep at night and don't want to be disturbed. No matter what happens, let's talk about it in the morning." "I understand." Yeshua replied respectfully. I nodded with satisfaction, turned around and told her, then wandered off to find Xiaoxiang. When I saw Xiaoxiang, I took her back to the house. "Master, it's not dark yet." Xiaoxiang leaned on my arms, her voice as soft as a mosquito. I smiled evilly and said, "How can I see you clearly when it's dark? Come here again. Let me love you well." After a lot of trouble, the sky gradually darkened, and I asked Xiaoxiang to continue to arrange the housework. Seeing the countdown in my mind start, I gave her a few more instructions, called the two big black dogs to stand guard at the door, then locked the door, closed my eyes, and returned to the modern world. Xiaoxiang's waist is really useless. After returning to the modern era, I stretched my aching waist and sighed in my heart. This is her first time, so I have to treat her well. After changing into clean clothes and washing my face, I picked up my bag, locked the door, and headed to the city. This trip had a clear purpose. I had to get rid of the medicinal herbs and antiques. When I got to the city, I was refreshed and took a taxi to several Chinese medicine stores. The herbs I brought out today were of excellent quality, and the prices were very attractive. 3,750 per caddy, 300 per caddy of Ganoderma lucidum, and 2,500 per caddy of Dendrobium officinale. In the end, the medicinal materials were sold for a total of 430,000 yuan, and the cost was only 500 kilograms of corn cobs. I was very happy, such a huge profit. It was a huge profit. When I was selling medicinal herbs, I sold them to several pharmacies and left contact information with them. It was obvious that they were very interested in my products and hoped to continue to cooperate with me in the future. Then I took out the white jade Buddha from the game warehouse, packed it in the prepared bag, and rushed to the largest antique shop in the city. This time, I had high hopes for this jade Buddha, which must be more valuable than the medicinal materials. I plan to sell antiques gradually over time, and not too many at once to avoid getting into trouble. Antiques are also valuable, so a small profit each time is enough for me to enjoy a leisurely life. When I walked into the antique shop, the clerk greeted me warmly. When I said I wanted to sell a good item, she immediately took me to the second floor. An old man in his 50s was splashing ink and writing. "Uncle Bo, this gentleman has something he wants to sell. Please appreciate it," the female clerk said politely. The old man raised his head and looked at him with a somewhat scrutinizing look. "You are a guest. Please have some tea first. I was led to sit down at the tea table and took out the jade Buddha from my bag. When the old man saw the jade Buddha, his eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly put on his gloves and looked at it carefully. Even the female clerk was staring at it. Xiaoya, what do you think? The old man asked in a testing tone. The female clerk looked at the jade Buddha carefully, organized her words, and said, "This jade Buddha is a masterpiece in terms of both carving and material. The figures are lifelike, the details are exquisite, and you can even feel the compassion of the Buddha. As for the material, it is crystal white and transparent with almost no flaws. This is the first time I have seen such ancient jade. But I can't tell the age of this Buddha statue." The old man nodded and looked at her approvingly. "Not bad." Then he turned to me and said, "Brother, where did this thing come from?" I said casually, "It was handed down from my ancestors." Uncle Bo nodded. "It is indeed a good thing, with exquisite carving and high-quality jade, but the style is unique. I have never seen such a statue on the market." He went on to say, "If you want to sell it, there are two options. One is to sell it directly to Boya Zhai at a fair price. The other is to sell it to an auction house. I can recommend it. The price will be higher, but you will need to pay a commission." I asked, "If we sell it directly, how much can you offer?" Uncle Bo held up 3 fingers and said, 3 million. This price is already based on the sincerity of the material and carving. After all, this style of Buddha statue is rare. I was moved. I was very satisfied with the price, but I still said casually, "Add a little more, and I will sell it." Uncle Bo thought for a moment and said, "I'll add another 50,000, just to make friends." "Add another 200,000. My friend has made the deal," I said with a smile. After some bargaining, the jade Buddha was finally sold for 3.18 million. I chose to take 2 million in cash and deposit the rest directly into my card. Holding the heavy cash, I felt very happy. I made a lot of money on this trip. After leaving the antique shop, I found a place without cameras and put the cash in the game warehouse. I was in a good mood today, and it was a good day to spend money. I decided to reward myself with a car to fulfill my long-cherished wish. I took a taxi to the 4S store gathering area and went straight to the tank store. Although I made a lot of money today, I didn't want to be too high profile, so I chose a Tank 300. I have always liked this car, and it suits my current status. An hour later, after completing the formalities, I drove my gray Tank with a temporary license plate straight to the mall to do some shopping. I bought sportswear and casual wear for all 4 seasons, from inside to outside and from head to toe. I didn't buy any suits or dresses because I could never wear them. After buying clothes, I went back to the car, put the things in the warehouse, and went to the supermarket again. 3 shopping carts were filled with food, drinks, snacks, fruits, fresh vegetables, and seasonings, not to mention the big items like rice, flour, grain, and oil. After leaving the mall, I put everything in the game warehouse and drove to the wholesale market. At the wholesale market, I first bought some unmarked woven bags and filled them with 100 bags of bulk rice. Then I went to the flour mill and bought 100 bags of flour and some bran to mix with for steaming buns. It was too extravagant to feed the hired refugees white flour buns, and it would easily arouse suspicion. Then I bought grains, cornmeal, and other things. In order to conceal my tracks, I rented a small warehouse in the suburbs for half a year, put the wholesale goods in it first, and then put them into the game warehouse. After finishing all this, I also bought some seeds of fruits and vegetables and planned to plant them in the back garden of the other world so that I can eat some pollution-free green food. In the past, I chose to lie down because I was disappointed with life, but now I am enjoying my retirement life, and health is the first priority. On the way, I suddenly thought of a business opportunity, growing green agricultural products in another world and bringing them back to modern times to sell at high prices. But if you think about it carefully, the procedures for farming are too complicated: contracting land, approving documents, hiring people, dealing with forced demolitions. Forget it. I'm not short of money. I can make hundreds of thousands just by selling some medicinal herbs. Why bother with all that work? When I returned to the village, I attracted the attention of the villagers as soon as I drove the tank into the village. Someone asked curiously, "Lenny, did you buy a car?" "It's made in China, not much money." I smiled and answered, thinking that this car cost more than 260,000 yuan. If they knew, they would probably talk about it again. But I don't care. I just want to live a comfortable life. I drove back home, saying hello all the way. I had been busy all day and had no proper meal, so I decided not to cook. I decided to go to the other world and asked Xiaoxiang, the little maid, to make something delicious. When I think of Xiaoxiang's cute appearance, I can't wait. After locking the gate, I tried to put the car into the game warehouse, but found that the warehouse capacity was not enough and I had to upgrade it before I could put it in. When the time came, I was teleported to another world, and the morning sun shone in the yard. When I opened the door, I saw two big black dogs squatting at the door, and Xiaoxiang was standing in front of the door obediently, holding water for washing her face. "Why didn't you call me?" I threw 2 bones to the big black dog and called Xiaoxiang in. "Master, you said last night that you don't like to be disturbed, so I'll be waiting outside the door." Xiaoxiang answered carefully, holding the basin of water. "You are so sensible." I casually took out a red butterfly hairpin and handed it to her. "So beautiful." Xiaoxiang's eyes widened, but she shook her head. "Master, this is too expensive. I can't have it." "Do you like it?" I pinched her chin and asked. "Yes." She answered with a blushing face. "Take it if you like it. It's a reward from me. You are not allowed to refuse." "Thank you, my master." Xiaoxiang's face was full of joy. The next hour of morning exercise made me feel relaxed, and I felt that my run and dew meridians, which had been blocked for more than 30 years, were now unblocked. Xiaoxiang lay limply on the bed, sweating profusely, with a blush on her face. "Xiaoxiang, I bought you new clothes." I took out a bikini and handed it to her with a smile. "What is this? Why is there so little fabric?" she asked curiously. "Come, I'll help you put it on." A few minutes later, looking at Xiaoxiang, who was shyly wearing a bikini, I felt a surge of heat in my heart. "Master, you are so bad," Xiaoxiang whispered, too embarrassed to look up. "This is art you don't understand." I resisted the urge, touched my sore waist, and decided to be more restrained today. Health is the most important thing in life, and I still want to enjoy a few more years of peace and happiness. Inside the room, I took out another Cheongsam from the warehouse and handed it to Xiaoxiang. Although this girl was thin, her body curves were particularly attractive. After she put on the Cheongsam, she was so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off her. I was intoxicated by her and had enough of her eyes. Then I asked her to help me wash and eat. I chose an empty room in the backyard and turned it into a warehouse, where I stored food, vegetables, meat, and fish. I solemnly handed the key to the warehouse to Xiaoxiang for safekeeping. I could see that she was moved to tears by my trust and love, and even had a little admiration in her eyes. "Why are you crying again? Come on, open your mouth, I'll give you something delicious." I took out a candy with a wicked smile and handed it to her mouth. Xiaoxiang blushed and thought I was going to bully her, so she closed her eyes and opened her mouth slightly. But soon, she felt the sweet taste in her mouth, opened her eyes in confusion, and said in surprise, "So sweet, so delicious." Seeing her squinting her eyes and smiling like a crescent moon, I stuffed the remaining candies in my hand into her hand. "Go steam some buns, and remember to ask Annie Yi to help." I patted her shoulder. "I'll go to the backyard to see Xiaodai and the others." "I understand, master." Xiaoxiang nodded with a smile and turned into the kitchen. In the backyard, Yi Xiaodai was directing the workers to work. "After my test yesterday, there are only 7 people left. Those who cheated and acted slyly were fired. Those who stayed also realized that they could only have food to eat today because they worked hard." "Good brother." Yi Xiaodai ran over to greet me as soon as she saw me, with a hint of coquettishness in her voice. The other employees also said in unison, "Good morning, boss." They bowed and saluted with ingratiating smiles on their faces. When I heard Yi Xiaodai call me good brother, I almost laughed, but I held it back to avoid losing my dignity. I walked to the front of the crowd and said calmly, "Those who cheated yesterday will have to go hungry today. I hope you who stayed will cherish this opportunity and work hard. Don't betray my trust." After saying that, I handed some seeds to the workers and taught them briefly how to plant them. Then I acted like a boss and walked to the pavilion, taking Yi Xiaodia's hand. I took out some melon seeds, candies, and snacks from the warehouse and handed them to her. "Here, try this." Yi Xiaodai carefully took a bag of spicy strips, took a bite, and her eyes widened instantly. "Delicious, so delicious. I have never eaten anything so delicious." "Do you like it? Come, try this." I took out another bottle of Coke, unscrewed the cap for her, and handed it to her. Yi Xiaodai stuck out her tongue because of the spiciness, and hurriedly took the Coke and took a sip. As a result, she drank it too quickly, and the carbon dioxide choked her nose, and tears came out. "Brother, what is this? It tastes weird," she asked curiously, rubbing her nose. I smiled and explained, "This is called Coke, a new kind of drink I researched. Drink it slowly, and you will know after you try it again." Yi Xiaodai took a sip carefully, and then said in surprise, "It seems like there are bubbles in my mouth. How interesting." I watched her eating spicy strips and drinking Coke and said with a smile, "Spicy strips with Coke are even better." I thought to myself that if I made a hamburger, she would probably like it more. After eating with her for a while, I patted her hands and said, "Go and keep an eye on those people while they work. I'll go to the kitchen to take a look." When I came to the kitchen, Xiaoxiang and Ye's mother had already steamed a large pot of steamed buns, and the steaming aroma filled the air. Although these buns were mixed with bran and wild vegetables, they still looked white and tender and tempting. "Xiaoxiang, Aunt Yi, please help me wash the vegetables. I'm going to make pork stewed with vermicelli." I rolled up my sleeves and started to work. They were surprised to hear that I was cooking, but I told them to do what I wanted. I lit the fire, heated the oil, added sugar and fried the pork, added cooking wine to remove the fishy smell, and added light and dark soy sauce for seasoning. The aroma filled the pot, and after it had been stewed for a while, I added cabbage and vermicelli. The fragrant aroma filled the entire yard, and Xiaoxiang and Ye's mother stood by, drooling and looking a little dazed. At this moment, there were suddenly hurried footsteps and knocks on the door. "Bang, bang, bang. The government is investigating a case. Open the door," followed by rough shouts. "Master, the government officials are here. Did those people report to the police yesterday?" Xiaoxiang turned pale immediately and nervously pulled my hand. Mother Yi was also panicked and whispered, "Could it be that the meal ticket we just found will be gone today?" I patted Xiaoxiang's hand and comforted her. "Don't be afraid. We haven't broken any law, and we haven't done anything evil. Even if the devil comes, we don't have to be afraid." Although I said calmly, my mind was working quickly, thinking about how to respond. The door was opened, and a group of officials walked in. The magistrate, who was in the lead, twitched his nose slightly and looked around the yard curiously. "Is this fragrance coming from your house?" I smiled slightly and gestured to invite him in. "Your Excellency is wise. We just settled down today, and I made some delicious dishes to entertain my family. If you don't mind, please come in and have a seat." The magistrate snorted coldly, apparently somewhat satisfied with my attitude, and walked into the yard with his men. He glanced around and said, "Linny, yesterday Long Air's group came to your house and was bitten by your dog. Is this true?" I said frankly, "Sir, Long Air and his gang broke into my house without any reason, forced me to hand over someone, and threatened to beat me to death. My dog bit them a few times to protect its owner. We really had no choice." The magistrate narrowed his eyes and was about to explode, but was interrupted by the aroma wafting from the kitchen. He swallowed and softened his tone a little. "If that's the case, then explain it clearly. But I am somewhat interested in this meal." I smiled in my heart and hurriedly asked them to sit down and serve the hot stew. Before long, the magistrate and the detectives were all satisfied with their meals, and their faces no longer had the dignity they had when they came. After sending them away, I breathed a sigh of relief and turned to Xiaoxiang and Ye's mother and said with a smile, "Don't worry, this matter is over. No one can bully us easily." "It's unfair, sir. It's unfair." Before I could open my mouth to plead, Xiaoxiang ran out of the house, crying and kneeling in front of the magistrate. She deliberately made herself unkempt and put on shabby clothes, completely losing her previous cute look. "Who are you? What's your grievance?" The magistrate frowned and looked at her. "I am Xiaoxiang, the maid bought by my master." Xiaoxiang lowered her head and said, "Your Majesty, my master is a good man. He saw me selling myself to bury my father, bought a coffin for me, and didn't let me work like a slave. How could such a person kill people?" "Well, that makes some sense." The magistrate nodded and suddenly turned to look at me. "Then why didn't you resist?" "What do you mean, sir?" I pretended to be confused. "Yesterday, when you were recruiting workers at the city gate, you showed off your martial arts skills. None of us detectives were your match. So why didn't you resist?" "You were joking, sir. I am just a commoner. How dare I attack the government? I learned some skills just to strengthen my body, not to commit crimes." I replied calmly. The magistrate said slowly, "From the clues we have found so far, you are the only murderer who has the ability and motivation to kill Long Air and his gang. However, we found that when the crime happened yesterday afternoon, you had just come out of the medicine shop and had no time to commit the crime. Moreover, Long Air and his men are nowhere to be found, and even the person who reported the case could not explain the situation clearly, so I have decided to temporarily classify this case as an unsolved case." Hearing this, I felt relieved, but also a little confused. The magistrate smiled and waved his hand, asking someone to let me go, and then said, "Linny, Just now at your door, I smelled a strange fragrance. I wonder what dish it is? Sir, it is the new dish I am researching. If you don't mind, please taste it. I immediately said. Then I will be polite. The magistrate smiled and walked with me to the kitchen. As they got closer to the kitchen, the aroma became stronger and stronger. The county magistrate swallowed his saliva, and even the detectives looked on eagerly. They had not had enough to eat for days, so how could they have seen such delicious food? Sir, please sit here. I invited the county magistrate to the pavilion and served him a bowl of pork stewed with vermicelli and a few grain buns. Sir, please enjoy. The county magistrate couldn't wait any longer and took the chopsticks and gobbled them up. After eating a bowl of food and 2 buns, he was sweating all over, but his face was full of satisfaction. Xiaoxiang, Annie Yi, quickly serve a bowl to the other officials. I ordered. A few minutes later, the only sound in the yard was the clatter of vermicelli. The detectives were eating with great relish, and none of them even spared the multi-grain buns in their hands. I served the magistrate another bowl and watched him eat with great satisfaction. After he finished, he patted his stomach and said with a smile, Linny, your cooking skills are good. Come to the county government office another day, and we will study it carefully. It's my honor, I replied respectfully. When the magistrate led everyone away, he instructed his subordinates, Please take good care of the Lin residents in the future and don't let outsiders come to disturb us. I hurriedly thanked him and asked Xiaoxiang to pack a small pot of food for the magistrate to take away. After seeing them off, I invited the hired workers in the back garden to come for dinner. They ate so much that they almost swallowed their tongues, and they were all filled with gratitude. After dinner, I called Yi Xiaodai and Xiaoxiang into the study. Xiaodai, help me find out what our county magistrate likes. I plan to visit him tomorrow and need to prepare some gifts. Okay, I'll do it right away. Yi Xiaodai nodded and left quickly. After she left, I let Xiaoxiang sit on my lap, pinched her little face, and said with a smile, You deliberately made yourself dirty just now. Are you afraid that the government will take a fancy to you? Xiaoxiang replied in a low voice. Yes, I am afraid of causing trouble for you again. Don't always say servant. From now on, you will be the steward of the Lin family. I give you the key to the warehouse. Thank you for your trust, my lord. I will do my best, she said with a blushing face. Okay, don't worry all the time. By the way, remember to use the toothpaste I gave you every day to protect your teeth. I like your white teeth, I said with a smile. Also, eat more. I like it more if you're a little fleshy. Xiaoxiang nodded and agreed. Okay, I will eat more at every meal in the future and put on more weight quickly so that master will like me more. You, I hugged her and smiled, and suddenly I felt a little angry. You just tasted it and you can't help it. What should I do? Master still has to take care of his health. Xiaoxiang said gently. Why don't you make some nourishing soup for Master? After hearing what she said, I nodded and ordered, Go call Aunt Yi, find a few hired workers, and go to the backyard to buy some chickens, ducks, and piglets to raise. I want to eat meat raised by myself. After arranging all this, I went to the medicine shop, and the waiter saw me and asked enthusiastically, Uncle Lin, what would you like to exchange today? Bring me your 200-year-old ginseng, I said with a smile. Yesterday, I took care of the gang led by the one-eyed dragon and stole a few hundred taels of silver. I didn't think it was a big deal at the time, as I thought a few hundred taels was not a huge sum of money. In the costume dramas I watched before, the rich people would start with tens of thousands of taels of silver, and a few dozen taels were just small change. But later, I thought about it and found that a few hundred taels of silver was a huge sum of money in the current Dragon Kingdom. For example, a 200-year-old ginseng sold for 50 taels of silver in a medicine shop. If you exchange it with grain, you need 50 dan of high-quality rice. With this calculation, 1 tael of silver can be exchanged for 1 dan of good rice, which is really precious. This made me realize that the Dragon Kingdom was not only short of food, but also short of silver. For me, using silver to buy ginseng was obviously much more cost-effective and more convenient than exchanging it for food. When the shopkeeper heard that I was coming, he came out to greet me personally and was very polite. He handed me a cup of tea and said, Master Lin, how come you have time to come here today? Boss, I came here today to buy a few ginseng plants for storage. I wonder if you would be willing to part with your treasure, which is your most valuable asset. I asked straight to the point. The shopkeeper was stunned for a moment, then smiled bitterly and said, Master Lin, that was a treasure that our boss personally picked out, so I really don't dare to make a decision on my own. But a 200-year-old ginseng is enough for you. Then if your boss is in the store in the future, Please ask for me and see if it's possible. I took a sip of tea, my tone casual but polite. That's no problem. Mr. Lin, you are our big customer. I will ask for you when the boss comes. The shopkeeper stroked his goatee and smiled. I took the opportunity to ask, Shopkeeper, do you know the situation of our county magistrate? The shopkeeper's eyes lit up, and he seemed to have found a topic, and he began to talk nonstop. He told me that the county magistrate was named Song Yao, a native of the capital, and was transferred to Lanyan County for his meritorious service in handling civil unrest. According to him, Mr. Song is not only honest and upright, but also particularly fond of food, and often cooks for his friends himself. This gave me an idea. Boss, I heard that Long Air got into trouble. I asked tentatively. The boss nodded and sighed. Yes, that group of people deserved it, and everyone in the county applauded. This Long Air has done so many evil things. But no one cares? Is there someone behind him? I continued to ask. The shopkeeper patted his head and smiled. You are new here, so it's normal that you don't know. He does have some background behind him. I lit a cigarette and handed it to him. He was stunned for a moment and asked, What is this? I smiled and said, It's called a cigarette. Lighting one of these is the most enjoyable thing when you are in a bad mood or visiting a brothel. The shopkeeper was shocked to see me lighting a cigarette with a lighter. I quickly explained, This is a simple fire starter I made. It's convenient and easy to use. He tried taking a puff of the cigarette and kept puffing out smoke, praising it as a good thing. After chatting for a while, I took the opportunity to get a lot of local information from him. This kind of information will be very useful for me to take root in Lanyan County in the future. When I said goodbye, the shopkeeper rubbed his hands with an unsatisfied look and asked in a low voice, Uncle Lin, can you give me another cigarette? I readily took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter and handed them to him. He thanked me repeatedly and smiled from ear to ear. Before leaving, I found a bag of cordyceps in the corner and asked casually, What is this? The shopkeeper said casually, A merchant brought it back. I heard that it can be soaked in water and drunk, but we don't know how to use it, so we just left it there. I pretended to be nonchalant and said, I've been studying the tea ceremony recently. Why don't you sell it to me? The shopkeeper waved his hand and said, Take it. These things are not valuable. I'll give them to you. I said sorry, but I put the cordyceps into the bag without hesitation. After leaving the pharmacy, I was so excited that I almost jumped up. Cordyceps can be sold at a sky-high price in modern times. When I got home, Yi Xiaodai was waiting for me at the door. When she saw me, she called out sweetly, Good brother. I smiled and asked her, How did you find out? Yi Xiaodai nodded obediently and said, Lord Song Yao has a good reputation. He is not greedy or possessive, and he is also good to the people. His only hobby is food, and he often cooks for himself. Hearing this, I smiled and had already made a plan in mind. A county magistrate who loves food, my technology and culinary skills will definitely make him obediently succumb to me. Master, we are back. Qiu Xiang and Ye's mother also came back, followed by two hired workers, one pulling a wooden cart with a cage on it containing a few sheep, and the other bringing a few piglets, who were grunting and looking quite happy. Yes, how many chickens and ducks did you buy? I asked with a smile, and at the same time took out a handkerchief to wipe the sweat off Qiu Xiang's forehead and handed it to her. Thank you, sir. Qiu Xiang bowed and then explained, There are not many chickens and ducks in the market, and they don't look very energetic. I and Madam Yu went to the village below and bought these sheep and piglets. There are 20 chickens and 10 ducks. That's good, but it's still too little. Next time, I'll accompany you to the village and collect more. Master, food is in short supply now, and fewer families are raising poultry. This is all the food in the village I went to. We'll have to go to another place next time, Qiu Xiang added. That's true. The wild vegetables outside have almost been dug up, and there are not many poultry and livestock. Okay, you can take these to the backyard first. Master, there is one more thing. I acted on my own without your consent. Please punish me, sir. Qiu Xiang said timidly. What's the matter? I asked. Qiu Xiang lowered her head and said like a child who had done something wrong. I met a pair of siblings in the village. Their parents died. I felt sorry for them, so I brought them back. Master, please be merciful and see if you can take them in. Where are the people? Bring them here for me to see. Come here, Qiu Xiang shouted. Soon, I saw a girl of 15 or 16 and her brother of 7 or 8 years old walked in. Please take us in, sir. I could do everything. I eat very little, so just give me a meal every day. I only hope that my brother can stay too. The brother and sister knelt down in front of me as they came in. I looked at my sister. Although she was thin, she was pretty and had delicate features. Fat people were rare in the years of famine. People like Xiao and Yi Xiaodai were considered lucky. Xiao, you are the housekeeper. What do you think you can arrange for them? I dare not. Everything is decided by me. Xiao knelt down quickly. I looked at the brother and sister and asked, what are your names? My name is Xiaochan, and my brother's name is Manhwa. This name is good, and it matches Xiaodia's name. I smiled and said, why is your brother called Manhwa? We also have an older sister named Xiaoi, who has been taken to the capital, and we have never heard from her since. Xiaochan explained, you know, life is hard now. It's difficult to have food to eat. I hope you can cherish this opportunity. Thank you, master. We will work hard and serve you well. Xiaochan pulled her brother to kowtow to me. At this time, Yi Xiaodai leaned close to my ear and whispered, Manhwa is a good kid. Oh, is he suitable for martial arts? I asked. Yes. Yi Xiaodai nodded. Manhwa, from today on, you'll practice martial arts with Xiaodai. Xiaochan, you will take care of the chickens and ducks. I arranged. Annie, please help them settle down. I continued. After arranging everything, I took Xiaoxiang back to the room. Master, Xiaoxiang was wrong. Please don't be angry. Xiaoxiang knelt down as soon as she entered the room. I gently pinched her chin and asked her to look up at me. What did you do wrong? I shouldn't make decisions on my own, she said in a low voice. Wrong. Your mistake is that you shouldn't trust others easily. You should be cautious when bringing people back. Do you know who they are? What if they are scammers or robbers? I said seriously. I'm sorry, I know I was wrong. Xiaoxiang lowered her head again. Get up. I pulled her up and sat her in my arms. I know you have a kind heart, but sometimes the people you help may hurt you. Be more careful next time. I'll remember this. Master, are you not angry anymore? That depends on how you make me calm down. Xiaoxiang blushed and knelt down. More than an hour later, I returned from town. I bought fertilizer and wheat seeds, 6 piglets and 6 half-grown lambs, which was a good thing. I also bought a lot of chickens, ducks, and geese, more than 100 in total, and a few dogs. There are 2 adult wolfhounds, which are powerful and scary-looking. They are used to guard the house. There are also 3 puppies, which I plan to train from a young age. I put the big wolfhound in the front yard and the backyard, and let the puppies run around freely in the yard. I threw all the pigs, sheep, chickens, ducks, and geese into the backyard. I sprinkled corn kernels, mixed bran, cornmeal, and chopped cabbage, and after preparing the food, I left it alone. There were trees and grass in the backyard, and there were bugs in the grass and the soil, so I let them find food on their own. After finishing all this, I finally had time to check my phone and saw dozens of missed calls and hundreds of messages in the group. The missed calls were all from the heads of several pharmacies, and the messages in the group were about the auction of cordyceps and ginseng. The price of cordyceps has been driven up to 200 yuan per piece, while the price of 100-year-old ginseng has risen to 3 million yuan. The atmosphere in the group was full of tension, and it was almost escalating into personal attacks. I quickly sent a message. Dear bosses, calm down. I just went to the town. Why are they quarreling again? Brother Lin, you finally spoke. We almost had a fight. Chun Jie from Ingben Pharmacy said with a wry smile. Mr. Lin, please name a price. As long as this old ginseng is purely wild, we at CI Xingtang will take it no matter how much it costs. Lin Siki from CI Xingtang said anxiously. You CI Xingtang have money? We at Xinglong Pharmaceutical are not afraid. We will take any amount of money. Zhao Long was also a little angry. Brother Lin, please tell me clearly what to do with these things. Yang Xiaowei from Taiyang Pharmaceutical spoke up. I thought about it and decided, don't worry, we'll meet each other soon, so there's no need to rush into a fight. I suggest that the 4 of you divide the cordyceps equally. And as for the old mountain ginseng, you can bid privately, and the one with the highest bid wins. How do you bid privately? Send it to me privately, 1 time each. When the time is up, I will take a screenshot and send it to the group. Is everyone okay with that? This is a good idea, I have no objection. Yang Xiaowei was the first to agree. Okay, I agree too. The others also agreed. Since everyone agrees, you can start bidding now and submit within 5 minutes. Time to start? 5 minutes later, Chun Jie took the lead in offering a price of 4 million, followed by Zhao Long at 8 million, CI Xingtang at 8 million, and Yang Xiaowei at 5 million. I looked at the prices, thought about it, and decided to post screenshots of all the prices in the group. Zhao Long finally won the Old Mountain Ginseng for 8.88 million. Brother Lin, how do we take over? Zhao Long asked happily. I'll go to the city and deliver it to you right now. The four of you can split the cordyceps equally. 200 yuan per stick. How do you think? No problem. I'll wait for you. Zhao Long agreed. After I arranged the tillage and sowing, I drove to the city. An hour and a half later, I arrived at Xinglong Pharmacy. After meeting Zhao Long, I handed him the century-old ginseng. He exclaimed, "It is really wild ginseng that is more than 100 years old. It is so rare." Thank you. Mr. Zhao quoted such a high price. I should be the one thanking you. It's worth the price. Be sure to let me know if you find anything good in the future. I took out the cordyceps again, and he was even more amazed at my supernatural powers. Mr. Zhao, can I pay in cash? I asked. Cash? Got it. Wait a minute. A few minutes later, Zhao Long told me that his several stores only had 5 million in cash, and the rest had to be paid by bank transfer. Then give me 5 million in cash and transfer the rest. No problem. After delivering the money, I said goodbye to Zhao Long and continued to deliver cordyceps to other people. After one round, my total assets increased by another 10 million in an instant. Among them, the century-old ginseng was sold at a sky-high price of 8.88 million, and the rest was the money from selling cordyceps. Because the other three companies accept cash, I now have more than 8 million in cash stored in my game warehouse, and more than 5 million in my card. I am definitely a multimillionaire. Life is really full of surprises. Originally, I was just planning to go back to my hometown and take a rest, but unexpectedly, I suddenly became a rich man. Before going back to the village, I decided to find a place to enjoy myself. As the old saying goes, if you don't spend your money, it's a waste. If you make so much money, you can't be like a miser, you have to spend some of it. I drove to the mall and first of all supported domestic products by buying 2 mobile phones, one with a folding screen and one with a regular screen. I used them alternately since I had money anyway. Then I bought a high-configuration gaming laptop, ready to play Black Goku when I'm bored. I also bought a tablet and a projector. I used the tablet to watch videos and the projector to watch movies. It's so cool just thinking about it. I passed by a famous watch counter and just wanted to take a look, but I ended up buying a Patek Philippe Nautilus, which cost me more than 1 million yuan. Although I knew that this watch could be sold for a good price even if it was secondhand, I never thought that I would be able to wear this watch worth more than 1 million yuan. It's too luxurious. I should have bought a house, found a girlfriend, and planned to get married and have kids. But I figured it out. Being single is more free, and I can keep secrets. Besides, in the other world, women are well-behaved and gentle, so you can marry as many as you want. Why bother creating trouble here? At noon, I spent several hundred yuan on a nice meal at a restaurant, a way of spending money that I would never have thought of before. After lunch, I went back to the car and removed the SIM card from my old phone and put it into my new folding screen phone. The original mobile phone is now only used to open small games and travel between the two worlds. Considering the frequent power outages in the village, I went to buy a few large power supplies as backup. Finally, I decided to get a gasoline generator to ensure that I would not be afraid of power outages. Thinking that there was nothing to buy, I drove back to the village. After returning to the county town, I went to the delicatessen and bought some pork heads, roast chicken, sausages, etc. But on the way back to the village, I found that there was a car behind me that seemed to be following me. I was a little unsure at first, but after a few tries, I found that the other person was following me. Am I being targeted? I had an idea, so I stopped the car and turned on the time tool. Time slowed down, and the reaction of the car following me also slowed down. I quickly appeared next to the car. Are you following me? I asked, looking at Yang Xiaowei in the car. She was startled, but quickly calmed down, opened the car door and got out, saying embarrassedly, Brother Lin, I just want to discuss business with you. Didn't we just finish our business? I remained alert. She explained, Brother Lin, I guess you must have a way to get these high-quality medicinal materials, so I want to see if we can reach a long-term cooperation. If it's just this matter, you can just talk to the city directly. She nodded in acknowledgement, but I wanted to come to you in person. To be honest, I want to make some achievements. Besides, I think you must have other good things in your hands. Seeing her sincere expression, I relaxed a little. If we talk about cooperation, can you make the decision? Yang Xiaowei nodded and said with a smile, To be honest, Taiyang Pharmaceutical is my family's, and the chairman is my father. So it's Miss Qianjin. I'm also working now, and my salary is determined by my performance, she said with a smile. I thought about it and nodded. Okay, follow me. Thank you, Brother Lin. She breathed a sigh of relief. I decided to talk to her first. After all, having a stable sales channel would be a good thing for me. Back in the car, I drove her along the mountain road for more than 20 minutes. When we arrived home, the elderly people in the village were already watching. Brother Lin, is this your home? Do you think it's too shabby? I asked her with a smile. No, it feels quite rustic, she said perfunctorily. I smiled and said, this house was left by my father. It's warm in winter and cool in summer. I think it's nice to live in. I also like this kind of old house. She was suddenly startled by a big wolfhound. It's okay. It won't bite good people. I stroked the dog's head, let it go play aside, and then invited Yang Xiaowei into the house. Chapter 15, I Want function unlocked. Xiaohua Village, Lin Yi's home. Hey, the smell of this tea. Yang Xiaowei picked up the teacup and put it to her nose to smell it. Brother Lin, is this wild tea? Miss Yang is very knowledgeable about tea. Lin Yi nodded with a smile. Yang Xiaowei waved her hand and said with a smile, I don't dare to call myself a researcher, but my father loves to drink tea, so I have tasted many kinds of tea. But the taste of this tea is very unique. If you like it, bring some to your father when you go back. Lin Yi said, Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Xiaowei did not refuse, as this was also a way to bring the two closer together. Brother Lin, you also know that nowadays, rich people pay more and more attention to the maintenance of their bodies. The demand for nourishing herbs, especially high-end herbs, such as ginseng and cordyceps, is also increasing. Now you have the channels to get these things, and we at Taiyang Pharmaceutical have a dedicated research department and a high-end customer base. If we can cooperate, it will be a win-win situation for both sides. You may say that other pharmacies can also do it. I cannot deny that. But what I want to say is that I am more sincere than them. Take Xinglong, for example. Although he spent a high price to buy the 100-year-old ginseng, Zhao Long did not use it for research, but as a gift. Gift? If I'm not mistaken, he should be giving it to an important person, and that important person is going to celebrate his 70th birthday soon. So he bought this century-old ginseng from you at a premium, also for the sake of good reputation. Yang Xiaowei said. Lenny nodded and said, I see. But even so, for me, as long as I can sell it for a good price, I don't need to know what you do with it. Miss Yang, the long-term cooperation you mentioned is actually not suitable for me. Because I am alone, even if I can get some good medicinal materials, the quantity will not be too large, and it will not be of much help to your company. Brother Lin, you are wrong. High-end medicinal materials are originally supplied to the rich. Moreover, things are valuable because they are rare, so small quantities are not a problem. No matter what medicinal materials you get in the future, we will buy them all at the best price unconditionally, and we can even send someone to connect with you, so you don't have to waste your time making another trip. Lenny thought for a moment and said, hearing what you said, it is feasible, but I cannot guarantee the supply quantity or the variety of medicinal materials. I can only say that I will notify you as soon as I have the goods. If the price you offer cannot satisfy me, then I have the right to sell it to others. No problem. As long as you give us this priority, I guarantee that our price will not disappoint you. Okay, it's settled then. Brother Lin, do we want to sign a contract? Forget about the contract. It can only protect against gentlemen, not villains. And people with integrity do not need contracts to restrict them. Since I promised you, I will definitely do it. Otherwise, even if you sign a contract, I also have a way to trade with others without your knowledge. Lin, he would definitely not sign such a contract, let alone tie himself up. Priority can be given to Yang Xiaowei. As long as she offers a high price, it doesn't matter who she sells it to. Okay, let's do as Brother Lin says. Yang Xiaowei smiled and said, Brother Lin, isn't it time to take out your treasured possessions? Are you so sure that I still have something good in my hands? Linny also laughed. If an ordinary person came across such a good thing as a century-old ginseng by chance, he would definitely exchange it for money. But Brother Lin is not short of money, so he should keep it for himself as a backup. But Brother Lin chose to sell it, so I guess you should have better ones in your hand, or at least ones of comparable quality. Yang Xiaowei said, Miss Yang is really smart. Yes, I do have a century-old ginseng here, but as you said, I'm not short of money, and I want to keep it for myself. Good Brother Lin, you see I have come here in person and with sincerity. You can't let me make a trip in vain, right? Besides, you have channels, you will definitely find better things in the future, so just give them to me. Yang Xiaowei shook Lin Yi's arm and acted coquettishly. How could Lin Yi stand this, especially since he was planning to sell it anyway? So he agreed reluctantly. Thank you, Brother Lin. Yang Xiaowei suddenly became excited. But I have a condition. I need cash. And the price cannot be lower than what Mr. Zhao offers because this old ginseng is older than his. No problem. Is 10 million enough? I have brought all the cash. Yang Xiaowei said quickly. It seems that you really came prepared. But you are a girl, and you came to the mountains with me with so much cash. Aren't you afraid that I will do something bad to you? Brother Lin has money and can find any woman he wants. But you are a rich lady. If Brother Lin really likes me, I would be willing to date you. Yang Xiaowei said half jokingly and half seriously. I'm just kidding. Wait a moment, I'll get you something. Linny laughed and went to the inner room. After waiting for a while, Linny came out with another century-old ginseng. Yang Xiaowei took a closer look and found that it was indeed better than the previous one. In fact, she came here with a lucky mentality. She didn't expect that Lin Yi actually had stock. Seeing that Lin Yi agreed so easily, he couldn't help but ask, Brother Lin, you don't have anything better, right? Where do so many good things come from? It's my great fortune to find these two plants. If you want Dendrobium officinale, Panax nodo ginseng, agarwood, or something like that, I can get some for you. Lin Yi said, I want it all. Yang Xiaowei showed that excitedly. The sound was like he wanted that, not to mention how urgent it was. Looking at Yang Xiaowei, who kept shaking her arms, Lin Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. If you want it now, I don't have it either. You have to wait for the opportunity. Then let's make a deal. If you get something good, contact me as soon as possible. Of course, haven't we already cooperated? Don't worry. Lin Yi assured again and again, which allowed Yang Xiaowei to leave with satisfaction. After seeing the guests off, Lin Yi quickly locked the door and hurried back into the house. 10 million in cash. Such a huge pile, it's really eye-catching. In the past 30 years, he hasn't earned even 1/10 of that. Just as I was immersed in a feeling of satisfaction and happiness, the phone suddenly rang. It turned out to be the man who was sowing the seeds. He had already finished his work and told him so. Lin Yi then put the money into the game warehouse and prepared to go to the field to check and give the money to the owner. However, at this moment, both the time props and warehouse functions showed signs of upgrading. Lin Yi first clicked on the upgrade icon of the warehouse function. With assets exceeding 10 million, the warehouse upgrade limit will be unlocked. This upgrade will cost 1 million funds, and the warehouse can store more items. Chapter 16. Item Upgrade. Ye's mother marries her daughter. No wonder the newly purchased electronic products such as laptops and projectors cannot be stored in the warehouse. It turned out that there were restrictions on the types of items that could be stored in the warehouse. Lin Yi now has 18 million in cash in his warehouse, so spending 1 million to upgrade is not expensive. Of course, the main reason is that the money comes so easily that I don't feel bad about spending it. The benefits of upgrading are obvious. No matter what categories are added, as long as they are added, Lin Yi can carry more things when traveling between the two worlds. The benefits generated from this cannot be compared with this little money. Upgrade! After a moment's hesitation, Lin Yi decisively spent 1 million to upgrade the warehouse. However, after the upgrade, it did not show any new categories, but they were added anyway. The money was spent in a somewhat unclear way. Lin Yi tried to put the laptop into the warehouse, but unexpectedly he succeeded. The watches, mobile phones, and portable power supplies were all successfully stored in the warehouse. In the end, there was only that gasoline generator, which brought no income. It seems that this upgrade will add small electronic products such as machines, so I'm afraid they will need to be further upgraded. But if I want to upgrade it again, it will cost me 10 million. The Krypton gold I spent was a bit too much, and I can't use it for the time being, so I didn't upgrade it anymore. Anyway, you can upgrade it at any time when you need it in the future. Just make sure there are enough funds in the warehouse. Next, Lin Yi checked the upgrade sign of the time item. With assets exceeding 10 million, the time prop upgrade limit will be unlocked. This upgrade will cost 1 million funds, and the time prop will be increased by 10 minutes. Upgrade! Lin Yi didn't hesitate and directly spent 1 million to increase the 10 minutes of the time prop to 20 minutes. The next time the time prop is upgraded, it will still be 1 million. Lin Yi upgraded again. The time prop is increased to 30 minutes. Upgrade. The time prop's increased to 40 minutes. Continue. Lin Yi continued to increase the time item to 1 hour before he stopped upgrading. Because upgrading again will require 10 million, but after the upgrade, the time will directly increase by 1 hour. Lin Yi spent 6 million on this wave of upgrades, and currently there are still 12 million in the warehouse. This money can also be used to upgrade the warehouse function or time props once. But Lin Yi doesn't plan to upgrade. He tried the time prop, and the effect was indeed much better than before. Take steamed rice, for example. If the time is accelerated, it will be cooked in seconds. However, the effect on the growth of crops is still not obvious. Unless the time prop is increased to a few days, the seeds will germinate instantly. But to reach that level, I don't know how much money I will have to spend. He doesn't have this need now, so this is fine for now. After completing the research, Lenny went to the field, paid the machinery fee, and then went home. Walking to the entrance of the village, the old men sitting under the big tree asked one after another, Lenny, is the person who just came back with you your girlfriend? No, just ordinary friends. I saw that girl was driving a BMW. What does your friend do? It's just a normal workday. I have something else to do, so I'll go home first. Lin E ran back home as if escaping. We can't say too much to the intelligence personnel in the village, otherwise it will spread throughout the village quickly, and we don't know what kind of image it will be spread in. Even so, the news that Lin E had found a wealthy woman as his girlfriend had spread. Moreover, some people heard them being intimate at home and described it with such detail as if they had seen it with their own eyes. In the blink of an eye, it was night again. Lin E packed up the things he wanted to carry, threw them all into the warehouse, and then clicked to transmit. Another world. Early morning, Lin E opened the door and saw two big black dogs as usual, and Xiaoxiang standing in front of the door holding water for washing her face. Good morning, master. Xiaoxiang bowed to Lin E when she saw him. Come in. Lin E took out two more bones and threw them to the two big black dogs respectively. Xiaoxiang walked into the room with water for washing face. Lin E sat on the chair. Xiaoxiang helped Lin E shave, brush his teeth, and wash his face. It's so comfortable. Xiaoxiang, do you have anything to do tonight? Don't worry, master. Everything is fine at home. Xiaodai will take the hired workers to patrol and shifts at night. Where are Jiao Xiaochan and her brother? According to master's instructions, Manhwa has gone to practice martial arts with Xiaodai, and Xiaochan is now feeding chickens in the backyard. Xiaoxiang reported every detail like a little secretary. You can use the food at home as you wish. Tell me in advance when you are running out of food. I've made note of this. Lin E enjoyed Xiaoxiang's service, and his big hands couldn't help but explore Xiaoxiang's body. Master, Xiaoxiang's body softened, and she fell into Lin Yi's arms. Lin E held her in his arms, let her sit on his lap, and asked, Open your mouth. Let me see if you have brushed your teeth. Xiaoxiang obediently opened her little mouth, revealing two rows of neat and white teeth. Your teeth are very white and clean, and your breath smells fresh. Did you just brush your teeth? Xiaoxiang nodded shyly. I just took a bath. No wonder you smell so good. Let me kiss you. Another hour of fighting. Lin E felt refreshed. He hugged Xiaoxiang's smooth and boneless body and was reluctant to get up. No wonder the emperors in ancient times were unwilling to attend court early in the morning once they became addicted to women. He was just a little maid and was unwilling to get up, let alone the many women in the emperor's harem. Grandpa, what do you think of Sister Xiaodai? Xiaoxiang asked while lying in Lin Yi's arms, looking up at her little face. Lin Yi looked at Xiaoxiang and asked, What's wrong? Why do you ask? Nothing, just asking. Lin Yi didn't think much about it and said, Xiaodai is capable, responsible, and has good character. She is a trustworthy person. In the future, with you and Xiaodai in this family, I can feel more at ease. Master, Aunt Yi has something to tell you. Can you meet her when you have time? Okay. Ask her to come find me later. Xiaoxiang helped Lin Yi wash and dress, then went to call Ye's mother. Not long after, Ye's mother walked in alone. Boss, Aunt Yi, no need to be so polite. Please sit down. Lin Yi asked Ye's mother to sit down in a casual manner and asked, I heard Xiaoxiang say that you have something to talk to me about? Mother Yi quickly stood up again and summoned her courage to say, Boss, I want to marry Xiaodai to you. What do you think? Oh, why did Aunt Yi suddenly bring this up? Mother Yi sighed and said, In today's world, it's too difficult for us, an orphan and a widow, to survive. The boss is kind-hearted and willing to take us in, but it's not a long-term solution after all. I am old, and I might die someday. The only thing I am worried about is Xiaodai. If the boss doesn't mind, let Xiaodai be your concubine. Then I will have someone to rely on in the future, and I can rest assured. Anna Yi, to be honest with you, I have a good impression of Xiaodai. But is Xiaodai willing to do this? I think we should listen to her opinion. Lin Yi said, after thinking for a while, It would be nice if I could make you Xiaodai my woman, and I would feel more at ease using her. Women of this era, once married, will will focus all their attention on their men. And it's 100% full commitment. Yi Xiaodai is skilled in martial arts and pretty, and she is willing to be his concubine. Of course, Linny would not refuse such a good offer. Boss, do you agree? Ye's mother asked in surprise. Linny smiled and nodded. Annie, I told you that I still need Xiaodia's opinion on this matter. No need. Since ancient times, marriages have always been decided by parents and matchmakers. I can make the decision for her. Annie Yi, I still want to hear Xiaodia's own thoughts. Lin Yi insisted. If Yi Xiaodai doesn't want to, he won't force her. A forced melon is not sweet, so he still wants to find someone who is sincere to him. Chapter 17. Cigarettes, watches, pork heads, and being brothers with the county magistrate. Lin, he has his own insistence, and Aunt Yi can't force her daughter on him. So I called Yi Xiaodai over. Mother, good brother, what do you want from me? Yi Xiaodai always thought that a good brother was the same as being called Brother Lin or Brother Yi. It sounds quite natural, and I don't feel embarrassed at all. Xiaodai, your mother wants you to marry me. I wonder what you think. If you don't want to, I will never force you, and it will not affect your work as a security guard in my house. You can rest assured about this. Linny said. Yi Xiaodai looked at her mother, then lowered her head and said a little embarrassedly, I listened to my mother. Xiaodai, you don't have to be shy. This is also related to your lifelong happiness. I want to know your true thoughts. Lin Yi continued to ask. Yi Xiaodai is an unmarried girl after all, and in this era, marriage matters are decided by parents. How could someone be like Lin Yi, who directly called her over and asked for her opinion in person? However, after a few days of contact, she also knew that Lin Yi was different from other landlords. Lin Yi is kind-hearted and tolerant, and most importantly, he never treats her as a servant and always gives her all kinds of delicious food. Such men are not unique, but they are definitely rare. If she didn't agree today, she would probably miss it. Xiaodai, the boss is asking you. Why don't you agree quickly? Ye's mother urged anxiously. Annie, don't rush her. Let Xiaodai think about it carefully. This is a lifelong event and cannot be treated lightly. Linny said, Good brother, you are the best man I have ever met. I am willing to marry you, give birth to children for you, and protect this home for you. Yi Xiaodai plucked up the courage, looked at Lin Yi and told him her decision. Aunt Yi was watching from the side, feeling excited and happy. This silly girl finally got it and learned how to coax men with soft words. Lin Yi also smiled. Xiaodai, is this what you really mean? Ye Xiaodi nodded seriously. Okay, then you will be my woman from now on. But I don't have many relatives at home, and the world is not good now, so let's just have a little fun at home. How about it? Everything is up to the boss, said Ye's mother. Annie, don't call me boss anymore. Just call me by my name. Then I will respectfully obey your command. Xiaodai, give me some time. I'll prepare some things. Once everything is ready, we can hold a simple ceremony. I'll do whatever you say. Okay, that's settled. I still have to go visit the magistrate. So you guys go ahead and do your work. Linny plans to buy some things for the wedding and decorate his home. After all, it's the first time in my life, and I want to have a sense of ceremony. As for Qiu Xiang, Linny planned to take her in as well. You can't favor one over the other, otherwise Qiu Xiang will definitely be sad. In his heart, there is no distinction between a wife and a concubine. They are all his women, and he treats them equally and loves them all equally. On Earth, he is a very difficult person and has difficulty finding a partner. I didn't expect that after only a few days in this other world, I already have 2 wives. Moreover, the women of this era are all natural, whether it is Qiu Xiang or Yi Xiaodai. If they were dressed up in modern times, they would all be beauties with a score of over 90. Linny walked out of the door, triumphantly. Arriving at the county government office, Linny gave his name and was quickly brought in. In the backyard of the county government office, Lin Yi met the county magistrate Song Yao. Lin Yi hurried forward and saluted. He should say what he wants according to the place he is in. Although he is a modern man and is very disgusted with this, since he lives here, he has to abide by the rules here. Linny, you came just in time. I have researched a new dish today. Let's have a couple of drinks later. It's my honor. Sir, this is the roast chicken and pork head I made. Please enjoy them. Linny handed over the basket. It smells so good. What's that smell? Song Yao immediately took the basket. Your Excellency, there are some spices brought from the western regions in this, so the taste is quite unique. Yes, that's the smell of spices. But it's hard to get this stuff now. It's very expensive in the capital. I used to be a merchant, so I have some stock. If you need it, I'll bring some to you some other day. How can I do that? but the spices will be very helpful for me to research new dishes. It is my honor to be able to provide assistance to you, sir. I will come back to bother you tomorrow. Come on, let's eat and talk. Song Yao was more enthusiastic this time. He took Lin Yi's hand and walked into the restaurant. They served the side dishes he had researched and also the roast chicken and pork head that Lin Yi had brought, and the two of them started to drink. The smell of the pig's head braised with various spices almost made Song Yao dizzy. We were so happy that we all drank a few more glasses. At this time, Lin Yi offered him a cigarette at the right time and gave a brief explanation. Song Yao then started smoking with great relish. Brother Lin, you have so many good things in your hands. I like this cigarette very much. After drinking, I take a light smoke and feel as happy as a god. Song Yao said with great satisfaction. As long as the adults like it. Brother Lin, you and I have similar interests. From now on, just call me brother. I am older than you, so it's not taking advantage of you to treat me as your brother. Song Yao patted Lin Yi's shoulder and said with a smile. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately pretended to be excited and terrified. I'd rather obey than be respectful. Let me toast to you, brother. Okay, come on, let's drink together. The two of them, under the influence of alcohol, started talking about brotherhood. Brother Song, I have always had a question, and I don't know whether I should tell you or not. Lin Yi asked while taking advantage of the warm atmosphere. But you want to ask, why do I have that attitude towards the matter of long hair? Song Yao showed an unfathomable smile when he said this. Lin Yi nodded. Song Yao took a bite of the pig head, chewed it happily, and said, Actually, I had doubts about you, but long hair died a good death, so no matter if it was you or not, I won't delve into it. Oh, why is it good to die? Do you know Long Air's background? I went to buy medicine yesterday and learned something from the owner of the drugstore. Lin Yi said, truthfully. There are 4 families in Lanyan County. Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li. They have lived here for generations, and almost everything in the entire Lanyan County is controlled by them. This Long Air is a dog raised by the Qian family, specializing in doing things that are not worthy of being shown on the stage. I have been ordered to quell the civil unrest. According to my investigation, the cause of the civil unrest is that these 4 families have been plundering and forcing the common people to live. It can be said that these 4 families are the cancer of Lanyan County. When Song Yao said this, there was a hint of disgust in his words that was hard to conceal. Of course, it could also be a deliberate show for Lin Yi to see. Brother, you said that it was a good thing that Long Air died because his death showed us a way to eradicate this cancer? Lin Yi asked. Chapter 18. Lin Yi doesn't want to wade into the muddy waters of Lanyan County. Lanyan County, backyard of the county government office. There were only Song Yao and Lin Yi in the restaurant. Lord Song talked about serious matters, and his originally hazy eyes suddenly became sharp. Brother Lin, I have investigated you secretly. Song Yao stared at Lin Yi and suddenly said, What do you mean? Lin Yi was stunned. Could it be that his identity was suspected? Just as Lin Yi was thinking about it, Lord Song continued, Because I want to see if you were on the same path as me. I don't quite understand. Lin Yi said puzzledly. It seems that no matter in modern times or in ancient times, all officials are troublesome. What an ordinary person says and does is simply not something that an ordinary person can guess. Brother, let's close the door and talk to each other. Even though I am a county magistrate and the largest county, I don't have the final say in this county. There are many things that my words are not as effective as those of the patriarchs of the 4 families. I want to change the situation, and Her Majesty the Empress must also break this shackle. Lanyan County is an attempt. If successful, Her Majesty the Empress can promote these experiences throughout the country, but if I fail, I will die without a burial place. Brother Song, what you said makes me a little scared. Lin Yi smiled bitterly in his heart. Why are you, the county magistrate, telling me this? I'm not an official, and I don't want to get involved in this mess. Isn't it good to enjoy life comfortably? Song Yao continued to talk to himself. I investigated you because you are an outsider and have no connection with the 4 families. And you have a certain vision and means, and you are the helper I need. If Long Air's death was caused by you, I would be very happy, because only talents like you can help me. I really don't know anything about Long Air. It's not important. Song Yao waved his hand, stared at Lin Yi and said, Brother, I need your help, and His Majesty also needs your help. Are you willing to help His Majesty? Are you willing to help me, your brother? Lin Yi wanted to slap himself in the face at this moment. I shouldn't have shown my strength in public before. Although it deterred the villains, it also attracted the attention of others. He is very distressed now, but he can't refuse directly. After all, he is the county magistrate, and he has to maintain his reputation. Besides, the Empress has been brought up. If we refuse, wouldn't that be tantamount to disobeying her orders? Of course, Lenny was not afraid. At worst, he could just leave. He always has a safe escape route. I just can't bear it. Will I never come to such a fun place again? Or change to another city? Seeing that he was in deep thought, Song Yao did not force him. Brother, you don't have to rush to answer me. Go back and think about it carefully. And this topic ends here. Song Yao picked up his wine glass, clinked it with Lin Yi's, and said, By the way, I heard that you have some food from overseas? Corn. I still have some in stock. If you want to try some, I'll bring it to you some other day. I wonder if you have any way to get more food? You know, the whole of Dragon Country is short of food now, and winter is coming. By then, we won't even be able to get tree bark and wild vegetables, and many people will surely starve to death. Your Majesty held a court meeting a few days ago and issued an order that anyone who can solve the current food crisis will be rewarded handsomely. Lenny thought for a moment and said, There is a food shortage all over the country right now. Even if we can get some food, it will only be a drop in the bucket and will only treat the symptoms, not the root cause. You're right, but it's almost winter now. Even if we want to grow crops, we have to wait until next spring. So we have to find a way to get through these months. Those landlords should have food, right? Of course they do have some, but they won't give it out easily. Plus, with the successive famines in recent years, I'm afraid they don't have much surplus food. In this situation, they can barely supply themselves with food and drink, let alone ask for it from outside, said Song Yao. So many people across the country are suffering from famine. If the problem is not solved properly, there may be a civil uprising. Lenny said, This is also the most troublesome problem for your Majesty right now. We can't just kill all the people who are causing trouble, right? They're also looking for food. If we kill them all, who will grow food in the future? Brother Song, you said before that to solve the problems in Lanyan County, does that mean we need to eradicate the cancer and dig out the food? Lenny suddenly figured it out. These things were actually the same thing, and the purpose was the same, which was to get food. A country can be without landlords, but it cannot be without people. The people can farm and pay taxes, which is also the foundation of a country. However, now, the landlord class still controls the vast majority of the country's resources and has a lot of say in the court. Even if the Empress wants to solve this problem, she has no idea where to start. Just as Song Yao said, if you don't handle it well, you will end up dying without a burial place. This is going against the entire landlord class. After thinking about it for a moment, Lin Yi secretly decided not to get involved in this matter. How nice it is to live your own life, comfortably. Of course, he couldn't refuse Song Yao, so he had to think of a way to have the best of both worlds. After having a good meal and a good drink, Lin Yi said goodbye and left. Song Yao, who was already drunk at the table, suddenly sobered up. He said to the shadow in the corner of the room, What do you think he will choose? He is a smart man and will definitely not offend you. But he will not go against the four families. At this time, a woman in black walked out from the shadows. Have you found out the whereabouts of Long Air and his gang? Song Yao continued to ask. No, but this Lin Yi doesn't seem to know any martial arts. His bodyguard Yi Xiaodai is quite skilled. But Long Air's gang disappeared without a trace, and Yi Xiaodia's strength is not enough to do it so cleanly, said the woman in black. I have a hunch that Long Air and his men were killed by Lenny. Although I have no evidence and don't know how he did it, this person is definitely not an ordinary person, and I find it difficult to see through him. Song Yao said, You told him so much today. Aren't you afraid that he will betray you? You should know that once this matter is leaked, even the master can't protect you. Before coming to Lanyan County, I was ready to die. His Majesty has high expectations of me. I am not afraid of death, but I am afraid of failing to complete the task assigned by His Majesty. But now, I'm a little more confident. Just because of that, Lenny, are you so confident in him? Have you seen this thing? Song Yao raised his wrist and shook the watch at the woman. This is what Lenny just gave to Song Yao, and he also taught him how to use it. He even gave him an extra piece and asked him to present it to Her Majesty the Empress. Lenny also wanted to flatter the Empress and leave a good impression. The woman in black shook her head. Anyone who can get such a thing is not a simple person. Please pass this watch to His Majesty on my behalf. I've already written down the details in the memorial. You can return to Beijing now. I will come back when you take action. By the way, I have sent people to move your family to a secret place. The master promised you that he would protect your family. Thank you, your majesty. I will do my best. The woman in black nodded and disappeared into the shadows again. Chapter 19. Being focused on by the Empress. The streets of the county town were sparsely populated, because at this time, porridge was being distributed at several city gates, and the refugees all ran to drink the porridge. Lenny came out of the county government office and wandered to the pharmacy. I heard from the shop assistant that the boss went to the capital for business. Lenny did not stay long. He bought some medicinal herbs that are relatively expensive in the city, such as Panax nodo ginseng, Ganoderma lucidum, Dendrobium officinale, and agarwood, and then went home. However, as soon as he arrived at the door of his house, he saw a carriage parked in front of his house. He didn't think much about it and walked towards the gate. At this moment, a voice came from the carriage. Master Lin, please stay. Your Excellency is... Lenny stopped, turned around, and asked the young man who got out of the carriage. My name is Qian Lianbua, and the head of the Qian family, Qian Duo Man, is my father. It turns out to be Master Qian. My apologies. Lin Yi also clasped his fists in return, and then asked, Are you here to see me? That's right. I came here specifically to visit Master Lin. In that case, please come in. Lenny knew that the Qian family's visit was suspicious, and they might have come just for long air. But he pretended nothing had happened and invited Qian Lianbua to go home with him. Master, you're back. Qiuxiang saw Lin Yi coming in and hurried forward to greet him. Qiuxiang, make a pot of tea. Yes. Master Qian, please. Lin Yi invited Qian Lianbua into the living room and served him tea. After some pleasantries, Lin Yi asked, Master Qian, we are not familiar with each other before. I wonder if you have any advice for me today? Master Lin, you are too polite. Our two families are both gentry in Lanyan County, so we should visit each other more often. Of course, the main reason I came here today is to apologize. Oh, where did this come from? I just heard today that Long Air had come to the Lin family to cause trouble. This is because our Qian family did not discipline him strictly. I hope Master Lin will understand. To express our apology, please accept this 100 taels of silver. As soon as Qian Lianbua finished speaking, the servants of the Qian family presented him with 100 taels of silver. Master Qian, you're welcome. It was just a small misunderstanding before, and they were also bitten by my dog. Master Qian, I'm very grateful that you don't blame them. Master Lin is wrong. Long Air and his gang, who broke into the Lin family without permission and caused trouble, deserve to be bitten to death. I was going to bring them to apologize, but now they are nowhere to be found, alive or dead. Master Qian, you won't suspect that Long Air's disappearance has something to do with me, right? No. Even if those bastards are really dead, they deserved it and brought shame to our Qian family. Of course, if Patriarch Lin knows their whereabouts, it would be best if you could tell us. Mr. Qian, I'm just like you now. I also hope to find them as soon as possible, so that I can clear myself of suspicion. Lin Yi said with a wry smile. Qian Lianbua talked for a while here, but didn't get the answer he wanted, so he left in disappointment. But the 100 taels of silver were kept. Master, why would the Qian family give us money? Qiuxiang asked in confusion. In her impression, the Qian family is a great organization, and they would never bow down to others because of a servant. This money is too hot to handle. Lin Yi put the silver away and went to the backyard to find Yi Xiaodai. He planned to ask Yi Xiaodai to recruit some more people. In addition to the ordinary hired guards, they also planned to adopt some children with martial arts talent and let Yi Xiaodai focus on their training. In this cannibalistic society, if you want to enjoy life without worries, you must have enough strength to deal with those who covet your wealth. Lin Yi was just preparing for a rainy day. The capital city, the imperial palace, and the back garden. The empress was sitting in the pavilion, listening to the report from the shadow guards. Master, these are some of Lord Song's recent actions and achievements. In addition, this is a watch and corn from abroad. They were given to you by a businessman who moved to Lanyan County through Lord Song. The shadow guard who reported was the woman in black who had previously talked with Song Yao in the Lanyan County government office. The empress took the watch, looked at it, put it aside, and then picked up the big corn cob. Now she still cares more about food. It can grow this big. This corn is a high-yield food? My lord, Mr. Song has written it down in the memorial. The empress put down the corn cob, then picked up Song Yao's memorial and read it carefully. After about a cup of tea, the empress put down the memorial and asked, Who is this Lin Yi? Why does Song Yao think so highly of him? I have investigated, but there are too few clues about Lin Yi. Moreover, there have been wars for many years and there have been successive famines. There are refugees and riders everywhere. There is a large floating population in various places. Some people died and some people disappeared. There is no way to investigate. Could he be a spy from another country? The Empress asked with a raised eyebrow. He didn't have any connections with the local gentry, nor did he bribe the people in the county government. If Lord Song hadn't taken the initiative to invite him, he might not have had anything to do with the people in the county government. This guy is quite interesting. You go down and take a rest, and then rush back to Lanyan County immediately. I'll keep an eye on this Linny for me. Regardless of whether he is a spy or not, I must get the method of growing corn for me. I obey your command. When will Song Yao take action? Just recently. Choose 10 people from the inner guards to go to Lanyan County with you. Make sure to protect Song Yao's safety. As you wish. Lanyan County, Lin's house. It was already evening, and Linny asked Yi Xiaodai and Xiuxiang to have dinner with him. Then he returned to his room. But when it was time to return today, the countdown did not appear. It was not until an hour later that Lin Yi returned to the city. Delayed for an hour? Could it be related to the time gadget? Lin Yi just upgraded the time prop today, increasing 10 minutes to 1 hour. And then, the time to return to the city from the other world was extended by 1 hour. This is certainly not a coincidence. However, the specific logical relationship can only be determined after another upgrade. In addition, whether the interval time has been shortened accordingly also needs to be verified. Seeing that it was still dark outside, Lin Yi took a nap in bed. When I woke up, it was already past 11 o'clock in the morning. After washing his face, Lin Yi went to the backyard to take a look, fed the poultry and livestock, and then drove to the city. Today he planned to get a batch of food, including old wheat, expired food, zombie meat, and so on. As long as it was edible, the taste was not important. He couldn't do anything about the food shortage in the entire country, but a small Lanyan County would not be a problem. This was also the biggest problem he helped Song Yao solve. Song Yao wanted to move against the 4 families of Zhao, Qian, Sun, and Li, and what he feared most was causing chaos. Now that Lin Yi provides sufficient food, the refugees and ordinary people will not be instigated. As long as there is no chaos and it is only about 4 families, it will be much easier to solve. Chapter 20. Recruiting workers and taking concubines to add to the population. The wedding night will eventually come. After working for a long time, Lin Yi didn't even have time to drink a sip of water, but he finally prepared 1 month's food rations for Lanyan County. He even bought some more because there were not only local residents but also many refugees. But even so, the population of the entire county is only about 50,000 to 60,000 people. This is because it is adjacent to Kyoto and is a county with a large population. In remote areas, a county town would only have a few thousand people, which is very different from modern county towns with hundreds of thousands of people. Standing at the door of the warehouse full of things, Lin Yi closed the door, and with a thought, he moved all the things here into the game warehouse. After finishing the task, Lin Yi locked the warehouse door and rushed back to the village. This time, we not only bought food but also bought materials for building greenhouses. There is no need for a steel frame, not because of the cost, but it would be too conspicuous if taken to another world. So Lin Yi bought bamboo, then built a mud wall with mud and covered it with plastic sheeting so that he could eat fresh and pollution-free green vegetables in the winter. More than an hour later, Lin Yi returned to Xiaohua village. And now he can be sure that if the time spent in the other world is extended by 1 hour, the interval time will be shortened by 1 hour accordingly. In other words, it only takes 11 hours to travel to another world. In the other world, you can stay there for 13 hours. The total time is still 24 hours a day. If we follow this line of thinking, as the time props are upgraded, he may be able to achieve 0 interval time, which means he can travel to the other world at any time. And it is possible to stay in the other world for 1 day or several days, or even without any time limit. This will need to be verified slowly in the future. After parking the car and locking the door, Lin Yi returned to the bedroom and was teleported to another world again. With Xiuxiang's help, Lin Yi finished washing up, then called Yi Xiaodai, Aunt Yi, and Diao Xiaochan to decorate the bridal chamber. He didn't buy much, just red cloth, red candles, big red flowers, big red wedding characters, etc. But in that era, these were already very rare. Lin Yi took 4 red thermos bottles and placed them on the table facing the door in the living room. I will definitely need a thermos in winter. He also plans to renovate the room, install floor heating, and build a comm. Of course, we don't use traditional heating pipes, but instead used the principle of Kong to warm the ground as well. Winter is coming soon, and he doesn't want to freeze here. Shout I, wait a moment and tell me how many people you recruited yesterday? Lenny asked, leaving Yi Shout I behind. Good brother, I went to the city gate yesterday and recruited another 30 refugees, but after the assessment, I will definitely drive a few away. In addition, there are 5 children with martial arts talent, 2 girls and 3 boys. The oldest is 14 and the youngest is 6 years old. That's right. If you come across a child with a talent for martial arts in the future, just bring him back. As long as there are no problems with his character, we can train him well, and he will become our helper in the future. Yes, Shout I understands. You go and do your work first. I'll have to take care of the house. This is what Shout I should do. After the wedding room is decorated, we will hold a simple ceremony at noon. It may be a little simple, I hope you don't mind. Lin said apologetically. Although taking a concubine is not as important as marrying a wife, it is still a major event in a girl's life. He felt embarrassed that the event was so shabby. I am already very satisfied to be your woman. Besides, many people can't even get enough food now. We are blessed by your good brother and have hot meals every day. Shout I and mother are grateful to you. Silly girl, we are a family from now on, so don't be polite to me. Let you Shout I go and do her work. Lin came to the backyard. Fortunately, the backyard is very large, otherwise it would be too crowded with so many people. After a few days of hard work, many vegetable plots have been opened up, and the flowers and grass that were there before have all been cleared away. Next, Linny directed these people to start building the greenhouse. They were busy until noon, and in the presence of the employees, Lin Yi, Chiu Xiang, and Yi Xiaodai held a simple ceremony. He treated everyone to a delicious dish of pork stewed with vermicelli and some wine. These refugees were just about to eat their tongues. They even hoped that their master would take a concubine as a bridegroom every day so that they could eat pork stewed with vermicelli every day. In fact, weddings here are held at dusk, and it is called a marriage. But Lenny is the head of the family, so he can do it whenever he wants. What's more, no relatives, friends, or neighbors were invited, so naturally no one said anything. After eating and drinking, the workers continued to work in the backyard, while Lin hugged Yi Xiaodai and went to the bridal chamber. He didn't have time in the evening, so everything was brought forward. Yi Xiaodai also knew that Lin never allowed anyone to serve him when he slept at night, so he could just do it in broad daylight. Good brother, it's too bright. Can you draw the curtains? Yi Xiaodai said shyly. Now thick curtains have been installed in the bedrooms of several main houses, which not only block wind and light, but also look very beautiful. Yi Xiaodai really likes the bright red peony curtains in her room. Lin smiled and drew the curtains. The room suddenly became dark, and it felt a bit like a wedding night. As the clothes fell one by one, the atmosphere in the room suddenly became charming. Good brother, I'm afraid. Looking at Yi Xiaodai, whose actual fighting power was much higher than his, and who was acting like a little girl at this moment, Lin suddenly felt an urge to conquer her. You will love and fear me at the same time. It was not known whether the tonic in the pharmacy had worked, or whether Yi Xiaodai brought Lin a completely different feeling that made him particularly excited. Yi Xiaodai's first time actually made Lin perform beyond his normal level, and they lasted for more than 2 hours. In the end, both of them were exhausted, and Yi Xiaodai was completely conquered by Lin Yi's bravery. After resting until almost evening, Lin called Chiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai and said to them, Chiu Xiang, from now on you will be the housekeeper of our family. You will be in charge of all matters, big or small. Xiaodai, you will be mainly responsible for the safety of the family, and you will also be responsible for assisting Chiu Xiang. You are my left and right arms. I'm going to be away for a few days, so I'll leave the things at home to you. If there are any unresolved issues, I'll deal with them when I come back. If the magistrate comes looking for me, just say I'm doing something for him. Oh, I've also written a letter to the magistrate. Xiaodai, you can deliver it to him in person tomorrow. Grandpa, let me go with you. It's too dangerous to go out alone. Yi Xiaodai said worriedly. I still like you to call me brother, especially in bed. Lin teased Yi Xiaodai. Master, Sister Chiu Xiang is still here. Yi Xiaodai was so embarrassed that she couldn't even raise her head. We are all family. We won't laugh at you. Lin said, his face became serious. Xiaodai, the safety of this family will depend on you after I leave. Besides, you know my strength, so don't worry about my safety. Just help me take care of this family. Chapter 21. The Old Driver on the Road. Early in the morning, Lin returned to Xiaohua village. This time when he comes back, he plans to go to the other world again in a few days. Such a large amount of grain certainly cannot be raised easily. Since the source cannot be clearly stated, we have to make up for it in terms of time. As for what to do in the next few days, he has already thought about it. Daoshin's concert has been very popular recently, and he plans to join in the fun and support his idol at the same time. 20 years had passed from the first snow to the mountain song, and he had grown from a young boy into a middle-aged man. Now that I finally have the conditions, I naturally want to go to the scene to see it and pay tribute to my lost youth. Lenny thought about it and felt that it would be boring to drive there alone, so he posted a message online, looking for a partner to go to Daoshin's concert together. He would reimburse the tickets, accommodation, and food and drink expenses along the way. In fact, it means spending money to find someone to accompany him to the concert. He didn't have any other thoughts. He just wanted to find someone to keep him company, so he wouldn't be too bored. But as soon as the post was published, the people who replied below asked if he was trying to get sex. Some people even made malicious speculations, saying that he had bad intentions, and warned everyone to be careful and not be fooled. Lenny was very angry after seeing this, but he calmed down and ignored these people. There are all kinds of people on the internet, some with dark minds, some unhappy in life, some deliberately seeking a sense of existence, and even some mentally ill. If you take them seriously, there will be no end to it. Although some people didn't believe it, and some were skeptical, many people also sent him private messages. Still want to take advantage of more. Otherwise, there wouldn't be so many people falling victim to telecommunications fraud. Lenny asked these people to send photos, and only if they were attracted to each other would he proceed to the next step. At this time, some people became alert, wondering if they had really encountered a scammer, so they stopped posting photos. Lenny didn't mind. If he didn't send it, he would lose the opportunity, and it would also prove that they were not destined to be together. And through this wave, some people were screened out. In the end, only 7 or 8 people sent him photos. Lenny took a look and added 3 girls who he thought were compatible and kind-looking on WeChat. As for the others, Lenny apologized and gave them movie tickets as a reward for their trust in him. When these people posted the movie tickets given by Lin in their replies, many of them regretted their decision. But some people jumped out and said that this is a common trick used by bad guys to attract more people to be deceived. Lin, he was too lazy to pay attention. Even if you do good things, you may be suspected of having bad intentions. So Lin, he will not take these deliberate words seriously. Anyway, people will believe what they should believe, no matter how much others say. Next, he chatted with the 3 girls. More than an hour later, Lenny finally decided on one person, and the other 2 also gave movie tickets, this time 3 tickets. Don't you say you are a liar? You're also a liar and a fraud. Now let me show you how ignorant you are. After deciding on the candidate, Lin, he contacted the other party and drove to the city. More than an hour later, Lin, he called the other party. Coco, I'm already in the city. Where are you? I'll pick you up. Brother Lin, I'm in the Bishwawan community. I've sent you the location. Coco replied. Okay, see you later. Lenny opened WeChat, clicked on the location sent by Coco, and navigated there. 10 minutes later, Lin saw the girl named Coco, a very sunny and beautiful girl. At this moment, she was wearing blue jeans, a pair of clean white shoes, a yellow sweater, a small pair of sunglasses on her face, and a suitcase. She was standing at the entrance of the community, a beautiful scenery. Coco, hello, Ameline. Lenny parked the car on the side of the road, walked up, and greeted her. Brother Lin. Kiki smiled and waved to Lenny. Many people think you are a liar, but I knew you were not the first time I saw you. Why? Can you tell fortunes? Lenny asked with a smile. I don't know how to tell fortunes, but I can read people. Then you are quite good at judging people. Lenny smiled, took Coco's suitcase, and led her to the car. After putting the suitcase away, they got into the car together. Coco, give me your ID card. I'll book the ticket now. Lenny said as he opened the ticket booking platform. Brother Lin, I've just checked. The tickets have been sold out long ago. Now we can only buy tickets from scalpers. Coco looked at Lin and said. She really wanted to see whether this big brother was really rich or just pretending. Lenny checked and found that there were really no tickets left, so he said to Kiki while driving. I have never bought scalper tickets before. You can see how to buy them and buy 2 for us. It doesn't matter how much it costs. Really? I heard that the price of a ticket has increased more than 10 times, and the closer to the inner field, the more expensive it is. Coco said, buy it. I'm going out this time just to see the sword god. So, I really bought it? You contact first, and I'll pay once you're done. By the way, can you drive? Yes. I got the book a long time ago. Now that you have your license, have you ever driven a car? Lin, he didn't want something very happy to happen, but end up in a car accident. There are a lot of roadkill on the roads nowadays, which harms both others and themselves. Don't worry, I'm an experienced driver too. Coco said affirmatively. That's good. Let's take turns driving along the way. Otherwise, it will be too tiring. No problem. Then I'll buy the ticket first. After saying that, Coco started operating on her mobile phone. By the time they got on the highway, they had already bought the tickets, and Coco excitedly posted a circle of friends, and even took a photo of half of Lin Yi's profile. Accompany Uncle to see Uncle Dao's concert. Let's drive. After posting on Moments, Coco posted again to Lin Yi's previous post. Some people should stop being so dark. The uncle is very nice, and there is no conspiracy. Let's go to the concert now. I will update you at any time. You can follow me. After clicking publish, Coco put down her phone with satisfaction, then stretched lazily. Uncle, thank you for taking me to the concert. Why did you raise my generation? I was just calling you brother. I think calling you uncle is more convenient. Kiki smiled and looked at Lin Yi and asked, Uncle, are you not married yet? Yeah, I don't plan to get married either. Why? It's good to be alone. For example, now if I want to go to a concert, I can go anytime without having to think about this or that. That's true. I also think it's good to be alone, so I don't have a boyfriend. Otherwise, I wouldn't be able to accompany Uncle to the concert today. Then we are quite similar. By the way, don't you have to go to work? I write online novels. I just finished a work recently and went out to relax. But I don't socialize much and don't have many friends. I happened to see an uncle looking for a partner to go to a concert, and he reimbursed all the expenses. This is such a good thing. It was prepared for me, so I quickly contacted you. I see. Uncle, what do you do? I can be said to be an unemployed vagrant now. I usually farm in the village. Ah, is farming so cool? Uncle, I'm not well educated, so don't lie to me. I don't have many relatives. If I am well fed, the whole family will not be hungry. So if I earn more, I will spend more. If I earn less, I will spend less. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Anyway, I won't starve to death. The two of them drove on the highway, and when they came across an interesting city, they would stop to have some fun. It's true that the partner Lin he found was really good. Not only could he chat and play with him, he could also drive and take pictures. Lin he got along well with her, and even before this trip was over, he had already booked the next one and wanted to go together. 3 days later, the two arrived at their destination and settled down in a hotel. But when checking in, Linny couldn't help but feel a little confused. Kiki, didn't I ask you to book 2 rooms? Why did you only book 1? There are no extra rooms here. Besides, there are only 2 of us. We can just live in 1 room. There's no need to waste money on another one. Is this about money? You'll post it later. I live in the same room with the uncle, and even if I have 100 mouths, I can't explain it clearly. Lin, he said with a wry smile. Chapter 22 Uncle Hug. After Coco repeatedly assured her that she would not post the fact that they lived in the same room, Linny finally agreed to spend the night with her. The main reason is that it is impossible to book a room now. Daoshin's concert was so popular that so many people flocked to the concert that the traffic in the entire city was paralyzed. Some people didn't even buy concert tickets, but still came from 2,000 or 3,000 miles away just to support the sword god. In today's entertainment industry, I'm afraid no one can compare with the God of Swords. Anyway, in this hotel lobby, almost all the people are fans of Dao Shun from all over the place, and all they talk about are topics related to the concert. After completing the registration and getting the key, Lin, E, and Coco went to the guest room together. Fortunately, it was a standard room with 2 single beds, otherwise Lin, E would have to sleep on the floor tonight. He is not Lu Xiaohui, so if they sleep together, something is bound to happen. But now Lin, he doesn't want those things to happen in the city. It's okay to find a female companion to travel with and chat with, but you can't do those things between men and women. Uncle, I want to take a shower. Can you rub my back for me? Coco said with a smile. Linny knew she was joking, so he ruffled her hair and said with a smile, hurry up and take a shower. I also need to take a shower to relieve my fatigue later. Uncle, you are such a good man. Are you giving me a nice guy card? I'm serious. There are too few men like you in today's society, especially when facing a sweet and lovely beauty like me. You are not moved at all? Uncle, don't you have a problem with that? Lin Yi's face suddenly turned black. Do you want me to show you what masculinity is? Okay, I'm quite interested. Coco blinked her big eyes excitedly and clapped her hands. You little dirty girl, go take a shower now. After driving Coco into the bathroom, Lenny took out the medicinal herbs he brought from the other world, took a photo of each, and then sent a WeChat message to Yang Xiaowei. Soon Yang Xiaowei responded eagerly. I want it, give it all to me. So hungry. Lin Yi love it. Are you home? I'll be there right now with the cash you like. Lenny, I'm not at home. I went out to watch the Sword God concert these days. So, you're the one who was looking for a partner to go to the concert in the same city? Did you see that post too? Of course. If I had known it was you, I would have signed up. For such a good thing, you should have asked me first. Yang Xiaowei said coquettishly. You are a busy man. How would I know you would be free? Next time you go out to play, be sure to call me first. I'm better as your partner than that little girl, right? The little girl is pretty good too. Brother Lin, you're not going to do that to me, are you? How is that possible? We booked 2 rooms to sleep in during the trip, and if I really did that, wouldn't I be considered a sex scammer? Yeah, I also don't think Brother Lin is that kind of person. So are you coming back after the concert? Yes, after watching it tonight, we'll rest here for a night and go back directly tomorrow. Then when you return to the city, remember to call me, and I will go back to the village with you. Okay, according to our last agreement, I will keep all these herbs for you this time, but you have to satisfy me with the price. Don't worry about that. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. By the way, do you still have the wild tea you gave me last time? My dad drank it a few times and liked it. He wants me to get some more? I still have some. I'll give you some more when I get back. Thank you, Brother Lin. At this time, Coco came out of the bath, her body smelling fragrant and white. She was wearing a snow-white bath towel, revealing her sexy shoulders and collarbones. While wiping her wet hair, she asked, Uncle, which beautiful lady are you texting? You're smiling so obscenely. Did I laugh? Lin Yi put away his phone, took out a bath towel and clothes to change from the suitcase, and walked into the bathroom. Just as I was about to close the door, Kiki poked his little head over and said, Uncle, do you want me to rub your back? Take a rest. Lin Yi tapped Coco's forehead with his finger and pushed her away, then closed the bathroom door. Uncle, my panties are still in there. You won't do anything bad with them, right? I don't lack women, and I'm not a pervert. Linny said unhappily while taking a shower. Coco stood at the bathroom door and continued. So the uncle has a woman? I wonder what type you like. You ask too many questions. Just tell me, I'm very interested in you, and I plan to write you as the hero of my next novel. Don't write. Are you going to kill my inspiration? Uncle, how cruel. Sister, can't you just let me take a bath in peace? Oh, then when you come out, you have to tell me what kind of women you like. Let me finish washing first. Without Coco's harassment, Lin Yi took a hot bath comfortably. After changing his clothes in the bathroom, Lin Yi came out, but he saw that Coco was already asleep on the bed. Lin Yi did not disturb her. He set the alarm clock and lay down on the small bed next to her. Before he knew it, he fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Yi suddenly felt something fragrant and soft beside him. When he opened his eyes, he saw that it was Coco who had run onto his bed at some point. Uncle, give me a hug. Without waiting for Lin Yi to speak, Coco took the lead in acting like a pitiful little girl. Lin Yi looked at the girl who was squeezed into his arms and threatened. Kiki, do you know how dangerous this is? Coco shook her head. I only know that the uncle is a good man. Good people can be impulsive too. Why don't you just act impulsively and let me see what you can do? Many people will regret their impulses. Lin Yi held Kiki in his arms and said softly, just hold her like this. Let's take a break and go to the concert together. Okay. Coco agreed obediently. After that, the two didn't talk anymore, but they didn't fall asleep either. They could clearly feel each other's heartbeat and obviously suppressed breathing. Oh. Coco suddenly looked up and kissed Lin Yi on the face. Uncle, this is to thank you for treating me to your concert. Boo. This is to thank you for giving me a different life experience. Boo. This is to thank you for not being mean to me. Stop. Seeing that Coco was about to come, Lin Yi quickly pushed her away, sat up and said, If you keep thanking me, I will thank you. Thank me for what? Coco was stunned. Thank you for releasing the devil in me. But Kiki laughed uncontrollably. I didn't expect you to be so humorous, Uncle. I have decided that you will be the hero of the next book, and I will be the heroine. I want to write a warm and love story. Can you please not write it? I don't want to be famous. Don't worry. You are my uncle, and I won't let anyone else know. Chapter 23. Exchange old grain for thousands of acres of land and become a small landlord. Daoshin's concert made Lin Yi, a grown man, cry like a baby. He didn't know why, but since the people around him were crying, he started crying too. Coco also cried like a tearful person. She hugged Lin Yi and cried together, wiping her tears and snot on Lin Yi's clothes. Lin Yi suspected that Coco was holding her just to find a place to wipe her nose. After the concert, his tears had dried up and his voice was hoarse, but his mood had improved. He also took some videos of the concert and posted them on WeChat Moments. Many people he had not contacted before asked him where he found the video, which was quite clear, because they would never have thought that Lin Yi would spend money to watch a concert. This doesn't fit with his previous personality. Lin Yi was too lazy to explain and just said that he found it on the internet and just dealt with it casually. At his age, he has become more open-minded about many things. Who cares about social relationships or emotional intelligence? Just make yourself feel comfortable. No one except your parents expects you to live better than him. After bringing Coco back to the hotel, the two of them simply washed up and went to bed. In the middle of the night, Coco snuggled into Lin Yi's arms again. She seemed to lack a sense of security and always liked to be held by others, while she curled up like a lazy and naughty cat. Lin Yi acted worse than a beast and suppressed the devil in his heart. The next morning, they checked out and went home. Because we took turns driving and didn't stop along the way, we arrived home safely at around 9 o'clock that evening. After sending Coco to the entrance of Bishwawan community, Coco hugged Lin Yi and kissed him on the face. "Uncle, thank you again for letting me experience a different journey. Let's go out and play together again if we have a chance. Go back and have a rest. Goodbye, Uncle. Keep in touch when you have time." Lin Yi made a gesture as if he was making a phone call, then got in the car and returned to Xiaohua village. As for Yang Xiaowei, let's call her tomorrow. After returning home, Lin Yi locked the door, packed up briefly, and teleported to another world. "I've been tortured by Coco these past 2 days, and I'm a little angry. I need to find someone to vent my anger." Another world morning. Lin Yi came out of the bedroom, turned on the time props to accelerate, and left the city without anyone noticing. Then, in front of many people, he walked into the city and returned to the Lin residence. "Master, you're back." Qiu Xiang was the first to appear at the door when she heard the knock. "Now that you're back, did you miss me?" Lin Yi pinched Qiu Xiang's collagen-filled face, took out a hairpin from the bag on his back, and put it on her head. A dala is an ancient backpack, a cloth bag that is carried with you when traveling. "Thank you, Master. During the few days you were away, I missed you every day and was looking forward to your early return. I felt lost when you were not at home." Qiu Xiang took the saddlebag and carried it for Lin Yi. "Are you missing that feeling of falling apart again?" Lin Yi leaned close to Qiu Xiang's ear and blew hot air to tease her. "Master, there are still people. What are you afraid of? This is our own home. No one can interfere." Lin Yi hugged Qiu Xiang and went into his room. Before long, waves of joyful sounds were heard from the room. After waiting for a while, Yi Xiaodai learned that her good brother had returned and came over excitedly. "But when I broke into the room, I was embarrassed to find that 2 people were doing something shameful on the bed. For a moment, I was so embarrassed that I didn't know what to do. I didn't know whether to leave or stay. Suddenly, a pair of strong arms picked her up. Yi Xiaodai let out a scream and was thrown onto the bed. On the other side, Qiu Xiang had considerately locked the door. After tossing and turning until he was exhausted, Lin Yi let out a long sigh of relief. "Great, this is life. Xiaodai, I brought you a gift. Go take it from your bag." Lin Yi patted Xiaodia's face and said, "Thank you, good brother." Yi Xiaodai was still a little shy. After all, this was only the second time. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, there was a knock on the door, followed by Jiao Xiaochan's voice. "Master, the county magistrate has sent someone to ask you to go to the county government office." Jiao Xiaochan and Jiao Sanhua, brother and sister, have been bought by Lin Yi, so they have to call Lin Yi master or lord. In terms of identity, she is the same as Qiu Xiang. It's just that Qiu Xiang is Lin Yi's woman now. Since the Lin family doesn't have a main wife and Qiu Xiang is the housekeeper, her status and identity are different. "Got it. Go tell the person who's coming. I'll be right there." "Yes." Jiao Xiaochan ran away. Lin Yi took a bath and got dressed with the help of Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai, and then went to the county government office accompanied by Jiao Sanhua. "Sanhua, do you miss your big sister?" To answer my question, I was still young when my elder sister left, so I don't have a deep impression of her. However, my second sister once said that as long as she has the chance, she will definitely go to the capital to find my elder sister in the future. Jiao Sanhua said, honestly, "Well, you should practice well with Master Xiaodai. When there is a chance, I will take you to the capital to find your big sister." "Thank you, Master." Jiao Sanhua immediately knelt down and kowtowed. Okay, don't kneel down all the time. There are no so many rules here. Lin, he helped Jiao Sanhua up and then reminded him, wait for me outside. I'll call you if there's anything. Yes, master. Lin, he followed the bailiff and walked into the backyard. Just like last time, the backyard was quiet and there were no servants. Brother Lin, you just got home and haven't had any rest yet, but I called you here. You won't blame me, will you? County Magistrate Song Yao warmly invited Lin into the living room and personally served him tea. Brother Song, you are too polite. In fact, I was just about to come here to report to you. How's the matter going? Song Yao's tone was obviously anxious, because this matter is related to his entire future plan. Fortunately, I have accomplished my mission, but what we collected this time is just some old food, and it is only enough to last for 1 month. Great! Brother, you really helped me a lot. Where's the food? Because I was worried about the news leaking out. I had people unloaded in a cave outside the city. It's very safe. That's good. You have made a great contribution this time, and I have nothing to thank you for. These land deeds can be considered as a thank you gift. I hope you don't mind. Song Yao took out a stack of land deeds and handed them to Lin Yi. 1,000 acres? Isn't that too much? Lin Yi was stunned. Such a small amount of old grain was exchanged for 1,000 acres of land? This is the rhythm of becoming a local landlord. Brother, this 1,000 acres is for you. I plan to rent the other 3,000 acres to you. I will follow the strategy you mentioned in your letter. The land will belong to the government, and you will pay 30% of the grain as rent. The rest of the income will belong to you. How do you do it? 4,000 acres. Lin, he was a little confused. Does the government have so many official fields? No. Song Yao smiled faintly. The 1,000 acres given to you are government land, and the remaining 3,000 acres I plan to take from the 4 major families. Do you dare? Chapter 24, The Female Bodyguard Who Came to Your Door. Song Yao's word want was very impressive, and it made Lin Yi think a lot. But he didn't ask any more questions, just nodded lightly and said the word dare. Since Song Yao is confident that he can take the land from the 4 major families, it proves that he already has a plan. Moreover, he has the support of the Empress behind him, so his success rate is still very high. Now that he is asked to take over these lands, what is there to be afraid of? It's just farming. When the time comes, if we can get a few tractors, we will be able to cultivate even a few thousand more acres. Of course, the game warehouse may not be able to store items such as machines at present. It seems that we have to hurry up and make money to upgrade the warehouse function. After telling County Magistrate Song the location of the grain storage, Lin Yi took the land deed for 1,000 acres of land and the lease agreement for 3,000 acres of land and left the county government office. At this time, Jiao Sanhua stepped forward and said, Master, there is a woman who has escaped here. She said she knows some martial arts and asked if our family still needs a guard. Lin Yi looked in the direction Jiao Sanhua pointed and saw a woman in tattered clothes standing there somewhat stiffly. Seeing Lin Yi looking over, the woman quickly clasped her fists in salute. Did she come to you to ask? Lin Yi asked. Jiao Sanhua replied, Just now, the elder sister walked by the county government office and asked me where I was looking for workers. I asked her what she knew, and she said she knew some martial arts, which she said was inherited from her family. I thought the master might need such a talent, so I asked her to wait there for a while. Lin Yi nodded, walked up to the woman and asked, What's your name? Where are you from, and what skills do you have? My name is Ayu, Lin Ayu, and I'm from Yanchuan County. Because of a flood, all my family members died, so I followed my neighbors to flee to the capital. My ancestors were soldiers. I have been learning military fighting techniques from my grandfather since I was young. However, as a little girl, I cannot join the army. I only learned this for self-defense. Fighting techniques. Lin Yi nodded. Okay, come back with me first. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir. It's not easy for everyone during the famine years. I will definitely not be stingy if I can help, but I have to be frank in advance. If you have any other thoughts, don't blame me for being rude. Lin Yi varnit. Don't worry, sir. My family is also a military family and a loyal family. We are willing to accept your investigation. If you find that I have any ill intentions, you can send me to the county government at any time. Lin Ayu swore. It would be better. Lin Yi brought Lin Ayu back home and called Yi Xiaodai over. After letting them compete, Yi Xiaodai tried her best but still couldn't gain the upper hand over Lin Ayu. Of course, Yi Xiaodai did not lose, but from Lin Yi's point of view, Lin Ayu should have held back. Lin Ayu, you are quite capable, so stay here and be a guard for now. Thank you for taking me in, sir. I don't keep idlers in my house. Now that you've entered my house, you have to prove your worth. Xiaochan, take a you to eat something first, change into better clothes, and then follow me to see our fields. Yes, master. Jiao Xiaochan led Lin Ayu to the kitchen. Linny then pulled Yi Xiaodai aside and asked, "How do you feel about this, Lin Ayu?" "Very strong. At least stronger than me. The reason why I didn't lose is probably that the other party held back some strength." Yi Xiaodai said truthfully. Linny pondered and said, "I also think this woman is not simple, and her appearance is a bit strange. If brother suspects that her motives are not pure, we can just not use her." Yi Xiaodai said. Linny shook his head and said, "If she really has some purpose, it's much better to have her under our noses than hiding in the dark. Let's observe her first. Besides, there's nothing to worry about at home." "Who could that be? Thinking of us? I just settled down in Lanyan County and haven't offended anyone. If someone is really targeting me, it is likely to be someone from the four major families. There are no secrets in the county government. I've been in close contact with Lord Song recently. It is reasonable for them to test my background in advance." Lin Yigi said, "Forget it. I don't want to think about it anymore. I can't do anything anyway, and it's useless for them to probe me. Xiaodai, come with me to the backyard to see how the greenhouse is going." Linny had already made up his mind not to get involved in the affairs between Song Yao and the four major families. How they fight is none of his business. At this time, the backyard was bustling with activity. The greenhouse had been built according to Lin Yi's plan, and all that was left was to cover it with plastic sheeting. After these busy days, the vegetables planted earlier have sprouted. Soon, you will be able to eat fresh, green, and pollution-free vegetables. The workers worked hard every day, and no one dared to be lazy. Here there is food, drink, and a place to live. No one wants to be kicked out and continue to starve because of laziness, so they especially cherish the current opportunity. "Hello, boss." "Hello, Mrs. Xiaodai." The employees greeted Lin Yi and Yi Xiaodai when they saw them. "I've seen your efforts. As long as you work hard, I'll have food to eat, and you'll have food to eat, so don't worry about going hungry." "Thank you, boss." Linny not only grew vegetables in his backyard, but also corn, sweet potatoes, and peanuts. He wanted to test what level of growth he could achieve here without using chemical fertilizers and pesticides. As for the land obtained in exchange for grain, chemical fertilizers must be used, otherwise the yield will not increase. The entire Dragon Kingdom is now short of food. No matter what you want to do, you must first solve the problem of food and clothing. The basis for solving the problem of food and clothing is to increase food production. "Master, Ayu is full. We've given her a bath and changed her clothes. I heard that you want to go and see our fields." Qiuxiang brought Lin Ayu to the backyard at this time. "Yes, I bought 1,000 acres of good farmland from the county government. Let's go and take a look first. Qiuxiang, you are our housekeeper. You can go with us later. Xiaodai, pick a few good farmers from the hired workers to go with us." "Yes." Jiao Sanwa went to the inn to rent a carriage, and then Lin Yi and his party left the city from the east gate. After walking less than 3 or 4 miles, we arrived at the destination. All I could see was a field of weeds. This is not good farmland at all. It's not even good farmland. If you don't know, you would think you have arrived at the grassland. But it's also understandable. There have been successive disasters in recent years, first drought, then floods, and then plague, and the land has been almost deserted. If we rely on manual reclamation, it will take a long time. No, we must upgrade the warehouse function and get a tractor. Send a few people to check the fertility of this land. Linny said. Immediately afterwards, those skilled farmers dispersed in several directions. After a while, Linny got the result, which made him feel much better. Although the land is now barren and overgrown with weeds, the fertility of the land is very good, probably because the flood brought in silt from the nearby river. As long as it is reclaimed, there will definitely be a good harvest from growing crops. If we add modern means such as fertilizers and pesticides, it is not impossible to achieve an per-acre yield that shocks the whole country. Chapter 25. Work for relief. Weeding in exchange for steamed bread. We definitely need a tractor, but there's no need to rush. Because County Magistrate Song's plan had not yet been implemented, he also had to help. Work for relief was another strategy Lin Yi gave Song Yao. The reason why Song Yao gave 1,000 acres of land to Lin Yi was actually to use Lin Yi in disguise to help him implement his plan. As to whether 1,000 acres of government land is valuable, the answer is definitely yes. But in the current situation, food is naturally more expensive, and these lands have become wasteland. Instead of continuing to panic, it is better to hand it over to capable people to manage. Moreover, in Song Yao's opinion, exchanging 1,000 acres of land for Lin Yi's grain and his help would be a huge profit. If he handles it well, Song Yao will definitely rise to the top. As for the lost 1,000 acres of government land, if the plan succeeds, more land can be recovered from the four major families. In fact, you're more. So from ancient times to the present, there have been no fools among officials. Even though Lin Yi is a modern man with many advanced ideas, he is still far behind in this regard. Grandpa, is this large piece of land all our farmland? Xiuxiang asked in surprise. Lin Yi smiled, pinched Xiuxiang's chin, and said, "That's right, this 1,000 acres of official land will belong to our family in the future. As the housekeeper, you must manage it well for me. Shout I, go back to the city right now and recruit refugees. The more the better. Help us weed until dark, and you can get a steamed bun in exchange." How many people are needed? There are more than 20,000 refugees in the city now. Excluding the elderly, the weak, women, and children, there should be less than 10,000 real laborers. Let's recruit 10,000. From now on, until dark, we must tidy up these 1,000 acres of wasteland. Yes, I'll go now. Xiuxiang, you go back with me and recruit 100 female workers to go back home and steam the steamed buns. After they are steamed, hire a carriage and bring them here. I will ask Lord Song for help and find some yamen runners to help maintain order. Lin Yarangit. Got it, master. After you go back, send all the hired workers over. Today we will mainly be clearing the land and weeding. Ask them to help arrange it and supervise at the same time. As Linny gave the order, everyone went about their business. In less than half an hour, a group of refugees arrived. Yi Xiaodai has some command skills and even knows how to dispatch things. She divided these people into several small teams, each with a captain who was responsible for leading the work. Seeing so many people squatting on the ground pulling weeds together, and each of them was full of energy and organized, Linny couldn't help but praise them again and again. He had originally planned to ask the yamen runners to maintain order, but now it seems that this is really not necessary. It was soon evening, and Xiuxiang came with some steamed bread. The weeds on the 1,000 acres of land have almost been cleared. There is strength in numbers, and this was vividly demonstrated at this moment. After arranging the steamed bread, Yi Xiaodai called the team leaders over and gave each of them 2 steamed bread. Then let them lead their own teams and line up to receive the steamed bread. Everything went smoothly, and there were no troubles. After returning home, Linny saw that it was almost time, so he went back to his room. The 2 big black dogs were guarding the door as usual, like 2 loyal guards. City, early morning. Linny took out his cell phone and called Yang Xiaowei first. "Miss Yang, are you up yet?" "Brother Lin, you're back?" Yang Xiaowei's vague accent came from the receiver, and it was obvious that she hadn't gotten up yet. "I got another old mountain ginseng here, and it's more than 200 years old. Do you want it?" This time there was silence on the other end of the phone, and then Yang Xiaowei could be heard screaming excitedly. "I want it. Good brother Lin, you have to keep it for me. The price is negotiable. I'll come to you right away." "Okay, I'll wait for you. Drive safely. Remember to bring cash. Lin Yiremindit. See you later." Yang Xiaowei was no longer sleepy at this time. She quickly got up, dressed, took the cash, and went to Xiaohua village. At the same time, Linny began to upgrade the warehouse. 12 million in cash shrank to 2 million in an instant. The warehouse function has been upgraded successfully. Linny tried to put the gasoline generator into the warehouse, but it still showed that it could not be stored. It seems that his worries were not unnecessary. He knew it was not that simple. Now to upgrade again, he needs another 10 million. He doesn't have enough money, so he can only wait for the fortune-bringing girl Yang Xiaowei to come. Arriving at the backyard, Linny prepared some food for the poultry, and suddenly an idea came to his mind. As soon as he thought about it, the little hen in front of him suddenly disappeared. I quickly opened the warehouse and saw a little hen in it. Oh my God! It can actually store living things. This upgrade is worth it. Lin moved the hen out, and the hen was immediately frightened. It flapped its wings, screamed, and ran away with shit and urine flowing out. Next, he tried other poultry. Ducks and geese, which were about the same size as hens, worked, but sheep and pigs did not work. It seems that although this wave of upgrades has opened up the living things storage category, the volume is still limited. However, this would allow Lin to bring some chicks over and develop the poultry industry. In the other world, It is not so easy to buy some chicks. Only 20 chickens can be purchased in a village. If we want to develop this business on a large scale, it will take a long time. After selling the medicinal herbs and ginseng, Lenny planned to go to the city to buy some fertilizers and wheat seeds, and then buy a batch of chicks to take to the other world. The weather in the other world is about to turn cold, and it will not be possible to grow rice and other grains, but winter wheat will be fine. He planned to plant winter wheat on all the 1,000 acres of government land. In addition, water conservancy facilities must be arranged, and digging canals and irrigation are also very important. Because she was thinking too deeply, Yang Xiaowei had already entered the yard. She only came to her senses when she heard the dog barking. "Brother Lin, please bring it here for me to see." As soon as she entered the door, Yang Xiaowei grabbed Lin Yi and asked anxiously, "What's the hurry? Have a cup of tea first. Is it really 200 years old?" Yang Xiaowei's whole mind was now on that old ginseng. Just more, no less. Lin Yi smiled faintly and poured a cup of tea for Yang Xiaowei. "Okay, Brother Lin, please take it out and let me see it." Yang Xiaowei big get. "Okay, stop shaking. Can't I get it for you?" Lenny walked into the house. After waiting for a while, Lenny came out holding the 200-year-old ginseng. Yang Xiaowei rushed over immediately. Looking at the ginseng that had become as small as a little man, she was so excited that tears were about to fall. "What a treasure! This is the first time I've seen one in my life." Yang Xiaowei's voice was trembling. "Ms. Yang, I've seen the item. Please tell me the price." Yang Xiaowei tried hard to withdraw her gaze from the old ginseng, took a deep breath, and said, "Brother Lin, I haven't seen this treasure for many years, and no one is selling it on the market. I don't know how much I should give. Let me tell you a number first, and see if you can accept it." Lin Yi nodded. Yang Xiaowei pondered for a moment and pointed 2 fingers at Lenny. 20 million. How about it? Chapter 26 Krypton Gold Reward, Special Pet Iron Arm Ape. Hearing Yang Xiaowei's offer, Lin Yi smiled faintly. "Miss Yang, I am a greedy person. Let me ask other people what the price is." "No, Brother Lin, if you are not satisfied with the price, you can ask for it." Yang Xiaowei quickly stopped him. "This is wild ginseng that is more than 200 years old. It has golden skin and many long ginseng roots. It is an absolute treasure. If you can buy it and put it on display in the company, it will be a very face-saving thing. Actually, the price you offered is already very high. We don't know how much this thing is worth, so I can't ask you to raise the price." Lin Yi said truthfully. Yang Xiaowei waved her hands quickly. "Brother Lin, please don't be polite to me. It's normal to bargain in business. So, don't tell anyone else. I'm going to call my dad." "Okay, I'll wait for you for a while. If the price still doesn't meet my expectations, I'll have to ask for quotes from other dealers. Please understand. After all, this vintage is almost extinct now. It's no exaggeration to say it's a treasure." "Thank you, Brother Lin. We will definitely consider it seriously." Yang Xiaowei did not dare to delay and hurried to the yard to call her father. After a while, she came in and said, "Brother Lin, my dad is coming over in person. Can you wait until my dad comes to see it before asking for the price from others?" "Okay, for your sake, I can wait a little longer." Lenny thought about it and agreed. Thank you. By the way, didn't you say you still have some medicinal herbs? How about we trade them first?" "Okay, wait for me." Lenny returned to the house again and took out several expensive medicinal herbs to be traded. After some inspection, Yang Xiaowei readily purchased all the medicinal materials at the high price she paid last time. Lin Yi received 2.3 million. It's still a cash transaction. Yang Xiaowei brought enough cash, which made Lin Yi very satisfied, and was also the reason why he was willing to wait for Yang Xiaowei's father. After the transaction, Lin Yi helped Yang Xiaowei move the herbs to her car. Then the two of them chatted while drinking tea. After finishing a pot of tea, the two went to the backyard for a while and heard a car horn coming from the front yard. Yang Xiaoyes fatur Yang Tai Arifet. Yang Tai asked the driver to stop the car at the door, and then he walked into the yard alone. "Dad!" Yang Xiaowei came out and pointed at Lin Yi beside her and introduced him. "This is Lin Yi. The wild tea you drank before was given to you by him. Mr. Lin, I have admired you for a long time." Yang Tai stretched out his hand and shook hands with Lin Yi enthusiastically. "Mr. Yang, you're welcome. Please come in." Lin Yi invited Yang Tai into the house and poured him a cup of tea. Yang Tai was not in a hurry to look at the ginseng. Instead, he tasted the tea with great enjoyment for a while and discussed the tea ceremony with Lin Yi for a while before getting down to business. Yang Tai personally looked at the precious wild ginseng and then said to Lin Yi, "Mr. Lin, this wild ginseng is indeed a rare treasure. A few years ago, I participated in a private collection exhibition where someone exhibited a 200-year-old wild ginseng. The price was 20 million, but the appearance was not as good as yours, and the age was not as high as yours. It can be said that this kind of treasure is hard to come by. We are now considered very good partners. The medicinal materials you sold to us before were of excellent quality. I hope that this kind of friendship between us can continue. Of course, I am still very willing to cooperate with your company. Lin nodded. Mr. Lin, I'll give you 40 million for this wild ginseng. How about that? When the price was announced, Lin Yi and Yang Xiaowei next to them were stunned. I have to say that Yang Tai is indeed very courageous. The price doubled as soon as he opened his mouth, and this price was beyond Lin Yi's expectations. He thought it would be great if he could get 30 million. In fact, Lin Yi is not the greedy person he says he is. The reason why I want more is also to upgrade the warehouse. Now that the price offered by Yang Tai satisfied him, Lin Yi readily agreed to the deal. After the transaction was completed, Lin Yi gave Yang Tai some tea brought from another world. After expressing his gratitude again and again, Yang Tai left Xiaohua village with his daughter. Lin Yi put all the cash into the game warehouse, and the fund soared to 44.3 million again. This time it should be enough. Next, Lin Yi continued to upgrade the warehouse functions. The funds were reduced by 10 million in an instant, and the warehouse was upgraded successfully. Lin Yi tried the gasoline generator, but it still didn't work. Then, keep upgrading. The funds were reduced by another 10 million. Still not working. Upgrade. Upgrade. The huge sum of 40 million that had just been obtained turned into nothing in the blink of an eye. Such a crazy thing, but Lin Yi, a small country bumpkin, didn't even think he was crazy. At this moment, he was like a gambler, constantly gambling. Fortunately, he is not as tragic as other gamblers. The gasoline generator can finally be stored in the warehouse. He also tried his own car and put it into the warehouse. This means that tractors can also be brought to other worlds. Lin Yi calmed down and couldn't help feeling distressed when he thought about how he had made 40 million in such a short time. But it is easy to make money now, and he still has nearly 10 million in assets, so he doesn't have to worry about anything. Ding! If you spend over 50 million, you will be rewarded with a special pet, the iron-armed ape. Holy shit, isn't this a pet from the game? Lin Yi was a little surprised. This iron-armed ape was very powerful. It could crush stones easily with its hands. It was absolutely loyal to its master and could help watch the house and protect its master, etc. It was more than one level higher than a watchdog. After bringing out the iron-armed ape, a giant ape that was as tall as a man rushed towards Lin Yi excitedly with its teeth bared. Just as it was about to collide, the iron-armed ape slammed on the brakes and stopped in front of Lin Yi. Then it bowed and turned around in circles towards Lin Yi, looking very excited. I'll call you the Great Sage from now on. Lin Yi touched the monkey's head and said. Iron-armed ape nodded repeatedly and scratched his ears and cheeks excitedly. All that's missing is this. I have a name. After interacting with the Monkey King for a while, getting it some fruits, and letting it look after the house, Lin Yi drove to the city. There were a lot of things to purchase this time, and I was busy until dark, and only a small part of the goods were delivered. Lin Yi decided not to go back, so as to avoid having to come again early tomorrow morning, which would be too troublesome. After calling the delivery man and asking them to deliver the goods tomorrow, Lin Yi drove the car into the warehouse and locked the door from the inside. First, he put the car into the game warehouse, then put in some of the seeds and fertilizers that were delivered, and finally he took back the iron-armed ape that was guarding Xiaohua village and took them all to the other world. With the iron-armed ape guarding the gate in the future, Lin Yi won't have to worry about others seeing through his secrets. Chapter 27. Making money can't be slow. Another world. Early morning. When Lin Yi opened the door, he saw Qiu Xiang, as usual, holding the water for washing face and waiting at the door to serve him. There were two big black dogs at the door, grinning, waiting for their owner to feed them. But when he saw a big monkey suddenly jump out from behind Lin Yi, he screamed and ran away with his tail between his legs. Qiu Xiang was also shocked. How come there was a big monkey hiding in the master's room? Qiu Xiang, don't be afraid. This is my pet Monkey King. Lin Yi patted the iron-armed ape on the head and said, Monkey King, say hello. The great sage immediately obediently greeted Qiu Xiang. Wow, it's so smart. It can even understand human language, Qiu Xiang said in surprise. It can also guard the house and protect its master. Great sage Qiu Xiang is one of us. You have to protect her in the future, too. Do you understand? Woo woo woo. The great sage whooshed and nodded repeatedly. Okay, let's go out and play. Upon hearing this, the great sage ran out excitedly. Master, did you have a good rest last night? Not bad. Lin Yi brushed his teeth, washed his face, and shaved with Qiuxiang's help. After finishing the whole process, he went to the restaurant to eat. Ye's mother is now considered to be a woman of high status because of her daughter, but she is a person who knows when to advance and when to retreat. She is also very sensible in her conduct and actions, and she does not eat at the same table with Linny. Qiuxiang shouted, I have to go on a long journey tomorrow to get food for our county magistrate. I'll leave the housework to you. Xiao Dai, you will be responsible for leading people to repair the canals and level the land in the next few days. If you have time, you can plow the land first. If you want to hire workers, the more the better. The elderly, the weak, women, and children can be used. It would be best to recruit all the refugees to work for us. With so many people, a lot of food must be consumed every day. Yi Xiaodai said worriedly. It doesn't matter. I'm doing this to give everyone something to eat. Just consider it a good deed. As long as the work is done well, we can give some food. It's not a big deal. I can still afford it. Xiaodai understands. Master, you are such a kind person. Many people praised you yesterday. Qiuxiang said with a smile. Whether you read it well or not, just don't cause any trouble. If anything happens, go to the county government office to find Lord Song Yao Song. I've made note of this. After breakfast, Yi Xiaodai brought a dozen hired workers to the city gate to recruit refugees to work. Qiuxiang and her friends were steaming steamed buns at home. Lin Yi visited Song Yao and told him about his itinerary. Song Yao knew that Lin Yi wanted to hide away, but this was a good excuse. In Lin, he has already done everything he should do. The biggest variable is that the refugees have been dealt with by Lin Yi, and the rest is Song Yao's business. Brother, you are really powerful. Where did you get so much food? Song Yao asked half jokingly and half seriously. Lin Yi raised the corner of his mouth and joked. Of course I asked the gods to make it, otherwise where would I get so much food? Ha! You are really good at this, my dear brother. Then I wish you a safe journey. Thank you, brother. I'll ask you for some wine when I come back. I'll be waiting for you then. By the way, these are some spices used in cooking. Brother, you can try them when you have time. Brother, you still understand me the best. When Lin Yi came out of the county government office, there was a carriage behind him. It was given to him by Song Yao. It is equivalent to a modern BMW car, and you may not be able to buy it even if you have money. It is also a symbol of identity. Driving the carriage to the pharmacy, Lin Yi bought another batch of medicinal materials. If you take these things to the city and resell them, you can earn millions, so why not do it? Seeing that it was approaching noon, Lin Yi invited the owner of the pharmacy, Sun Shidao, to go to Fengxiangshai for a drink. Fengxiangshai has a strong background and is said to be opened by a big shot in the capital, so even in years of famine, it can operate as usual. As long as you have money, we can get you whatever you want to eat. Lin Yi didn't want to be too high profile, so he ordered a few dishes casually and then went into the private room. Brother Lin, can you get more of that cigarette? What's the meaning? To be honest, I went to Beijing a few days ago to report to my boss. He saw the cigarettes and the lighter you gave me and liked them right away. He even showed them off to others, and many people wanted them. Our boss was thinking, can we cooperate with you to supply the goods, and we can be responsible for the sales in Beijing? Lin Yi thought about it and said with a smile, sure, who doesn't like making money? Brother Sun, just go and report it. When I come back next time, I will bring him a batch of cigarettes and lighters. Let him think about the price first. Oh, by the way, I have another fun thing here. Having said that, Lin Yi took out a watch from his pocket and handed it to shopkeeper Sun. What is this treasure? This is called a watch. It's used to tell time. I asked Lord Song to give one to our empress. Lin Yi boasted for a while, with the empress as a living signboard, and the fact that watches were indeed magical. He immediately attracted the interest of shopkeeper Sun. Brother Lin, you have so many interesting things in your hands. I think this watch is very interesting. I will go to the capital and report to my boss in a while. I can also get spices as well as rouge and powder used by noble ladies, beautiful clothes, and so on. They're all good things. When you return to Beijing, talk to your boss and see what he thinks. I'm going to the capital now. Shopkeeper Sun started walking. You'll drink before you leave? No more drinking. We need to hurry up and make money. Sun Shidao said as he went out. But he soon turned around and walked back, leaning close to Lin Yi's ear, and whispered, Brother, the 4 major families in our Lanyan County have backers in the capital. You have to be more careful. Thank you for the reminder, Brother Sunday. You go out now to avoid the limelight. Brother Sun is right. Take care, brother. Sun Sherdao clasped his fists, then turned and left. This time he really left. Lenny no longer had the appetite to continue eating and drinking, so he packed up the food and wine and drove back home in the carriage. As soon as I entered the yard, I saw the Monkey King riding on Dahe and chasing Arai for fun. Dahe was so tired that he was foaming at the mouth, but he didn't dare to stop. Arai was so scared that he trembled with his tail between his legs, but he didn't dare to run too fast. That's so pitiful. Great Sage, stop messing around, Lenny shouted. The Great Sage did a backflip and jumped in front of Lenny. He jumped around Lenny like a little kid asking for candy. Lenny threw an apple to the Monkey King. Don't bully Dahe and Arai in the future. They're your partners too, understand? You have to work together and take care of this home for me. Immediately afterwards, Lin Yi threw a few bones to Dahe and Arai to soothe their wounded hearts. Chapter 28. Renovation of the Old House. Coco comes to visit. After giving the Monkey King a political lesson for a while, Lenny went back to his room to rest. Now that someone is watching over the affairs at home, he doesn't have to worry too much. He didn't know how long he slept until he heard Xiaoxiang calling him in the yard and woke up. Now that the Great Sage is guarding the door, Xiaoxiang doesn't even dare to get close, let alone enter the house. Anyone who comes within 3 meters will be driven away by the Great Sage. This is Xiaoxiang. If it were someone else, he would probably be attacked by the Monkey King. Great Sage, let Xiaoxiang in, Lenny shouted while lying on the bed. Then Xiaoxiang came in and said fearfully, Master, the Great Sage was so scary just now. When I came in to call you for dinner, it attacked me. When I'm resting, the Great Sage won't allow anyone to get close to me. But you're my woman, so it won't attack you. At most, it won't let you into the house. Master, don't you need me and Sister Xiaodai to serve you at night? Xiaoxiang asked. Lenny smiled and carried Xiaoxiang to the bed, holding her soft waist and asked, What? Do you want to break up again? No, I just think that I should serve you and let you rest. Xiaoxiang said shyly. I have to practice martial arts at night and cannot be disturbed. When my martial arts skills are perfect, I will let you come to accompany me at night. How about it? Lin Yi said, and his big hands became naughty again. Xiaoxiang suddenly fell limp in Lin Yi's arms. After all the trouble, Lin Yi didn't even have dinner, and it was time to return to the city. After giving Xiaoxiang some instructions and giving the Monkey King a death order to guard the room, Lin Yi was hurriedly teleported back to the city. In a rented warehouse in the suburbs, Lin Yi opened the warehouse door and drove to have breakfast. Although Xiaoxiang is beautiful and delicious, she can only provide spiritual nourishment and still needs some material nutrition. A tray of steamed dumplings, a bowl of pumpkin millet porridge, 2 tea eggs, and some pickles, it's such a happy meal. When we returned to the warehouse, delivery men started arriving one after another. They delivered fertilizers, seeds, pesticides, tractors, and various machines. Lenny spent the whole day receiving goods. We have only one tractor for now, as no one knows how to drive more than that. The rest are various agricultural equipment such as rotary plows for tilling the land, seeders for sowing, water pumps and pipes for irrigation, etc. As for other machines, you can buy them when you need them. What's more, Lin Yi only stockpiled these machines temporarily. Now there is plenty of cheap labor in the other world, and even if tractors are used, they are only used secretly in emergencies. This thing has too high a technological level for the other world, and it's a bit unrealistic for it to appear suddenly. Perhaps we can start a productivity revolution there first, or wait until he has a certain level of strength and status. Then you won't have to worry anymore. Machines like tractors cannot be used openly for the time being, but cosmetics, perfumes, clothes, and the like can be traded to make some money. As for food, Lenny plans to do it again this time, and will not do it for the time being. There were too many words for him to explain, and now Song Yao already had some doubts. From now on, just make sure you have enough to eat. We'll have to wait until next year's wheat harvest. He was just an ordinary citizen, and he couldn't do anything about the food shortage crisis in the whole Dragon Country. Just live in the present and take care of yourself. After returning to Xiaohua Village in the evening, Lenny placed orders online for some very cost-effective cosmetics, perfumes, lipsticks, and other items, as well as some beautiful retro clothes. Thinking that winter was about to come in the other world, his butt would definitely be frozen if he went to the toilet outside, so he planned to get a flush toilet. Then set up floor heating and calm, and it will be much more comfortable in winter. In addition, there should be natural resources such as coal, oil, and natural gas in the other world. Oil and natural gas require high levels of technology to extract, but finding coal mines, especially open-pit mines, is much easier. As long as there are people, it can be done, and what Longwa lacks the least right now is cheap labor. Those refugees would be willing to work for a whole day if they were given a steam bun. If the mine coal is used for heating, it will not only be a good business, but it can also save more lives in the cold winter, which is a great merit. Thinking of this, Lenny started to look up some information about exploring coal mines on the internet. The next day, Lenny slept until he woke up naturally. What a comfort! Carrying the toothbrush cup and brushing my teeth, I went to the backyard and watched the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep chasing and playing while eating. It was such a pleasure. After breakfast, Lenny continued shopping online. He bought everything he could get from another world to exchange for money. Feeling almost sick from browsing, Lenny moved a recliner, lay down under a big tree in the yard, and started watching a movie on his tablet. It was soon noon. Lenny had lunch and took a stroll in and out of the village. I saw that many people's houses had been renovated, and some even built small buildings. Lenny thought, why not renovate the house himself? The old house his father left for him was very comfortable to live in, though a little old. He planned to make some simple renovations, mainly to increase its aesthetics, practicality, and convenience. Just like the indoor toilet, bathroom, and clean kitchen all need to be renovated. It will definitely be more comfortable to live in after the renovation. Now that he has money in his pocket, Lenny does what he thinks. He had originally planned to stay for a few more days before going to the other world. Firstly, to avoid the conflict between Song Yao and the four major families, and secondly, to leave enough time to collect food. There is a food shortage everywhere in Long Kingdom now. The longer it takes to collect food, the less likely it will be to be suspected. I was a bit too hasty last time. This time, he took advantage of this time to renovate the old house. A local design company was contacted online, and they came to the house to take measurements and listen to Lin Yi's requirements. Thanks to Lin Yi's financial ability, the other party agreed to complete the design tomorrow. Afterwards, Lin Yi asked the other party to introduce a construction team to him. The other party took the benefit and did his best to help Lin Yi find a construction team with a good reputation. All that was left was to wait for the workers to lead the team into the site tomorrow. Ding-ling-ling. Just after I hung up the phone, it rang again. Lenny looked at the incoming call and couldn't help but feel curious. Kiki, why did you think of calling me? Uncle, I'm here to play with you. Are you home? Coco's playful and sweet voice came from the phone. I'm at home. Where are you? I'm at the bus station in your county. Uncle, can you pick me up? Okay, wait for me there. I'll pick you up right away. Although Lin Yi was surprised, he had to entertain the girl since she had come to the county town. After hanging up the phone, Lin Yi drove to the county town. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Yi picked up Kiki. The child actually came with a suitcase. You are? Uncle, do you mind if I stay at your house for a few days? Ah, isn't this inappropriate? Why is it inappropriate? You're unmarried, and I'm unmarried. So who cares? The villagers love to gossip, and I'm going to renovate the old house tomorrow. It will be very messy and noisy, which will affect your writing. That's great. Originally, I came here to look for materials. Good uncle, please let me stay for a few days. I won't cause you any trouble. Coco shook Lin Yi's arm and acted coquettishly. Okay, if you don't mind the noise, then stay here. Lin Yi agreed reluctantly. What do you want to eat tonight? I'll treat you. Don't you people in the countryside often drink corn porridge? Add some sweet potatoes. It's both healthy and delicious. I really want to drink a bowl of it now, Coco said with her crescent eyes squinting. Lin Yi couldn't help but laugh. You want to drink corn porridge? I don't care if your braid is facing up. Chapter 29, I can let the uncle hug me again tonight. Bringing Coco back to the village, Lin Yi drove the car directly into the yard. This gate is quite good. Vehicles can enter and exit, and there is an asphalt road outside, which is very convenient. However, the wall and gate are a bit old, and the wall on the left is a bit tilted. Lin Yi plans to rebuild it and spray it with real stone paint. As for the front door, it will be transformed into a door opening with a roof on top, so it can be used as a garage in the future. Wow, what a nice house. I like this big persimmon tree. Coco jumped out of the car, stood in front of the big tree, and closed her eyes in enjoyment. This is planted by my father. It has been more than 30 years. It produces many persimmons every year. They are especially sweet. Lin Yi looked up and looked at the persimmons that looked like small lanterns. He couldn't help but think of what his father looked like when he was alive. Uncle, do you miss your dad? Seeing that Lin Yi's eyes were a little moist, Coco took Lin Yi's hand and asked softly. Lin Yi wiped away his tears and said, I'm sorry, I lost my composure. Comeon? Comein? Lin Yi moved his luggage down and gave his bedroom to Coco. And he himself was going to move into his parents' bedroom. If we start work tomorrow, we may have to live in the car or set up a tent. Anyway, the yard is big enough, so we can just find a place. When Coco heard that they were going to set up a tent in the yard, she was very excited. She liked this kind of environment. After dinner, before it was completely dark, Lin Yi took a few dogs and Coco for a walk outside the village. Lin Yi named the two big wolf dogs Dalong and Erlang respectively, and the other three puppies were named Sanlang, Silang, and Wulong. After this period of familiarity, they have basically accepted the name. No matter who Lin Yi calls out, they will respond happily, which is very interesting. Lin Yi, is this your girlfriend? A curious person in the village asked when he saw Coco beside Lin Yi while strolling. No, I'm a friend from the city, coming to stay in the country for a few days. The little girl is a little small. Annie, I'm 25 years old, not young anymore, Coco replied. He's about the same age as my brat. Do you want me to introduce him to you? My son works in a big city and in a public institution. No need, Annie. I don't want to find a boyfriend right now. After saying that, Coco pulled Lin Yi and left quickly. After walking a long way out, Lin Yi said with a smile, just wait and see. Tomorrow the news about you will spread throughout the village. I don't even know them. Why are they spreading news about me? And no one knows me anyway. Kiki said puzzledly. It doesn't matter whether you know it or not. As long as it's interesting gossip, everyone will pass it on. That's how it is in the countryside. There are no secrets at all. How can it be like this? I've lived next door to you in the city for several years, and we've never spoken to each other. The city and the countryside are two completely different environments. You will understand after staying there for a few days. After strolling along the mountain road of the village, the two returned home. Coco, do you want to watch a movie? Lin Yi asked, seeing that it was still early. Okay, I want to watch a horror movie. I didn't dare to watch it by myself before, but now that the uncle is with me, I can finally realize this wish. Let's not watch horror movies anymore. Let's watch an action movie. Uncle, you are so bad. Lin Yi's forehead was suddenly black. What are you thinking, you little dirty girl? The action movie I'm talking about is a serious action movie. What I said is very serious. Coco said with a pure and innocent face. Lin Yi pinched her little nose, then took out the projector, found a Hollywood action blockbuster, and started watching it. Uncle, you also have a projector. This brand must cost tens of thousands. It's simply too luxurious. Life is all about knowing how to enjoy it, Lin Yi said, and got a big bucket of popcorn and 2 cans of Coke from the house. There's also popcorn? Coco was so surprised. How can you watch a movie without popcorn? Come on, cheers. Lin Yi opened the Coke and clinked it with Coco. The movie lasted more than 2 hours, and it was already past 10 o'clock. Lin Yi prepared hot water for Coco and asked her to wash up. Uncle, you are so caring. You are a guest, so of course I have to take good care of you. Uncle, you are so nice. Wash it quickly. After washing up, Lin Yi helped to put on new sheets and replace the quilt with new bedding. Okay, it's getting late, take a rest. Uncle, don't go. Coco suddenly hugged Lin Yi's arm. Feeling the strange sensation on his arm, Lin Yi subconsciously shrank back, but was unable to pull it out. I'm in the room opposite. You can hear me if you call me. It's not as convenient as chatting in the same room. It's not like we haven't lived together before. At Coco's repeated requests, Lin Yi had no choice but to accompany her for a while. The two of them lay side by side on the bed, with the bright moonlight outside the window and the occasional barking of a dog or two coming from the village. Uncle, please hug me, just like last time, Coco asked, turning sideways. Lin Yi was silent for a moment, then silently held her in his arms. Uncle, you are so nice. Actually, I'm not very good. In my eyes, you are the best. How's your novel going? I haven't started writing yet. I want to get to know you better before I start writing. Coco, you're a good girl, Kiki suddenly blocked his mouth with her hands. Uncle, let's not talk about this now. Let's just quietly appreciate the moonlight. Look how beautiful the moonlight is tonight. Yes, very beautiful. Before they knew it, they both fell asleep. Lin Yi originally wanted to stay with her for a while and then go back to another room, but he slept until dawn. The construction team has arrived. Lin Yi quickly got up and asked the construction team to come in and start working. Lin Yi planned to renovate the courtyard wall and the gate first, and also tear down the wing on the east side and rebuild it. After everything is cleaned up, we will renovate the main room so that the things in the main room can be moved to the wing rooms. Although he could put it in the warehouse, Coco was here now, and the villagers would have nothing to do and would come over to take a look. He didn't want to make it too abrupt and arouse suspicion. Even so, the next night, Lin E and Coco also moved into the tent. Lin E set up the tent under a big tree. The two of them laid down in it and chatted about their childhood. The atmosphere was warm and natural. The three puppies lay beside the tent, as if protecting them. Uncle, how great would it be if we could travel back to ancient times? What's so good about ancient times? Then I can be your concubine. What kind of logic is this? Because on TV, concubines are more favored than wives, and I want the uncle to favor me. Isn't this the plot of the novel you came up with? Yes, in the character I designed, I am the uncle's favorite concubine, and the uncle is a great general who has achieved more than his master. You travel from modern times to ancient times, but what you don't know is that I also traveled from modern times. How cool is that? Lenny didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Of course I did. You don't know that I traveled through time, but I know that you traveled through time. That's cool. Chapter 30 Leisure Life After Lying Down. 10 days later, the renovation of Lin Yi's courtyard wall and east and west wing rooms was completed. The east wing is a converted kitchen and dining room. The west wing contains the toilet, bathroom, and guest bedroom. The next step is to renovate the main house. First, all the furniture inside will be moved to the side rooms. After the renovation is completed, Lenny plans to move the furniture left by his parents back as a commemoration. But the living room and my bedroom need to be replanned and some new furniture added. Compared with the reconstruction of the wing rooms, the renovation of the north room is more complicated. According to Lin Yi's idea, the original 4 rooms were changed to 3, with an expanded and spacious living room in the middle and bedrooms on both sides. The 2 bedrooms are also connected to the side rooms. When it is cold in winter, you can move around in the dining room, kitchen, and bathroom without leaving the house. This is also the biggest change in this renovation. Seeing that the renovation of the main house was about to be completed, Coco also planned to return to the city. He just wanted to go and look at some furniture, so he took Coco home. During this period, the two got along very closely, but did not do anything out of the ordinary. Uncle, next time I want to go to your new home and stay for a few more days. Before parting, Coco made a reservation for the next reunion. No problem, call me then, and I'll pick you up. After saying goodbye to Coco, Lenny came to the furniture store and bought furniture such as sofas, coffee tables, beds, and wardrobes according to the size of his home after the remodel. He also bought a new TV, air conditioner, and washing machine. In order to make it convenient to drink tea, he spent a lot of money to buy a tea table. You can show it off when guests come over in the future. After buying the things, I asked them all to deliver them directly to the warehouse on the outskirts of the city. After he received the goods, he put them directly into the game warehouse. Now the game warehouse is almost full, especially the bodies of Long Air and his men, which have not been dealt with yet. When he goes to the other world again, Lenny plans to throw him into a mass grave. After a few more days, the house renovation was completed, and he spent a total of hundreds of thousands of dollars. Furniture accounted for more than half of the purchases, mainly because he bought high-end items. The whole house has been completely transformed. The walls were sprayed with real stone paint, the yard was paved with colored bricks, and the gate was replaced with an electronic security door. The only thing that remained unchanged was the persimmon tree planted by my father in the yard. In the dead of night, Lenny locked the door and moved all the furniture out of the game warehouse. The bedroom was decorated first, then the living room. In the other bedroom, some old furniture used by my parents, old family photos, and other old items were placed. There is no bed in this room, and I don't plan to let anyone else live in it in the future, so I'll use it as a study, and it can be a keepsake for myself. The guest bedroom was also carefully decorated. He didn't have many friends, so the main purpose was to be prepared. What's more, there is Coco. This girl is not polite to him now. Maybe in a few days, she will get the urge to come and stay for a few days. After everything was arranged, Lenny walked around the rooms with satisfaction and liked them more and more. The front yard is clean and tidy. In addition to the big persimmon tree, there are also several large flower pots, which make the courtyard particularly warm. A shed was also built in the backyard for poultry and livestock to live in. In addition, a back door was open to facilitate cleaning and for the chickens and ducks to stroll around the back mountain. Indoor bathroom, electric water heater, modern kitchen, floor heating throughout the house, smart appliances, etc. When winter comes, I won't go out, and we'll just stay at home, watch a movie, make delicious food, and go to another world to enjoy life at night. It's beautiful just thinking about it. After strolling around, Lin Yi finally came to the living room, sat in front of the tea table, and made himself a cup of tea. The tea table is carved from old tree roots, with lights installed around it, as well as rockery, pavilions, waterfalls, and even a few little people drinking tea in the pavilion, which is very artistic. Lin Yi took a few photos and posted them on WeChat Moments. Kiki was the first to give a thumbs up, followed by Yang Xiaowei and others who also gave thumbs up and expressed their desire to come to his place for tea. Lin Yi exchanged a few pleasantries with everyone, then opened the shopping platform and sorted out the items he had purchased during this period in the order list. Cosmetics, clothes, accessories, and even sanitary napkins and underwear for women. Among them, sanitary napkins and underwear were bought for Qiuxiang and Yi Xiaodai. Of course, she was also planning to test the waters and see whether the noble ladies in the capital would accept these things. In his plan, he was going to open a store specializing in women's products. These things are all prepared for this specialty store. After all, this is the world where Her Majesty the Empress rules. As for cooperating with the boss of the drugstore, Mr. Sun, it is not impossible, but it also depends on the other party's ability. More than 20 days passed in the blink of an eye, and Lin Yi felt that it was time for him to show up. In fact, during this period, he had secretly returned to the other world several times, but he did not alarm other people. After drinking tea, it was already past 10 o'clock in the evening. Lin Yi locked the door, drew the curtains, and started the transmission. The next moment, Lin Yi appeared in another world, in his own bedroom. Turning on the time props, Lin Yi accelerated out of the city at lightning speed. First, they went to the mass grave and disposed of the bodies. Then they came to the cave where the food had been stored. He moved out half the amount from the game warehouse than last time, and then returned to the city. In fact, he still had a lot of grain. The reason why he took out half of it was mainly to dispel Song Yao's doubts and create the illusion that it was difficult to raise grain now. When he returned home, Lin Yi saw Qiuxiang looking out the door. When Qiuxiang saw Lin Yi appear, she immediately ran over cheering. "Master, you are finally back. I was so worried about you." Qiuxiang choked with tears. "Don't cry. I'm back. Is everything okay at home?" Lin Yi stretched out his big hand and wiped the tears from Qiuxiang's face. Qiuxiang nodded. "Everything is fine at home, but we are all worried about you. It's a mess outside right now, with refugees everywhere. This time we're away for a little longer, mainly because it's difficult to collect food and we're walking a little far." The two men walked into the house while talking. "Where's Xiaodai?" "Sister Xiaodai has taken people to work. According to Master's instructions, they have dug the canals and turned the land. Now, they're building a farm over there." "Building a manor?" "Yes, we have so many fields, and we will definitely need a lot of people to work in the future. Zhuangzi is a place for these people to live." "You are so thoughtful. You are worthy of being my good wife." "Qiuxiang, send someone to call Xiaodai back. I need to talk to her about something." "I've already sent someone to go. Sister Xiaodai has missed me so much these days. If she knew you were back, she would definitely fly back." Qiuxiang said with a smile. "You only say that Xiaodai misses me, but don't you miss me?" Lin Yi hugged Qiuxiang to his lap and kissed her madly. It is said that a short separation is better than a new marriage, and the ancients were right. The two people, like dry wood and a fiery flame, soon reach the state where you are in me and I am in you. Not long after, Yi Xiaodai also rushed back and was pulled by Lin Yi to join in the fun. After the three of them shared their true feelings with each other and relieved their lovesickness, Lin Yi assigned a new task to Yi Xiaodai. First, build a breeding farm on the farm and prepare to engage in breeding in preparation for entering the Beijing food industry in the future. Hot pot, goose stewed in an iron pot, shabu-shabu mutton, spicy hot pot, etc., all kinds of condiments plus technology and hard work. It will not be complete until these ancient delicacies are intoxicated. Second, send people to explore coal mines in the surrounding areas. As winter is approaching, we must speed up the heating process. Otherwise, who knows how many people would die. As for the third, it is to build factories and research institutes, mainly to research and produce glass, paper, clothing, and simple machinery. If you need anything in the future, you can just add more items. The main purpose of this mission is to conceal the truth. Lin Yi will bring more epic-making things from the city in the future, so he needs to find a source for them. After receiving the task, Yi Xiaodai went to arrange it with great excitement. After being encouraged by her master, Yi Xiaodai is now full of energy and enthusiasm. Qiu Xiang, find me some workers. I want to renovate the house. Yes, I'll go right away. Qiu Xiang hurried to the backyard and called a few hired workers. Lin Yi told him his ideas, which included a heated brick bed, an underground flue, and the renovation of the indoor bathroom. The toilet is located in the next room, so that if there is any smell on rainy days, it can be isolated. After giving the instructions, the workers started to get busy. Lin Yi asked Qiu Xiang to keep an eye on it while he took Lin Yu to visit the county magistrate. Yu, I heard from Qiu Xiang that you have performed well during this period. Work hard and I, the master, will not treat you unfairly. Lin Yi asked while sitting in the carriage. Lin Yu drove the carriage and replied, Thank you, master, and thank you, Madam Qiu Xiang. I will definitely not let you down. Your self-defense skills are pretty good. Take some time out every day to teach those kids. I'll pay you some extra money. How about that? Everything is up to the master's orders. Very good. Master, be careful, Lin Yu suddenly shouted. The next moment, a sharp arrow shot from the roof next to it and was blocked by Lin Yu with the dagger she carried with her. Yu, don't worry about me. Catch that guy. Lin Yu was shocked. Damn it. He has even reached the point where he is being assassinated. When Lin Yu received the order, he immediately jumped from the carriage directly to the roof. The assassin, after missing his target, immediately turned around and left. Lin Yi sneered and immediately used the time prop to slow down the surrounding environment. Immediately afterwards, while the assassin and Lin Yu were shocked, Lin Yi arrived first and stood in front of the assassin. The time-pausing item took effect. Lin Yi looked at the assassin and asked, Who sent you? The assassin looked around vigilantly, trying to find an opportunity to escape. No need to look. I'm faster than you. You definitely can't escape. Now your only way to survive is to tell the truth. Maybe I can spare your life. Lin Yi said, Go to hell. The assassin shouted angrily, raised the bow and arrow in his hand, and shot at Lin Yi. However, at this moment, Lin Yu's dagger pierced the assassin's shoulder first. With a scream, the assassin's bow and arrow fell to the ground, and he was kicked over and stepped on by Lin Yu. The assassination here soon alarmed the patrolling Yamen runners. Now everyone in the county government knows about Lin Yi's relationship with the county magistrate, so they are very polite to him. Mr. Lin, are you okay? A bailiff stepped forward and asked with concern. I've fine. I'll leave this assassin to you. Lin Yi clasped his fists in thanks, then got on the carriage and continued on his way to the county government office. Soon the news of Lin Yi's assassination reached Song Yao's ears, but he was not too surprised or too worried. Now everyone in Lanyan County knows that Lin Yi helped him deal with the 4 major families. And in this matter, Lin Yi played a crucial role. If he hadn't provided food and resolved the most unstable refugees, the 4 major families wouldn't have been defeated so quickly. Therefore, it is reasonable that Lin Yi was hated and assassinated. If Lin Yi knew that I couldn't avoid getting into trouble by hiding, I wonder if he would scold me. In fact, he had thought it was too simple before. Once you break into this den of trouble, how can you stay out of it? Even if he wanted to stay out of it, Song Yao would continue to pull him in. For Song Yao, Lin Yi is a great helper. How could he not use it? As for not worrying about Lin Yi's safety, it was because he knew that the Empress's shadow guard was right beside Lin Yi. To be able to become the Empress's shadow guard, one must first be loyal, and secondly, be powerful. There are not many people who can kill people under the nose of shadow guard. Master, Lin Yi is here. Song Yao's old servant came to report. This person is also an elder in Song Yao's family, and one of the people he trusts the most. Please come in. Soon, Lin Yi followed the old servant in from outside. Brother Song, I'm back. Brother, are you okay? I just heard that someone wanted to assassinate you. Song Yao asked with concern. He's just a petty thief, not worth mentioning. My dear brother, don't be careless. Although the 4 major families have been defeated by me, their remnants have not been eliminated yet, and they may retaliate against you. Even when I go out, I bring a group of Yamen runners with me. Song Yao said. Lin Yi smiled bitterly and said, I am just an ordinary citizen. If they want to target me, I can't do anything about it. But you don't have to worry too much. I've already issued an arrest warrant. Those clowns won't be able to stay here for long. Song Yao comforted Lin Yi for a while, and then asked, How is it? How much food did you bring back this time? It's less than last time, mainly because there's not much food left, and it's a bit difficult to collect it. No wonder you took so long to walk this time. I thought you were in some trouble. But this is also the basic national condition. After several years of famine, Many places have no harvest, and many landlords have no surplus food. Unless there is good weather next year, maybe we can ease the situation. Otherwise, Brother Song, we can slowly find a solution to the food problem. But now that winter is approaching, there is still a very serious problem that needs to be solved urgently. Linny said, "What's the matter?" Song Yao asked in a deep voice. "To keep warm. You mean those refugees will freeze to death?" Linny nodded. "If we can't find a way to keep warm, these refugees will have no houses to hide in. They will definitely not be able to survive in the cold winter." "What you said makes sense. We currently have more than 20,000 refugees in Lanyan County, and there are hundreds of thousands in the capital. They have no place to shelter from the cold, and once they encounter severe cold, many people will definitely die." Song Yao's expression became serious. But then he seemed to remember something, looked at Lin Yi and asked, "Brother, you took the initiative to bring up this issue. Do you have a solution?" Chapter 31 Lin Family Manor has taken shape. County Government Office, backyard. Lin Yi lit a cigarette for Song Yao, and the two of them puffed smoke while saying, "Brother Song, to be honest, I do know a way to help ordinary people survive the coming cold winter." "What method? Tell me quickly," Song Yao urged. "I have to say that Lord Song is indeed a good official who cares about the people, and Lin Yi's help to him is well worth it. Lin Yi is willing to make friends with such a good official, even if he is willing to take some risks for him. If it was the kind of corrupt official who did nothing and was extremely greedy, Lin Yi would have to stay away from him." "Cole, what is this?" Song Yao looked suspicious, because he had never heard of such a thing. Lin Yi smiled mysteriously, then took out a piece of black coal from his bag. "Brother Song, this is coal. It can be used for heating and cooking, and it is much more convenient than charcoal. Most importantly, there's a lot of this stuff stored underground. As long as we find the veins, we can mine it and let the people get through the cold winters safely." "Is this black stuff underground?" "Yes, but we need to find a mineral vein. If we have a coal mine in Lanyan County, then we can supply the heating needs of not only Lanyan County, but also the capital and surrounding areas." Song Yao thought for a moment and asked, "Brother, is this thing easy to mine?" "It's not difficult. If you are lucky, you can find an open-pit coal mine and dig it directly. Another point is that it is much cheaper than charcoal and much easier. Even ordinary people can afford it." "Good. Great. My dear brother, you are truly my deputy general." Song Yao laughed loudly. "I will send people to look for coal mines now. If there are none in Lanyan County, we can go to the surrounding counties or even the capital. If your majesty knows the benefits of this coal, even if there is coal under the imperial farm, he will definitely be willing to hand it over. I have sent people to look for it. Brother Song, you might as well ask someone to look through the county annals or issue a notice to get people in the city and refugees from all over the country involved. Anyone who has clues to the coal mine will be rewarded." Lin Yi suggested. "Good idea." Song Yao is also a vigorous and decisive person, and he does things very decisively. After hearing Lin Yi talk about the benefits of the coal mine, he immediately issued an order for all the people in the county government to look through the county annals. And according to Lin Yi's suggestion, a reward notice was posted. The next step is to wait for news. Lin Yi left the county government office and prepared to visit the farm outside the city. At this time, Lin Yu said as he drove the carriage, "Master, the assassin just now confessed." "Oh, are they from the four major families?" Lin Yi asked. Lin Yu shook her head and said with a serious expression, "They were sent by the capital." "Capital?" Lin Yi suddenly remembered what Sun Sherdao reminded him of. Lin Yu explained, "According to the assassin, these four major families all have backers in the capital. Now that the master has helped Lord Song to eliminate the four major families, it is equivalent to slapping them in the face. They don't want to take action against Lord Song for the time being, so they chose you, the master, with the purpose of giving Lord Song a warning. So, I am taking the blame for our county magistrate." Lin Yi said with a wry smile. "You could say that. I just helped buy some food. Is it that important for them? No matter how much you have done, even if you were just on the side of Lord Song, you can't avoid it." "Ew. How did Lord Song deal with the four major families? He wiped them out in such a short time. 3 days ago, all the members of the four major families were executed for treason." "What a good trick." Lin Yi took a breath. "Song Yao looks gentle and refined, but I didn't expect his methods to be so cruel." However, Lin Yi also knew that he must have prepared sufficient evidence in his hands. As for whether the four major families really wanted to rebel, it was no longer important. Before, Song Yao was cautious because he was worried that the large number of refugees would be misled by the four major families and cause a civil uprising. If that happened, even if he finally defeated the four major families, he would still be in trouble, and even his life would be in danger. However, this difficult problem was easily solved by Lin Yi. The four major families no longer have the power to intimidate Song Yao, but Song Yao has a lot of evidence of their crimes. With the help of Long Air's breakthrough, Song Yao made a great comeback. Even the backers behind the four major families can only swallow their anger. Since they couldn't find a reason to deal with Song Yao, they took out their anger on Lin Yi and also took the opportunity to warn Song Yao. This is the general outline of the whole incident. The carriage left the East City Gate and soon arrived at the farm. Lin Yi jumped off the carriage, and the first thing he saw was a newly built thatched house. Some of the houses are already occupied. At the entrance of the village, there is a wooden sign with the three words Linji Yazwang written on it. Lin Yi looked at these words and couldn't help but smile. Yi Xiaodai is a really good wife. Not only does he have organizational skills, he is also very forward-looking and has a broad perspective. Yi Xiaodai had already considered things that Lin Yi had not thought of. At this time, Yi Xiaodai was organizing refugees to build a breeding farm. It is not far from Linji Yazwang, and all materials are locally available. Walls can be built with thatch mixed with mud. The surrounding forests were also cut down at will, because that piece of land now belonged to Lin Yi. The scene was bustling with activity as sheds were being built and walls constructed. The rest of the people were weeding and reclaiming the 3,000 acres of leased land. Lin Yi had never seen a scene of tens of thousands of people working together in his life. They say there is strength in numbers, but if you don't see it with your own eyes, it's really hard to appreciate the shock. Especially now, the refugees are working very hard just to get a bite to eat, for fear that they will not be allowed to work the next day. This is working for survival. No one is lazy, so the efficiency is very high. While Lin Yi was stunned, he saw that the forest on the left had been cleared. The weeds on the right were also cleared away, just like a swarm of locusts passing through. Of course, using a tractor would be more efficient. But now, Lin Yi doesn't want the machines to take away the jobs of these refugees. Good brother, why are you here? Yi Xiaodai learned that Lin Yi was coming and ran over from a distance. I came to see you. Lin Yi took out a handkerchief and wiped the sweat off Yi Xiaodai's face. So many people are working, you just don't have to work anymore. I have nothing to do anyway. Good brother, I've already sent the people out as you said. I believe there will be results soon. Oh, some of the refugees have seen that kind of coal mine, but it's hard to say whether it is the real one. I sent a few people with the piece of coal you gave me to compare it. Great. Is it within Lanyan County? Lin Yi said excitedly. Yes, it's just behind the hill in front. It seems that there was a flood that rushed out some black water, and then it was discovered. That should be our territory too, right? That's right. According to the scope specified in the lease, this large area as far as the eye can see is all ours. Yi Xiaodai said excitedly. With such a huge family business, I could be so happy even in my dreams. So now Yi Xiaodai is particularly energetic in everything she does because she is working hard for her man. Chapter 32, I also became a coal boss. Lin Yi was overjoyed when he learned that the coal mine was right on his territory. This is really pie in the sky. It's not far anyway, so Lin Yi plans to go there and take a look in person. Since Lin Yi was going, Yi Xiaodai had to accompany him, and she also picked a few refugees who looked strong to follow him. The group walked on foot for more than an hour before reaching the top of the hill. I had only heard of the saying, a horse will die if it runs too high before, but now I have truly experienced it. However, Lin Yi did not complain. Instead, he was very excited, because now this vast piece of land belongs to him. Although 3,000 acres of the land were leased from the government, the right to use it was his, which was almost equivalent to it belonging to him. Moreover, it is near the county town, which makes mining very convenient. Good brother, look, they are there. Standing on the top of the hill, the view becomes very wide. Yi Xiaodai had excellent eyesight and immediately saw several figures swaying not far below. Lin Yi nodded and said happily, let's go and take a look. The group ran down the hill and soon joined up with the figures. Looking at a ditch washed out by the flood, the water in it has dried up, but a black layer of coal ash is left behind. Lin Yi immediately said excitedly, yes, this is a coal mine, an open-pit coal mine. That's great. Seeing Lin Yi so happy, Yi Xiaodai also smiled. Master, what is the use of this coal? At this time, Lin Au suddenly asked. Lin looked at Lin Au, then smiled mysteriously and said, "This is a treasure. Why is this black thing so precious?" Yi Xiaodai asked curiously. Lin said, "This coal mine can be used for heating and cooking. It is much better than charcoal and much cheaper. With this thing, we don't have to worry about freezing to death this year." Wow! So coal is really a treasure. So many people are displaced. If they can't keep warm, they will definitely not survive this winter. Yi Xiaodai said excitedly. That's right. I have reported this matter to Lord Song. I believe that more coal mines will be discovered in the future. This year, not to mention other places, no one will freeze to death in our Lanyan County due to the cold. Lin Yi said confidently. As it was getting dark, Lin Yi returned to the city with several sacks of coal. At this point, the renovation of the bedroom was only half completed. The Kong has not been built yet. Only a flue has been dug underground. As for the flush toilet, only a septic tank has been dug in the backyard, and then a pipe will be used to connect it to the house. Lin Yi had to do the job of connecting the pipes himself. After dinner, Lin Yi found another room to rest. The great sage, Dahe and Ariai also moved their positions. It was late at night, and the Lin residence was peaceful. Lin Au put on her nightgown and quietly jumped out of the Lin residence from the backyard. The backyard of Lin Yi's house is right next to the canal that runs through the city. At this time, a small boat was parked in the river. Lin Au jumped and landed lightly on the boat. Deputy Commander, a woman in black in the cabin saluted respectfully to Lin Au. Send this secret memorial back to the capital as soon as possible. There must be no mistakes, Lin Au said in a deep voice. Yes. Also, ask the sisters in the capital to keep an eye on the home of Xia Yin, the left vice minister of the Ministry of Revenue. Today I caught an assassin sent by their family who wanted to assassinate Lin Yi. I obey your orders. Lin Au patted the other person on the shoulder, then jumped onto the shore and returned to the Lin residence again. The small boat in the river also quickly left. More than an hour later, Lin Au's secret memorial was delivered to the palace and reached the hands of the Empress. It was already late at night, but the Empress had not yet rested. Looking at the piles of memorials on the table, all of them were asking for money and food. In addition, there were secret memorials sent from various counties, all of which were bad news. The people in a certain county are almost dying out. There has been a tragedy of people eating their own children. There has been a civil unrest in a certain place, and so on. There is no good news. Now, whenever she thought about these things, she was so worried that she couldn't eat or sleep. In comparison, she still prefers to think about how to fight and how to win when she was conquering the world before. But now we have to face so many difficult problems. Some of the ministers in the court were officials of the previous dynasty, and now they are basically just sitting there doing nothing, or even doing something sneaky behind the scenes. Those who want to do something are either constrained or powerless. She knew very well that the Dragon Kingdom was now in a very dangerous situation. Fortunately, he still had absolute control over the army, so the worst outcome was avoided. But she understood that if the food shortage problem was not solved, even the army would mutiny. Who would work for an emperor who couldn't even get enough food to eat? Ah, the Empress let out another long sigh. This is the 9th sigh of the night. However, at this moment, a dark figure appeared in front of the imperial desk and knelt on the ground. Master, you sent an urgent secret letter from Lanyan County. Present them quickly. The Empress immediately put aside those memorials that were giving her a headache. The Black Shadow respectfully handed the sealed secret letter to the Empress. The female official serving nearby removed the seal and placed it on the table in front of the Empress. The Empress then opened it and read it carefully. After a moment, the Empress showed a rare smile on her face. This Lin Yi is really a talent. He can actually find such a good thing. Rui, did the magistrate of Lanyan County, Song Yao, send a memorial? Your Majesty, Lord Song's memorial has not arrived yet. The Empress thought for a moment and said to the Black Shadow, Wu Shuang, go to Lanyan County in person to see what this coal is. Can it really be used for heating and cooking? And is it stored underground? This information is extremely important. Come back and report immediately after you find out. I obey your command. Wu Shuang took the order and left the capital for Lanyan County overnight. The Empress drank a sip of tea, stood up and stretched her limbs, which were a little stiff from sitting for a long time, and her expression became a little relaxed. Rui, I remember your hometown is Lanyan County, right? Your Majesty, I am indeed from Lanyan County, and I live in a village under the jurisdiction of Lanyan County. Find some time, and I'll take you to Lanyan County. You can also go home and visit, said the Empress. Rui knelt down upon hearing this and said, Your Majesty, I thank you for your grace. Get up. Tell me about the situation in Lanyan County. Just tell me what you know. Yes. Rui began to tell the Empress what she knew about the situation in Lanyan County. While listening, the Empress picked up the memorial sent by Au, which recorded some of Lin Yi's actions. Growing vegetables and crops such as corn in the backyard, having a pet gibbon, working for relief, and the discovery of coal were all recorded in detail. If Lin Yi knew that the Empress paid so much attention to him, I wonder how he would feel. Chapter 33. Collect cheap corn and build a manor in another world. Xiaohua Village. After Lin Yi came back from the other world, he took a nap and didn't wake up until almost noon. He made some food and fed the chickens, ducks, pigs, and sheep, then took a few puppies out for a walk. When I passed by the village store, I heard people talking about how the corn was too cheap this year. If you sell it directly at the farm, it's only a little over 40 cents per pound. After deducting all miscellaneous expenses, it may be enough to make back your investment. In remote villages like their Xiaohua village, people who come to collect grain don't even come, and they don't even offer a price. On the other hand, things that are closely related to people's lives, such as vegetables, pork, eggs, etc., have increased a lot compared to last year. More than 40 cents per pound? It's so cheap. If I collect it and take it to another world, wouldn't I make a lot of money? Lin Yi suddenly had an idea. I bought 2 boxes of good cigarettes at the convenience store, then turned a corner and went to the village chief's house. Is Uncle Liang home? Lin Yi shouted at the door. At home? Who is it? A very rough voice responded from inside the house. Uncle Liang, it's me, Lin Yi. Lin Yi pushed the door and walked in. The village chief came out of the house and asked with a smile, Why did you suddenly come to my place? What's the matter? No one comes to visit you for no reason. Lin Yi smiled and stuffed 2 boxes of good cigarettes into the village chief's hand. Uncle Liang, I want to harvest all the corn in our village. Can you please help me announce it on the loudspeaker? Are you going to harvest corn? Uncle Liang couldn't help but look at Lin Yi with a scrutinizing expression on his face. Yes, 60 cents per pound, settled on the spot, no credit or debt. Do you know the current market price of corn? Asked the village chief. I heard it was only a little over 40 cents. Yes, the price of corn is so low now. If you buy it at 0.6 yuan, you will lose money or even get stuck with it. Uncle Liang, I know you are doing this for my own good, but I've already found a market. No matter whether you make a profit or a loss, as long as they sell it to me, it has nothing to do with the villagers. I will pay you on the spot and promise not to cause you any trouble. Lin Yi promised. Have you really thought it through? Are you really going to pay me right now? Uncle Liang, if you don't believe me, you can supervise us on site. Now that the farm work is over, why don't you help me harvest the crops for 2 days? I'll give you 200 yuan a day as a reward. How about it? Lin Yi said, and directly took out 400 yuan and handed it to the village chief. You little brat, you made my old man work for you. The village chief smiled but did not refuse. Okay, I'm free anyway. I'll help you for 2 days. You're quite a thief. You started a business without making any noise. It's all thanks to the help of friends. Come on, you and I will go directly to the village committee. After we shout on the loudspeaker, anyone who wants to sell can go directly to the village committee. There is a large space there, so it will be convenient for you to transport goods. You are very thoughtful. Let's do it this way. In front of the village committee is a small square with a cement floor, which is suitable for storing grain. This is also because the 2 boxes of cigarettes and a few $100s came into play. Under normal circumstances, it would be forbidden to pile up food and sundries here. Boom, boom, boom. The loudspeaker in the village sounded. The village chief knocked on the microphone and said, Attention, young men. Attention, young men. Lin Yi from our village wants to buy corn. The price is 60 cents per caddy. The settlement is on the spot. No credit or debt. If you want to sell grain, you can come to the village committee. At present, it is only limited to our own village. We will not accept corn from other villages for the time being. We will not accept corn from other villages for the time being. This sentence was shouted several times. After it was finished, the loudspeaker was turned off, and the village chief said to Lin Yi with a smile, Lin Yi, why don't you take over the uncle's house first? Okay, if you can help me find a few more people to weigh, lift, and move the items, I'll give each of them 150 yuan as a reward. You are such a jerk. I'll make a call right away. The village chief took out his cell phone and started making calls. Soon, the village accountant Uncle Kai and 4 helpers arrived. They rode their electric tricycles directly over and went to the village chief's house to transport food. Those who heard the news rushed over from their homes. Although 60 cents is very low, it is better than not being able to sell it. Moreover, the corn has just been harvested and is still very moist, so it is a good time to sell it. Of course, there are also people who are reluctant to sell and want to keep it for a while longer. Seeing the village chief's family transport all the corn over and weigh it, and then Lin Yi paying for it on the spot, everyone's last bit of doubt disappeared. They all came to Lin Yi and wanted to sell corn to him. Don't worry, everyone. As long as they are from our village, I will buy them until they are all gone. But let me be frank. I will buy them at this price now. If the price goes up later, don't regret it. If you really want to hold on to them, you don't have to sell them. This is voluntary. Lin Yi is right. If you want to sell, sell it, and don't regret it after selling it. They are charging 60 cents now, which is already taking care of us, the folks. Everyone should know this. If you think the price of corn will go up, you can leave it alone and wait until the price is right, said the village chief. These words made a few smart people think that the price might go up, so they decided not to sell. But more people choose to sell corn directly to Lin Yi. Only the money you get is your income. No one knows how to tell fortunes, so who can predict what the price will be like in the future? With the help of the village chief and others, Lin Yi's grain collection progressed smoothly, and he was only responsible for paying the money. As it got dark, the corn in the square had piled up into a mountain. Less than 1/3 of the corn in the village has been harvested. The main reason is that there is no scale, so the efficiency is too low. Uncle Liang, let's stop here today. We are all very tired. Let's continue harvesting tomorrow. I will contact a vehicle to take the corn away tonight. Okay, let's stop here after we collect this one, and we'll talk about everything tomorrow. Half an hour later, the last corn of the day was weighed. After Lin Yi paid the money, that was all for the day. Lin Yi gave 200 yuan to each person who helped, and the village chief added another 100 yuan. I was so busy this afternoon and was very tired. I was not idle at all. Although the people who helped were a little tired, they had smiles on their faces. They earned 200 yuan in half a day. If this job were common, they could do it for a lifetime. Lin Yi, do you need help transporting food tonight? No need. Those who pull the food can just collect it themselves. There are machines. Okay, I'll go back first. Just let me know if you need help. Thank you, Uncle Liang. I'll treat everyone to a drink when I'm done. After seeing everyone off, Lin Yi hired a few trucks that usually transported grain, and then gave them a good freight rate, asking them to transport the grain directly to the warehouse area in the suburbs of the city. These monies cannot be waived. However, during the loading process, Lin Yi secretly collected some of them into the game warehouse. They were busy until midnight, and hundreds of thousands of kilograms of corn were taken away. Lin Yi also rushed to the warehouse in the suburbs overnight and stored all the corn in the game warehouse. After finishing his work, Lin Yi did not return to the village, but was directly teleported to another world. Chapter 34. Mining Coal and Growing Grains. Chapter 34. Mining Coal and Growing Grains. At this time, it was already noon in the other world. After opening the door, Lin Yi pretended to have just woken up, yawned, and stretched his limbs. Master, are you awake? I'll go and call Madame Xiaoxiang. Jiao Xiaochan saw Lin Yi wake up and hurried over to greet him. Lin Yi nodded, then took out 2 big bones from the warehouse, threw them to Dahe and Ariai respectively, and gave a few peaches to the great sage to eat. Great sage, has anyone come near my room at night? Lin Yi asked. The great sage's eyes, full of wisdom, rolled around, and then he shook his head. Okay, go play. Lin Yi patted the Monkey King's head. The great sage immediately grinned happily, then jumped on a Dahe who was gnawing on a bone, and rode Dahe to run outside. It was during this period that Dahe chewed bones every day and became much stronger. Otherwise, he would definitely be crushed by the Monkey King. Master, were you exhausted yesterday? Xiaoxiang walked over quickly with water for washing her face. Although there were a few more maids in the family, Xiaoxiang was always personally responsible for serving Lin Yi. She never felt that she was superior to others. As for Yi Xiaodai, she was a woman who took care of the outside affairs, and she took care of all the things outside for Lin Yi. One of them is in charge of the internal affairs while the other is in charge of the external affairs, which saves Lin Yi a lot of worries. Indeed, there is a little bit. Is there anyone working nearby? Lin Yi asked. It's being done. I've been watching it. The fire bed has been built, but the chimney on the ground has not been built yet. I'll go check it out later. Did Xiaodai go to the farm again? Yes. Now in addition to building the breeding farm, We also need to repair the canals and weed and reclaim the land for the 3,000 acres of land we rented. We have hired so many refugees, but the food is being consumed a little too quickly. Don't worry about food. Just let them do their job well. I was worrying too much. After helping Lin E wash up and eat, Lin E went to inspect the construction of the Kong. He lit a fire on the stove, made sure there was no problem with the flue and the smoke was coming out smoothly, then started to let them finish. As for the renovation of the indoor bathroom, the preliminary work has been completed. It was Lin Yi's turn next. He kicked out the hired hands and started to work on his own. An hour later, the pipes were connected and the soil was filled back. The rest of the land leveling and bricklaying was left to the hired workers. Lin Yi bought antique floor tiles from the city so that it wouldn't be too abrupt. After it is done, you can install the flush toilet yourself and use it. In addition, he also left another water pipe to install the water heater and bathtub. This way, there will be more fun to interact with Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai in the future. It is also convenient to take a shower after tossing. After finishing here, Lin Yi asked Lin Ayu to drive to the farm. He first poured bulk fertilizer on the ground, then asked the refugees to spread the fertilizer evenly on the ground and then plow the land. As for the 1,000 acres of government land, it is time to start sowing. In addition, Lin Yi asked Yi Xiaodai to allocate several hundred people to go to the coal mine first to build simple workshops and storage areas. In addition, a road needs to be built to pass through the other side of the mountain. Because there is a hill to climb, it would be very difficult to use manpower or livestock. So Lin Yi planned to use explosives or excavators to open up a path. But we have to find a time when no one is around to start this work. In addition, he also has to buy an excavator. This thing is used to level mountains and roads, which is much more efficient than manual labor. After arranging these things, Lin Yi personally took people back home to get wheat seeds. First, plant winter wheat on the 1,000 acres of land that has been reclaimed. This is a land without chemical fertilizers, and Lin Yi does not plan to use chemical fertilizers and pesticides on this land in the future. We will grow the cleanest food on this pristine land in the future. If you can't eat it yourself, you can take it to the city and sell it. If you give it a special name, the rich will definitely be willing to buy it at a high price. What's more, this is truly pure and pollution-free land. The materials used are farmyard manure and wood ash. With a breeding farm in the future, more fertilizer can be piled up, and the straw produced can also be eaten by livestock, thus forming a virtuous circle. Seeing that it was getting dark, Lin Yi took Yi Xiaodai home first. Good brother, there are so many wheat seeds. I will feel uneasy if I don't watch them myself. I believe that many people still abide by the law. Moreover, they can now have enough food to eat and have hope in life, so there is no need to take risks. Besides, the seeds are not much, so they can just be thrown away. You need to pay more attention to the coal mines. Whether or not we can have fewer deaths this year depends on them. Don't worry, brother. I will take good care of the coal mine for you. Don't be too tired. You've lost weight from being busy these past 2 days. After returning to the Lin residence, Lin Yi called Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai into the house. The two thought that Lin Yi was going to do something shameful again, and they were too embarrassed to look up. Lin Yi took out sanitary napkins and underwear and told them the functions of sanitary napkins and how to wear underwear. He also insisted that the two put on their underwear and show it to him. Master, this is so embarrassing. Although Qiu Xiang was extremely embarrassed, she did not dare to go against Lin Yi's wishes. Well, it looks a lot bigger now. Try putting on your clothes. Xiaodai, and you, with such a good asset, wouldn't it be a shame if you don't perform well? Good brother, is it okay not to wear it? Yi Xiaodai asked with a blushing face. But in my heart, I was wondering what was wrong with my good brother's head. How could he come up with so many weird ideas? No, you have to wear it. After a while, the two women put on their underwear, and their body curves became even more sexy and attractive. If their figures could be rated 80 points before, now they can be rated 100 points. It's a fatal temptation. Then, Lin Yi gave each of them a bottle of perfume and a set of cosmetics, and gave them some scientific knowledge. My lord, this perfume smells so good. What do you think? If I take these things to the capital and sell them, what will the effect be? Ordinary people can't afford it, right? Of course. This glass bottle alone is very expensive. In this case, I think those noble ladies will definitely pay for it. In addition, the female officials in the government offices, the courtesans in the brothels, etc., they all have money, so they will definitely not have trouble selling. Xiaodai, give a bottle of perfume to Ayu later. Lin Yi said meaningfully. I understand. Yi Xiaodai understood and nodded. Chapter 35. The Boss with a Strong Background. In the next few days, Lin Yi harvested corn in the city and went to the other world to dig coal, farm, and renovate houses. Winter is coming, and you must make a warm and comfortable nest for yourself before it arrives. The Kong has been built, and the floor heating has also been installed. The floor heating here uses the principle of Kong, with a flue running underground. It is not the floor heating in modern cities. In addition, the indoor bathroom has also been renovated, so you no longer have to worry about your but freezing when going to the toilet in winter. What interested Lin Yi the most was the large bathtub he installed, which could accommodate several people. In order to ensure hot water in winter, he chose an electric water heater, and the power source was a portable power supply. This thing has no sound. When it runs out of power, you can just take it back to the city to charge it. Now that he has a coal mine, he might consider developing coal-fired power in the future. After consulting the county magistrate, I no longer had any concerns about the idea of building a manor outside the city. At this time, there was no demolition of illegal buildings, let alone any land permits. Since the 1,000 acres of government land already belonged to Lin Yi, he had the right to do anything on his land. Even the emperor can't control it. The next step is to find a location and make plans. Lin Yi plans to find a designer in the city to design a manor that looks like a garden. Anyway, the place is big enough, and there is no need to worry about funds. Harvesting so much corn will provide sufficient financial guarantee. He had selected more than 100 professional craftsmen from among the refugees and signed contracts with them, making them the first official residents of Linjiazhuang. He can be considered as Lin Yi's employee. The construction of the manor in the future will depend on this group of craftsmen. In fact, there are many people with skills among the refugees, including blacksmiths, carpenters, tailors, and even chefs. There are indeed a lot of talented people. Lin Yi plans to make full use of all these talents and make the best use of them. All these talents signed contracts with Lin Yi and became part of Linjiazhuang. There is a shortage of food all over the country now, and survival is a problem. If Lin Yi can give them a place to live and something to eat, they would rather sell themselves to Lin Yi. And the reward was just a few steam buns, which was really too cheap. With Lin Yi's strong promotion, the coal mine has started operation. Among the refugees, except for those with special skills and those responsible for farming, all of them came to dig coal. The molds for making honeycomb briquettes were also brought from the city, a total of 1,000 of them. Tens of thousands of honeycomb coals have been made in the past 2 days, and this is because the workers are not very skilled. Once you become proficient, your efficiency will definitely be greatly improved. Lin Yi also brought hundreds of iron honeycomb coal stoves and deliberately had them made roughly. However, these stoves are intended to be sold at high prices later. The villagers of Linjiazhuang now use clay stoves. It is built with adobe bricks, and several iron rods are used at the ventilation point at the bottom. This is also the simplest and most cost-effective method, but it provides great convenience to everyone. You don't have to worry about heating and cooking, as the coal is produced by ourselves and is supplied free of charge. Villagers can even go back home and wash themselves with hot water. Some people who like to drink tea also made some wild tea and brewed it with tea water, especially before going to bed. Soaking your feet in hot water is so comfortable. The idea of soaking feet before going to bed was suggested by Lin Yi. He is also a very conscientious small landlord. Lin Yi also built the road from the coal mine to the official road. He dug it himself secretly using an excavator during darkness. He had never driven this big thing before, so he had to figure it out on his own. Anyway, there was no one in charge here, and there was no such thing as operating without a license. Unexpectedly, after a few days, he actually mastered it and became more and more proficient at driving. Practice makes perfect. It seems that this technique really needs more practice. The rumbling sound of machines at night also made these ancient people think that Lin Yi was using some magic. In just a few days, a smooth path appeared. The hill was split into two, as if it had been split by a sword from a god. Later, Lin Yi planned to build a gate at this man-made pass and arrange guards. The hills on both sides meander in both directions, and it is planned to build a wall for defense. According to the current plan, it would be most appropriate to build the manor on the left side of the hill. The terrain there is high and open, so there is no need to worry about being flooded if there is a flood. There is no need to worry about the water source because there is a very clear river below. The river water is mountain spring water, clear and sweet, flowing out from the mountains a little further away. This place is a certain distance away from the coal mine, and there is a forest isolation belt, so there is no need to worry too much about environmental issues. In addition, if we build a power plant, it would be convenient to supply electricity from the coal mine. Of course, this is just his initial idea, and he still needs to see where to build it in the end. It was almost noon when Lin Yi returned to the city from the coal mine in a horse-drawn carriage. As soon as he arrived at the city gate, he was stopped by Mr. Sun, the owner of the pharmacy. "Brother Lin, you really made it hard for me to find you," Sun Sherdao said with a wry smile. "Hey, Brother Sun, are you back from the capital? I came back yesterday, but I looked for you several times and didn't see you." "Hey, I'm Buse. What do you want to talk to me about?" "Brother, you are really forgetful. A few days ago, you mentioned our cooperation." Yes, I've been so busy lately." "Brother Sun, get in the carriage, and let's find a place to talk slowly." Lin Yi invited Sun Sherdao to get on the carriage, and then came to Feng Xiang's high restaurant. But this time it was Sun Sherdao who treated us. After 3 rounds of wine and 5 dishes, Sun Sherdao filled Lin Yi's glass with wine and then talked about business. "Brother, our boss is very interested in the cooperation you mentioned. He decided to come to Lanyan County in the next few days to meet with you in person." "Brother, since we are going to cooperate, can you tell me the identity of your boss?" "Of course. My boss is the eldest son of the imperial physician Chunda, Chen Yudao. Imperial physician Chun is highly skilled in medicine and is known as a master doctor. When the empress was conquering the world, he followed her and was considered a loyal minister. He saved her several times and is one of her most trusted people. Now, Chen Rong, the daughter of imperial physician Chen, who is also our Dong family's biological sister, is the personal physician of Her Majesty the Empress. She is always by Her Majesty's side and is deeply trusted by Her Majesty." Hearing this, Lenny nodded and said, "It seems that your boss has a strong background." "That's for sure. Imperial physician Chun is a highly skilled doctor with miraculous healing skills. He has saved many lives and is respected by many dignitaries in the capital. And our boss, thanks to the influence of his father, is very successful in the capital and has a wide network of contacts. It is definitely the right choice for you, brother, to cooperate with us," Sun Sherdao said. Chapter 36, The First Snow. From Sun Sherdao, Lenny got to know a little about the owner of their pharmacy. I have to say, this background is really powerful. The Empress's savior, who is also the descendant of a miracle doctor, has extensive connections and is popular, making him the best candidate for cooperation. However, although Manager Sun talked so enthusiastically, Lenny still wanted to meet him in person before making a decision. Although making money is a good thing, if the person you cooperate with is not good enough or does not suit Lin Yi's taste, Lenny does not want to make this money. He now has a completely laid-back mentality. He doesn't want to pursue great achievements or power. He just wants to enjoy life. What we're doing now are just some prerequisites for enjoying life. Therefore, when it comes to business, it is important to have a Buddhist nature. It would be best if he could make money, but if doing business makes him unhappy, he can simply not do it or start a new business. For a modern man, there are so many things he can do. There is no need to cling to one tree. Brother Sun, I am looking forward to meeting your boss. We will discuss cooperation later. Please send someone to my house to pick up the cigarettes and lighters I promised to provide you last time. You can decide the price. Don't worry, brother. I will never let you down. By the way, our boss likes that thing called a watch very much. Please accept this ingot of gold." Sun Sherdao directly took out a 10 liang gold ingot. This golden thing was the first time that Lenny saw it. I didn't expect that the eldest young master of the Chen family was so generous. According to the current gold price, excluding issues such as purity, this gold ingot can be sold for hundreds of thousands. But if we take into account its historical and research value, it could probably be sold for over 1 million. And that watch only cost Lin Yi 100 yuan. Another 10,000 times profit. This business can continue. Of course, things are valuable because they are rare, and Lin Yi would not make the watch look like a cheap item. Although watches are indeed cheap goods in modern times, you can buy an electronic watch for just a few dollars. Then I won't be polite. Lin Yi took the gold ingot. After talking with Sun Sherdao and having a good meal, Lin Yi went home under the protection of Lin Ayu. The room has been renovated and Lin Yi moved back to his previous room. "Qiuxiang, go to the bathroom and put some hot water in it. Come take a bath with me later." Lin Yi said to Qiuxiang, who was following him as he walked into the house. "Yes." Qiuxiang agreed shyly. Although Qiuxiang is a housekeeper, Lin Yi is her heaven, and taking care of Lin Yi is her top priority. As long as Lin Yi is at home, Qiuxiang will be by his side to serve him. Hot water flowed out of the faucet and soon filled the bathtub. Although she has used it twice, Xiaoxiang is still curious about this faucet. How come water comes out and it's hot? Of course, the flush toilet is more fun. It can be cleaned by just flushing it with water. It is very convenient. Lin, he took off his clothes, hugged Xiaoxiang, and lay in the bathtub to take a bath. It is so comfortable to hold a beautiful woman in your arms. Master, let me rub your back. Let me rub it for you first. My lord is so bad. Don't you like me to be so mean to you? A song that breaks my heart. Where in this world can I find a soulmate? Xiaoxiang's soul-stirring song is enough to make all the fairy music in the world pale in comparison. Only Lin, he can understand her best. After taking a comfortable bath, Lin, he took a nap in Xiaoxiang's arms. As soon as I woke up, Song Yao from the county government sent someone to invite me again. Lin, he quickly packed up, took some tobacco and a pipe, and went to the county government office. Under the influence of Lin Yi, Song Yao completely became a smoker, and his addiction to smoking was very serious. He smokes one after meals, one when he wakes up, one while working, and even more when he has the bathroom. Lin Yi is really worried that he will smoke himself to death again. So Lin, he tried to persuade him a few times with good intentions, but it seemed to be of no use. Master Lin, you are here. The master is waiting for you in the back hall. Thank you. Lin, he casually gave the gatekeeper a few pieces of candy. Thank you, Master Lin. The bailiff knew that this was a good thing. As Lin, he came more frequently. Almost all the brothers in the county government had received some small favors from Lin Yi. Of course, this small is only from Lin Yi's perspective. But in the eyes of those yamen runners, these candies were more valuable than grain. Lin, he was so generous to them, so naturally, he gained a lot of popularity. Brother Song, do you have something to talk to me about? Lin Yi asked when he saw Song Yao and presented him with a gift. What is this? Song Yao asked curiously, looking at the pipe. This Lin, he always comes up with some weird stuff. Brother Song, this is called a pipe, and it is also used for smoking. I will teach you how to use it. Following Lin Yi's introduction, Song Yao quickly got the hang of it, and even couldn't let it go. That posture feels a bit like the base of golf. This pipe is great. If you have time, please get me 2 more. I will give them to my 2 elders as gifts when I return to Beijing. No problem. I'll have someone send it over tomorrow. Song Yao pointed to the seat next to him, motioning Lin Yi to sit down, and then said in a deep voice, Brother, how is your coal mine going? The temperature has dropped sharply in the past 2 days. I don't think it's a good sign. Brother Song, rest assured, the coal mine has been dug. I also asked someone to make some honeycomb coal and tried it out in Linjiazhuang. The effect is very good. I will ask someone to send some coal briquettes over later. Brother Song will know once you try it. The heating effect is good? Very good. I can guarantee that as long as the people have access to coal, no one in Lanyan County will freeze to death this winter. Great. As long as this can be achieved, I will feel relieved. Can you send some to the capital? Brother Song, do you mean to sell it or give it to His Majesty? There are many refugees in the capital, and they have nowhere to stay. This winter is very difficult to endure. Your Majesty is most worried about how to ensure that these hundreds of thousands of refugees can safely survive the winter. If we can help share your worries, Your Majesty will definitely be very happy. Lenny thought for a moment and said, Coal mining is a laborious job. Even if everyone in our county goes to mine, I'm afraid it won't be enough to support the heating of hundreds of thousands of refugees. Besides, transportation is also a problem. Once it snows, the ground will be slippery and it will be easy for the truck to overturn. And we don't have that many trucks to transport them. I can ask the court for help with transportation. If I give you enough manpower, do you think it will work? Song Yao asked. We can give it a try. Even if we can't solve the heating problem for all the refugees, it would be good to save even one more person. Okay, I'll leave this matter to you. Later I will ask His Majesty for permission to ask the troops guarding the capital to help transport the coal. In addition, I will relocate another 10,000 refugees from the capital to help you dig the coal. If you do a good job, I will ask His Majesty for credit on your behalf. Thank you, Brother Song. I will try my best. Although Lin was not interested in being asked for credit, he couldn't say it. Master, it's snowing. Just then, Song Yao's old servant hurried in to report. Upon hearing this, Song Yao immediately stood up and walked outside. And Lin Yi also followed him to the yard. I saw snowflakes floating in the sky, so dense that they soon turned the ground white. My dear brother, time is running out for us. I'll arrange it right away. Lin Yi said, Okay, I'll go write the memorial, and we'll split up. Lin Yi clasped his fists and left the county government office. Ayu, go to the coal mine and tell Shaodai that from today on, all refugees will be divided into two teams, one for day and one for night to dig coal day and night. Prepare hot water and food for everyone. It's snowing, and many people may die in the capital. If we dig more coal, fewer people will die. This is also a good deed for ourselves. Chapter 37. Trading cigarettes for 300-year-old ginseng. After sending Lin Yi home, Lin Ayu rode out of the city on horseback. On Lin Yi's side, he welcomed Sun Sherdao, the owner of Chen's pharmacy. Brother Lin, are you going out? No, I just came back from the county government office. The weather has suddenly turned cold, and it's snowing heavily. I'm afraid Lord Song is under a lot of pressure. Sun Sherdao said with a sigh. Yes, our Lanyan County is relatively better. It is said that there are hundreds of thousands of refugees in the capital. If they cannot withstand the severe cold, I am afraid that many people will freeze to death. Speaking of which, I recently heard that the coal that my brother dug in the east of the city has been put to trial use. Yes, the heating effect is very good, much better than charcoal. There are fewer people burning charcoal now, and I'm worried about how to get through this winter. Brother, give me some of your coal. No problem. I have ready-made honeycomb coal and a stove at home, and I'll give you one as well. You can take it back and use it first. Lin, he said generously. How can that be so embarrassing? We are old friends, so don't be polite to me. Buddy, are you here to get cigarettes? Linny asked. Yes, I've also brought what you want most. Sun Sherdao patted the package he was holding. Let's go inside and talk. Lin Yi led Sun Sherdao into the gate. At this time, the ground was covered with a layer of snow. Entering the living room, a warm feeling immediately made Sun Sherdao curious. Lin Yi smiled and pointed to the stove in the living room, on which there was a kettle with steam coming out. Brother, this is the stove I invented, Lin Yi said, picking up the kettle. Look, what's burning inside is honeycomb coal, which is made from coal. No wonder it's called honeycomb briquettes, with so many small holes. You really are a talented guy. Sun Sherdao said with emotion. It's not worth mentioning. Please take a seat. Lin Yi waved his hand. At this time, Diao Xiaochan brought tea to Sun Sherdao. It is simply brewed with boiling water without adding any messy condiments. It has a refreshing taste and a strong aftertaste, and tastes more refreshing than those with condiments. Sun Sherdao drank the tea, then mysteriously opened the package and took out a wooden box. Brother, guess what's inside? He was not unfamiliar with this box because he had bought ginseng from the herbal medicine store several times before, especially the 200-year-old one, which was packaged in a box like this. Could it be that 300-year-old ginseng? Lin Yi's heart moved. This is a good thing, and it is almost impossible to find it on Earth. He had always wanted to buy it, but the pharmacy refused to sell it to him, saying it was the store's treasure. Brother, you are wise. This is the 300-year-old mountain ginseng. Our boss knows that you like ginseng, so he asked me to bring it here as a gift to you. Give it to me? Isn't this too expensive? This is a sincere gesture from our boss. Please don't refuse it, Brother Lin. Sun Sherdao placed the ginseng on the table next to Lin Yi, and then took out a cloth bag with some silver in it. Brother, these 200 taels of silver are for us to buy cigarettes and lighters. I wonder if it's enough? Brother, since you gave me an old ginseng, I can't take the money. Let's put things in perspective. That old ginseng was given to you by our boss, and this money is for our business. You must accept it, brother, so that we can continue to cooperate in the future, right? Well, I will obey your command. After receiving the silver and ginseng, Lin Yi gave the 3 boxes of cigarettes and 100 lighters he brought this time to Sun Sherdao. These cigarettes are all purchased tobacco, rolled by themselves using a cigarette rolling machine, and have no words or labels on them. The lighters were ordered online, and some were printed with words from the Dragon Kingdom era. Some of them were printed with sexy beauties for a malicious taste. There are also 2 more advanced windproof lighters. Lin Yi took out one and handed the other to Sun Sherdao. Brother, this lighter is given to your boss as a token of my appreciation. Sun Sherdao looked at this lighter, which was different from other lighters, and asked, Brother, what's the difference between this lighter and other lighters? This is windproof. Come, blow into it and see. Lin Yi lit the fire and let Sun Sherdao blow the air. I saw that the flame was just blown crooked but not extinguished. How amazing! Sun Sherdao exclaimed, stroking the texture of the lighter, and said, The material looks high-end and has a very high quality. Yes, this metal will not rust even if it comes into contact with water. It will always be this bright. Brother, On behalf of our boss, thank you for your gift. You're welcome, bro. After the two exchanged greetings for a while, Sun Sherdao prepared to leave. Lin Yi sent a hired worker to drive a cart to deliver the things to Sun Sherdao, along with a stove and several hundred pieces of honeycomb coal. But the most eye-catching thing is the green. These are the vegetables that Lin Yi grows in a greenhouse in his backyard, including spinach, lettuce, Chinese cabbage, etc. These green leafy vegetables have just come down and are at their freshest. After the hired worker sent Sun Sherdao away, Lin Yi asked him to deliver honeycomb coal and a stove, as well as some green leafy vegetables he grew himself, to the county magistrate. Master, is this comfortable? In the living room, as warm as spring, Xiaoxiang was massaging Lin Yi's shoulders and neck. Lin Yi closed his eyes and hummed comfortably. Yes, right here a little harder, it feels good. Master, please take your hand away. I'm so weak all over. Xiaoxiang protested in a low voice, her little face as red as a ripe red apple. Hearing Xiaoxiang's coquettish words, Lin Yi couldn't help but raise the corners of his mouth, but his big hands became even busier. Outside, the wind was howling and the snow was white. The room is warm like spring and full of love. Early morning, Xiaohua village. Lin Yi pushed open the door, walked out of the room, and exhaled a few puffs of white air from his mouth. Compared to the other world, although it hasn't snowed here and the weather isn't that cold, it's starting to get colder. Some people who were afraid of the cold had already put on their cotton-padded jackets. Lin Yi rubbed his face and then went outside to run for a while. When they met people who got up early, they all greeted Lin Yi enthusiastically. Some people even gave him some homemade soybean paste, beaten dates, peanuts, and the like. Since he bought corn from villagers at a price higher than the market price, Lin Yi's image in the village immediately became tall and impressive. In the eyes of the villagers, Lin Yi was considered a capable man. Moreover, he collected so much grain and paid for it all on the spot. According to a rough estimate, he was a small, wealthy man. This is the reality in rural areas. If you have no money, no one will look up to you. But if you have money, people will look up to you and speak to you politely. Lin Yi, I was just about to look for you. He ran to the brigade headquarters and saw the village chief, Uncle Liang. Uncle Liang, what's the matter? Lin Yi stopped and asked. The party secretaries of several nearby villages knew that you were buying corn, and the price was pretty good, so they all called to ask me if you were still going to buy it. If you did, could you also buy all the corn in their villages? Now that the price of corn is so low, everyone is panicking, said Uncle Liang. Chapter 38, Designing the Manor and Preparing Winter Supplies. After hearing what the village chief said, Lin Yi paused for a moment and said, Uncle Liang, you can continue to harvest the corn, but if they want to sell it, they can just deliver it themselves. Besides, I have to go to the city to do some work today, so I can only pay them when I come back. If they are willing, they can send it now. Uncle Liang, I'd like to trouble you to check it for me. You can write them a note and pay them directly when I come back. There's no problem here. Let me call them and ask. The village chief took out his cell phone and called several neighboring villages one by one. A few minutes later, Uncle Liang hung up the phone and asked, they are all willing to sell. Can you eat such a large amount? How many are there? Lin Yi asked. The surrounding villages have about the same amount of land as ours, so the output should be about the same as well, said the village chief. Lin Yi nodded. Uncle Liang, don't worry about collecting them. For now, we will limit them to these few villages. I can't handle more. Okay, then let them start delivering. Sorry to bother Uncle Liang. What's the problem? You've already paid the wages. It's the off-season right now, so there's nothing to do. It's only right that we pay you. How can we let you work for nothing? Uncle Liang, please pay more attention to it. I have to go to the city quickly. Go ahead, I'll help you with this little thing. With the previous experience of harvesting corn, the village chief still has some confidence in Lin Yi's ability. Anyway, the corn was piled up in the square of the village committee, and Lin Yi couldn't take it away without paying. There is no need to worry about not being able to come up with the money. Lin Yi ran home, washed up, and drove to the city. On the way, he called several pharmacy managers to send them some medicinal materials. More than an hour later, Lin Yi first arrived at the Ingbin pharmacy. Brother Lin, you finally remembered me, Chun Jie said with some resentment. Brother Chun, these are the medicinal materials this time. Please check and accept them. Lin Yi smiled without explaining anything. Of course, Chun Jie was just talking and would not interfere with the business. Chun Jie checked and made sure there was no problem, then asked someone to weigh it and count the money. A total of 1.3 million. The cash is ready for you. Thank you, Brother Chin. Brother, if you have the chance, give me an old mountain ginseng. The price will be the same as the number you traded before. How about that? No problem. I'll call you when I get it. We have an agreement that it won't be taken away by Yang Xiaowei again. Fin Yiyokit. Don't worry. I'll definitely keep it for you this time. In fact, there were two old ginseng plants in Lin Yi's game warehouse. One of them is a 300-year-old ginseng that I just got, and the other one is one of the 3 old ginsengs I bought before. However, today is not suitable for trading, so let's talk about it another day. Anyway, I have the goods and I won't have trouble selling them. Why rush? After the transaction, Lin Yi sat for a while, then went to CI Xingtang, and then to Xinglong Pharmaceutical. Each company had more than 1 million worth of medicinal materials, and finally they came to Taiyang Pharmaceutical. Brother Lin, why did you sell the goods to the other 3 companies this time? You are a businessman. You should know that it is not good to eat alone. Besides, you have been given a lot of medicinal herbs these days. You should always give others some soup to drink. Yang Xiaowei was just acting coquettishly and would not argue with Lin Yi about right or wrong. The medicinal materials provided by Lin Yi are of top quality, and she doesn't want to lose this supplier. The transaction was completed, and another 1 million was purchased. This time, I came to the city to sell medicinal herbs and made a total of 5 million. And it was all cash, which Lin Yi put into the game warehouse. Brother Lin, it's almost noon. Let me treat you to a meal. That's great. I also have something to ask you. Then let's go to the restaurant and talk while we eat. Half an hour later, Yang Xiaowei led Lin Yi to the dining place. After ordering a few special dishes, the two started chatting while eating. Brother Lin, you just said you had something to ask me. What is it? Oh, I want to find a design company, the one that builds houses. Do you know anyone with high skills? When Lin Yi renovated the old house before, he had looked for a designer in the county, but they were only good at renovating ordinary houses, and he didn't have enough financial resources to run the manor. So he had to go to the city to find one. I don't know the designer, but my friend should know him. Please wait a moment. I'll make a phone call and ask. Yang Xiaowei put down her chopsticks, picked up her mobile phone, and made a call. Soon Yang Xiaowei pushed a business card to Lin Yi. Brother Lin, this Su Yun is quite famous here. She also came back from studying abroad. She has designed many works and won international awards. She is definitely capable, but the price is also quite high. It's okay. As long as the design is good, it doesn't matter if it costs a little more. After dinner, I'll take you to find her. Thank you. Why are you being so polite to me? By the way, Brother Lin, I saw you posted on WeChat Moments. Did you renovate your old house? No, it's just been slightly renovated to make it more comfortable and convenient to live in. I think the picture is pretty good. I'll visit you next time. No problem. I'll make you a warm welcome. When I'm on vacation, I'll go stay there for a couple of days and relax. The environment there is pretty good. Then call me in advance. After lunch, Lin Yi, accompanied by Yang Xiaowei, came to Su Yun's studio. The two sides introduced themselves, and then Su Yun started talking to Lin Yi. Originally, Su Yun wanted to go and see it in person, but she definitely couldn't go. Lin Yi had thought of this in advance, so he took a lot of photos in advance. Mr. Lin, photos and on-site inspections are definitely different, and the effect will be greatly reduced. It's okay, just design it according to these photos. I won't blame you if anything goes wrong. Well, you're the client, and I respect your opinion. Ms. Su, how long will it take for my blueprint to come out? The manor design is quite complicated. It will probably take about a month. And I still have a lot of work to do here, so this is the fastest way. Okay, then 1 month. Coming out of the studio, Yang Xiaowei asked in surprise. Brother Lin, are you going to build a manor? Is it for investment or for your own residence? I'm helping a friend. I can't build this thing by myself. Lin Yi laughed. You've made so much money. It should be more than enough to build a manor in the countryside. Even if we have enough money, there is no place. Land can't be moved casually these days. After finishing the work, Yang Xiaowei had to go back to work. After the two parted, Lin Yi went to the mall to buy some winter clothes for Qiu Xiang and Yi Xiaodai. Especially Yi Xiaodai, she is outside every day and is very hardworking. The weather is so cold, so I have to buy her a warm coat. In addition, you should also arrange for heating pads and thermos cups. If you don't take care of your woman, who will? Although this is my first time being a husband, I still have some awareness. Chapter 39. With a full set of cold-proof equipment, this winter will no longer be cold. In a shopping mall in the city, Lin Yi spent over 100,000 yuan to buy 2 mink coats, one for Qiu Xiang and one for Yi Xiaodai, without any bias. The price is right, the quality is really excellent. In addition to the leather coat, Linny also bought him a down jacket, cashmere leggings, cotton socks, cotton boots, etc. The only thing missing is the underpants, which have to be made of cotton. Of course, Linny also bought some supplies for the winter. Although he had planned not to go anywhere when winter came, he would just stay at home and hibernate. But what if something requires you to go out, so it's better to be prepared? In addition, he also bought winter clothes for Lin Yui and Diao Xiaochan, Diao Sanwa, and the other children. Diao Sanwa and those children will be trained as their confidants in the future. This is when you have to start investing. It was just a matter of a few pieces of clothing. And of course, Lin Yi did feel sorry for those children. The youngest is only 6 years old. Who can bear to see them suffer from the cold? As for Aunt Yi, she is a real mother-in-law. Although she is not treated as highly in the other world as in the city, she is still an elder after all. What's more, she married her daughter to him. Although her purpose was to find a backer, Yi Xiaodai was indeed very good to Lin Yi and was now his good wife. For Yi Xiaodia's sake, you have to be nicer to Aunt Yi. There is no need to mention Lin Ayu, the Lin family's military leader. She has been devoted to Lin Yi these days and has been doing her job meticulously. He saved Lin Yi once last time. Although he suspected her background, it seemed that Lin Ayu had not yet revealed any bad intentions. With the intention of winning her over, Lin Yi also wanted to try and see if he could make her return to his heart. Finally, Lin Yi bought Song Yao a fur coat. This county magistrate played a decisive role in whether Song Yao would live a happy life in Lanyan County in the future. What's more, he is deeply trusted by the Empress and has a bright future ahead of him. It is always better to have the opportunity to build good relationships now than to keep in touch with them after they have been promoted. After thinking it over again and again, Lin Yi bought another mink coat for the Empress. It was more expensive than Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodia's and more gorgeous. I gave you a watch last time, so it's not too much to give you a piece of clothing. Don't talk about whether you are a dog licker or not. If anyone wants to have a good relationship with the Emperor, they will definitely try their best to do it. After leaving the mall, Lin Yi threw all his clothes into the game warehouse and returned to the county town. There is a shop in the county town that specializes in making bedding. Lin Yi ordered 1,000 sets at once and will keep the existing 100 sets for now. He also went to a garment factory and ordered 1,000 sets of cotton-padded clothes. The existing factories are all small workshops, but the prices are cheaper and more affordable. In addition to cotton-padded clothes, Lin Yi also bought 1,000 pairs of large cotton shoes. These supplies were prepared as rewards for refugees who worked hard. Of course, it also means winning people's hearts. If Lin Jiazhuang is to develop in the future, people are indispensable. In fact, Lin Yi already has a good reputation among the refugees, especially those who lived in Lin Jiazhuang. Some even called Lin Yi a living bodhisattva, because Lin Yi not only filled their stomachs, but also provided them with shelter from the wind and rain. Under the current extremely serious situation, Lin Yi is willing to take out food and share it with them, which is more compassionate than Buddha. So people work very hard, and almost no one cheats. When I finished my business and returned to the village, I saw vehicles of all sizes lined up in a long line to deliver corn to the village. Xiaohua village hasn't been this lively for many years, and it even caused traffic congestion. Lin Yi couldn't even get into the village to go home. After parking the car in a spacious place, Lin Yi walked to the village committee. For most of the day, the big golden corn cobs piled up into a mountain in the square. Uncle Liang, how much have you collected? Lin Yi walked behind the busy village chief and asked. Hey, Lin Yi is back. We have already collected more than 300,000 kilograms. The village chief said this, then pulled Lin Yi aside and asked in a low voice. How is it? Is there any problem with the funds? Don't worry, I've got all the money back. I'll distribute it to everyone in a little while. I had been thinking of coming back to take a nap, but now it seems I can't. We were busy until dark. Then the grain harvesting was temporarily stopped, and all the grain sellers were sent away, and the village finally became quiet. Uncle Liang, we won't be collecting the grain tomorrow. Wait for me to find a truck to transport the grain away. We'll continue collecting the grain the day after tomorrow. Okay, I'll call a few neighboring villages to save them from worrying. This is today's hard-earned money. Uncle Liang, please share it with everyone. I've been busy all day, and I'm a little tired. I'm gonna go back and rest first. Then go back and rest. I'm here. Lin Yi exchanged a few words with everyone, and then went home. He locked the door, saw that the time was almost up, and teleported to another world. Kyuxiang, Komein. Lin Yi shouted in the bedroom. Immediately afterwards, Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai, who heard the noise, walked in together. The two women originally lived next to Lin Yi, and Xiaoxiang's first priority after getting up early was to help Lin Yi wash and dress. So Xiaoxiang must be waiting at the door early in the morning. Xiaodai is here too. Come here and let your brother kiss you. Lin Yi waved his hand. Yi Xiaodai walked to Lin Yi shyly and was kissed hard on the cheek by Lin Yi. Then he kissed Xiaoxiang on the face, without any bias. Xiaoxiang, when the weather gets cold in the future, don't wait at the door. Just stay in the room. I will call you when I wake up. Master, I am fine. The children now get up early every day to practice. If they can persist, I can persist too. It's normal to endure hardships while practicing martial arts, but it's unnecessary for you to endure hardships. I'd feel bad if I froze you to death. Master, I am very happy that you care about me, but serving you is my duty, and I also want you to see me the first thing when you wake up. Xiaoxiang said to Lin Yi affectionately. Okay, then it's up to you, but you have to take care of yourself and dress warmly. Also, don't always call yourself a slave in front of me in the future. You are my woman and the mistress of this family. I just want to be your slave and serve you forever. You are such a good woman. Of course, our Xiaodai is also very good. She runs around outside every day and helps me share a lot of the burden. Come and see what gifts I have prepared for you. As Lin Yi spoke, he carried out a pile of winter clothes from the bedroom. This is a mink coat, one for each of you. Lin Yi stuffed 2 mink coats to Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai respectively, and then gave them cashmere leggings, down jackets, cotton boots, gloves, hats, thermos cups, etc. Yi Xiaodai also got some extra hand warmers and heating pads, as well as some clothes from Aunt Yi. Thank you, my good brother. Yi Xiaodai hugged the pile of warm and thick clothes, her eyes filled with tears of emotion, especially because Lin Yi was still thinking about her mother, which made her even more moved. Thank you, sir. You are my women. Why are you being polite to me? Put on your coat first, and let me see it. After hearing this, Xiaoxiang and Yi Xiaodai felt so sweet in their hearts, as if they had eaten honey. Under Lin Yi's guidance, the 2 girls put on mink coats. Because they had good figures, they looked very elegant in them, just like noble ladies. Master, this dress is so warm. With these clothes, I won't be afraid of the cold. Lin Yi looked at his 2 pretty women and felt a little proud. After delivering the things, Yi Xiaodai hurried out. She has to keep an eye on the farm and the coal mine. Originally, Lin Yi wanted to encourage her, but now he had to continue to get along with Xiaoxiang. Chapter 40. We hit it off at first sight. I'll introduce my sister to you. A few days later, on the official road from Lanyan County to the capital, horse-drawn carts carrying coal formed a long line. After a few days of snow, it finally stopped and the sun finally appeared in the sky. It's just the winter sun, like an old man, without any passion. Not only did I not feel any warmth, but even the light seemed a little dim. As coal arrived in Beijing, the refugees were relieved of the crisis of severe cold and finally breathed a sigh of relief. So far, no one has frozen to death, and this news makes Her Majesty the Empress particularly excited. This Lin Yi is really capable. Not only did he discover coal, he also made such a simple stove which is very convenient for heating and cooking. The Empress sat in front of the stove, warming her hands while praising. She was wearing the mink coat that Lin Yi presented to her. Ever since she tried it on, the Empress is reluctant to take off this coat. Even when you sleep, you have to cover yourself with it. Master! At this time, a black shadow knelt in front of the Empress. What's up? Reporting to the master, the shadows in various parts of Kyushu have sent back secret reports that coal has been discovered in 4 states and is now being mined. What happened to the other states? Didn't they find it or not? It's not certain yet. Pass the order down. The prefectures that have discovered coal should do their best to dig for it and provide it to the military and civilians for free. We should strive to prevent anyone from freezing to death this winter. For those who haven't discovered coal yet, continue to search for veins. In addition, you can borrow some coal from nearby prefectures that have coal to get through this difficult time first. Yes, sir. The Black Shadow took the order and left. At this time, the Empress raised her wrist, looked at her watch, stood up and said, "It's almost noon, Rui. Go serve the meal and bring me some wine. I'm happy today, and I want to drink a few sips." I obey your command. If Linny knew that the watch and mink coat he gave to the Empress were both very much liked by the Empress, she would definitely be very happy. This proves that the flattery was right, and it also helps to increase one's presence. While the Empress was having her meal, at Lin Yi's home in Lanyan County. Lin Yi was also drinking, and sitting opposite him was a nobleman who was dressed luxuriously and had a distinguished temperament. Brother Lin, this hot pot you invented is so damn delicious. I have decided that from now on, I will eat hot pot every day. Chun Yu Dao, the owner of Chin's pharmacy, said while wiping his sweat. The wind was howling outside, but it was warm as spring inside. At this time, add the spicy and delicious hot pot, and the meal will be so satisfying. Not only that, in this cold season, Lin Yi's family can actually eat green vegetables. This made Chun Yudao curious about Lin Yi. Although hot pot is delicious, you can't eat it every day. My chrysanthemums can't stand it. Come, eat more vegetables. This is a cucumber. It's crispy and fresh, and especially refreshing. Lin Yi handed Chun Yudao a cucumber with flowers and thorns on it. These are the first batch of cucumbers produced in the greenhouse. Chun Yudao also had a good time today. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but Lin Yi felt that these uncontaminated vegetables tasted particularly good, and his appetite also improved. Brother Lin, this melon is obviously green. Why is it called huangguang? Because it has another magical effect and is yellowish. It is called a cucumber. What do you mean? Come on, let's continue drinking. Lin Yi couldn't explain it to him clearly, and if he explained too much, he would be censored. Brother Lin, I, Chen Yudao, have admired very few people in my life, but you are one of them. Thank you for the compliment, brother. No compliments, I'm telling the truth. Take this lighter, for example. If you don't know, you might think it's a magical trick. With this, I was able to meet the courtesan, Miss Shirshir, in Zue Xiang Lu. Don't you know that Miss Shirshir is not someone that everyone can meet? Oh, what's so special about this Miss Shirshir? Even I can't see her? Lin Yi asked with great interest. Chun Yudao lowered his voice and said cautiously, Brother Lin, I'm only telling you this, but don't tell anyone else. This is a secret. Don't worry, my mouth is like a zipper. It's very tight. What's a zipper? This is not important. Just tell me. Chun Yudao asked Lin Yi to get closer to him, and then said mysteriously, Miss Shirshir is the princess of the neighboring country Yin. Princess? How can a princess enter a brothel? Does your majesty know? Lin Yi asked in surprise. Of course I know. This princess is still a prisoner of war of our majesty. His majesty captured her personally on the battlefield. They were prisoners of war. Brother Lin, don't underestimate this prisoner of war. His majesty is very concerned about her, and she is usually monitored secretly by the shadow guards. How do you know such a private matter? Of course my sister told me. She knows that I like to visit brothels, so she reminded me not to mess with this Miss Shirshir. At this point, Chen Yudao suddenly remembered something, took Lin Yi's hand and said, Brother Lin, you and I hit it off right away. Why don't I introduce my sister to you? Huh? Lin Yi was stunned by Chen Yudao's words. What kind of logic is this? Giving away your sister just because you hit it off? My little sister is so beautiful, and she is also the emperor's personal physician. She is both talented and virtuous. She is a perfect match for a man like Brother Lin. This is a bit. Brother Lin, are we good brothers? Certainly. So you don't want to be my brother-in-law? It's settled. When I return to Beijing, I will make this happen. Isn't this too hasty? Besides, I haven't met your sister yet, and I don't know if she is willing. My sister will definitely like the person I like, so just wait for my good news. In the evening, Lin Yi saw off the drunk Chen Yudao and took away the lady's goods. There is also a small mirror, which is a gift that Chen Yudao asked Lin Yi to give to his sister. After thinking about it, Lin Yi decided to give her a small mirror, the kind that you can carry in your bag, and a small comb. This thing is not worth much in the city, but here, it is a very rare item. Especially that kind of mirror, which is much clearer than a bronze mirror and is definitely a magical item for ladies. Maybe it can lead a trend in the future. Of course, Lin Yi gave the mirror as a gift because he wanted to use the Empress's identity as her personal physician to advertise the small mirror. As for Chen Yudao's request for him to be his brother-in-law, Lin Yi did not take it seriously. Chen Yudao had drunk a little too much at the time, so perhaps he was just talking drunkenly. Chapter 41: The Fun of Hibernation. Chen Yudao is beaten by his sister.